lower, but the apparent position of the horizon is higher in your vision because it's trying to get to your eye level. And then anything past that has gone back down or tried to due to perspective. Yeah. Does
Drop
that make
below
sense?
your eye level?
Yeah, that makes
If you're above the horizon, if you're above the surface of the water, then the water is always below your eye level. Yet it appears to rise up at a certain distance that's going to reach the horizon, or what I would call your line of sight, like where your line of sight meets the top of the water due to perspective. And then anything beyond that is going to appear lower than that position, appear lower due to perspective. Thanks for playing. I'll be here all night. Tip your waitresses.
Hey, Rakia, let me ask something real quick. That was a good line, by the way. Check it out. Are you under the um belief that the Earth is seen as a curve at a certain distance, or no?
No, I'm under belief that we have perspective and atmospheric conditions. And when you look out over distance, the distance will appear to rise towards your eye level, line of sight. And anything past that is going to go back down and appear in its original position, right? If you could see it without that perspective view. And
So,
those
so like
objects
what
in the
I
distance are going to appear lower because of perspective, not due to Earth curve or anything else.
so what I try to explain to like ballers, right? Like that don't get it. Like I try to make them understand that if you took just your eyeballs, no equipment, no NASA, data, no scientists findings, if you just took your eyeballs and were taken up straight up on this imaginary elevator and you looked in a circle, in a complete you did a complete 360, that things would look round, quote unquote, because it's like looking at a hula hoop.
Oh,
Now, we know that a hula hoop can be looked at as being a flat type of thing, although it's spherical. Okay, that's another argument. But it's a tube. But if you laid it on the ground and if you were small enough and you saw its edge, if you will, it could look curved. Matter of fact, it
it
does
will
look
look curved.
curved.
Yeah, it will look curved. Doofus and a
Yes.
couple others have agreed to this. On a
Yeah,
flat plane, when you're really high, on a flat plane, even your horizon will appear curved due to the
yes,
way vision
yes.
is.
And
But
that's what
he
I'm trying
says,
to.
yeah, but he says on a curved Earth, it's more. So he's
Well,
not disagreeing with what you're saying. He's saying on a curved Earth it would appear more drastic, but that's the only disagreement from
well,
like Doofus.
well, well. What I'm trying to get at is that it's interesting because they can't fathom the idea that the curve they're seeing is the 360 perception of your view. And maybe if they took an art class back in grade school, they would know. But you do learn that in grade school, and it's amazing to me that it seems like a lot of us have forgotten that teaching. But I'll mute myself.
Well,
yeah.
art is a different place. But let me go back a little bit. When you're standing on the beach and you're 6 foot
Can I
above the
respond?
water, is he hot micing or is he talking?
No, I was actually yeah, 'cause I wanted to respond to that last thing
Oh,
because
go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I won't. Not only to follow up or anything. I'm just letting you know. You're right that left to right curvature will be seen that way, but that's left to right curvature, and you have to remember in this case the curvature we're talking about in Soundless Bridge and that sort of thing is straight on. Which if there was a circle around your horizon, that doesn't imply that would mean the circle or the straight line in front of you should be curving away from you. So
Yeah, it's just an
yeah,
optical effect. Like it's just the
But
way
but
we
but I've
are.
told I've also, I'm sorry to jump in, but I do need to jump in, that I feel, because I have explained though that what they're viewing on that bridge, or even the electrical tower, those electrical lines on the other picture, they what they fail to convey is that down so many feet, the position changes. And when you change the position optically and a distance away from you, that will naturally cause a curve effect. Have you ever looked at a pattern on a paper that's all cubed, but your eyes play tricks on you and they look all curved? This is
Yep.
called an optical illusion. And these hard-headed, thick dimwits, they
Easy,
don't get it.
easy,
I mean,
easy,
I'm
I meant
sorry.
to
easy.
I'm
say
sorry.
dick.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I tried to
I,
save you, bro.
I
I think you meant
digress.
to say. I
But
think dick. Dick.
I'll just go ahead and leave it at
Okay,
that.
well, I
Thank
was
you.
cut off
Ricky was
twice.
gonna make a point.
Yeah, let me go. When you're standing at the
So what
beach
he's
and you're, I,
what he's
I,
saying is
you're
straight
next, Left
lines are
Lane.
curved.
Yeah, optically like an illusion maybe, but
Mm.
when you're at a beach and you're 6 foot above the water, you're you have that space, right? 6 feet. So when you look out line of sight horizontally to the horizon, you always have that 6 feet underneath. So that's why I say it goes towards your line of sight, your eye level, because it never reaches it. They're right. It's always under by a little bit, but in the distance, you can't tell that 6 feet. It merges together. Only until you get to high altitude does that increase in altitude allow you to start seeing that distance from the horizon to how high you are, but then your limit of vision, like how far you can see, takes place, and then it's cut off. you're always
If
above the you're always above the surface though.
if I posted a optical illusion of straight lines looking curved, would you believe me?
Post them all the time. I post my bridge curving towards me, and that's a straight bridge, straight line curving due
Oh,
to the
there you go
atmospheric
then.
conditions. That's not
Well,
illusion.
there you
Yeah,
go. We don't
I
even
mean,
have to post it. But the funny thing though is that the brainwashed ballers will take that and say, "Aha! This is proof. Look at curved Earth." Unfortunately, it's just they're a little special.
I'm a
I'll
brainwashed baller. I'm special, and I would never say that.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough statement to make, and Kosho's fair in a lot of instances. But Kosho, I think you're hearing what we're saying
I
and getting
will
the gist of it.
I will admit Kosho is different than the other ballers. I do admit that Kosho is definitely
He's
different.
still a
I
ball
want to hear.
charge. Jeremy
I want to hear.
destroyed him a
I
while
want to hear
ago,
what
so
Ricky
he's
is.
kind
The
of
rest of what you
upset.
were saying. What was
What
the
I
gist of
don't
what you?
get
Ask me.
is how what I don't get is as many years as Kosho been arguing this, how is he not a anti baller believer by now? I mean, there's so many facts that have been thrown to his mind. What's going on?
Everybody's got to make a
They,
living,
they just
bro. Everybody's got to make a living. That's all I'm saying.
yeah. But Ricky,
Got him.
what were you talking about though, Ricky? A second ago, when you said, I get what you guys are putting down.
Remind me. I mean,
Well, you
all
were trying to
the
say it.
top.
Interrupted you, but
Well, you know
well,
how the eye, like you have the angle of your eye, like it crosses it, at your eyeball. The bottom of the image is at the top of your eye. The top of the image is at the bottom of your eye, so to speak. But it reaches out to a point, which I call the vanishing point, but it's also your horizon. So
or eye level.
Every
that's
I
the
like.
art teacher in America called it the vanishing point. It's really weird that they just really honestly. So I have 5 kids, right? And I've asked them, "Hey guys, have you learned about the vanishing point?" Sadly, all curriculum that it would even involve that verbiage has been taken out of the school system. Imagine that. Imagine that.
well. I
It's a
get what you're
conspiracy,
saying that the
Joel.
vanishing point is a continuous thing. It goes further than what you can see. I get their point, but that's still the vanishing point to me. Can be explained as the vanishing point because you start losing the information at that point. That's why
That's
I'm
why
using it.
that's
It
why I
might not
always
be
say
the academia term.
it's a personal horizon.
What you guys are talking about is eye level, though.
Correct,
You're talking
because
about eye
it's
level.
purely on
Yeah,
perspective.
yeah. Line of sight reaching out to the horizon. To me, that's where the vanishing point starts. But in the academia terms, I might be wrong. But I want everybody to know what I'm saying so they
I
understand.
got you. I got you. Well, I was just gonna tell you, I call that eye level, like not the way you described it a second ago when you said things that
Yeah.
rise to that place, things that lower to that place. I consider that to be the eye level because you're right that in perspective that's what happens. They don't cross, but they both lead to that direction.
But that's an illusion, right? Like that water is not actually at your eye level. It's because you're looking out into the distance, it appears to rise there, but it's only an apparent position. It's not actually there. Do you agree with that, Kosha?
Well, I agree. Okay, so I'll agree that it is a product of your eyes, and obviously it's not changing its elevation or anything. That's just how it looks like in your frame of view. But I wouldn't say it's not actually there or something like that. I mean, it's not
Well,
actually
it's an
there.
apparent position, right?
Well, it's an apparent rising. Like I said, it's in the right position.
Yeah, and that's the water is making that apparent horizon, but it's an apparent position of the water and sky meeting. It's not the actual water and sky at that position. It's just the way perspective is making your brain interpret that. And once you go beyond that point, things are going down. So if it's an apparent position, it's going to obstruct the things in the background. So that's the foreground. And then in the background, as perspective starts going down from your vanishing point or horizon, the objects in the background will be obstructed by the foreground.
Oh,
Yeah,
ridiculous.
not Earth curve. Nothing to do with Earth curve. Now, if on a ball, right, I agree the objects in the background would also be obstructed, but it doesn't. You're only taking into account 8 inches per mile.
Right.
I think it has something to do with it, but I think that's how it was hijacked. Perspective.
Well, show us the geometry and we'll take you seriously.
Yeah, I'll get
Kosha,
back to you with that, man. That's your script, huh? Did you like me flipping you off?
I think you flipped off your
hey,
bathroom, didn't
but
Oh,
Kosha,
you?
but
Didn't you flip off your
that was
bathroom?
funny.
Geometry.
That was
Ruhib,
funny, Matrix.
wouldn't the geometry always bring it back to like an orthographic point of view, always, regardless?
Always.
Oh,
Perspective comes from an orthographic view. That's how you determine perspective.
but that is the rule that like there's not a so with perspective. If it was purely perspective and there was no sort of weird surface that's curving, perspective says that the things below your eye level are going to rise to eye level, and things above it are going to lower to eye level. So that there's no distance where that changes like arbitrarily. That beyond if there is for some reason a horizon, things beyond the horizon would still be following that same rule. Like things would still be rising up and lowering to eye level. It wouldn't
Okay,
be.
but
Isn't that what we're talking about? The distinction between the measurement, which will never change logically, it cannot ever change. The sizes won't ever change. We are strictly talking about optical here, right? And Ruhif came in again with show me the geometry again, reducing it back to measurements when that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, you're just fucking dribbling words, right? All these excuses you have for why things disappear bottom up is just word salad. Show me how it happens.
Well, there you go, guys. I guess all of it is word salad then.
Yeah. Unless you can show it, your words are meaningless.
nuh-uh.
Yep. Yeah.
I flipped you off this morning to head you off from saying that's probably not even your boat or that's a stock.
You flipped off the bathroom, didn't you?
No, I was flipping off. Well, maybe I didn't turn my hand the right way, but I meant to flip off you. But did you like the way I told you that's where I took a shit while reading your comment? Because that's what I think of it.
Fantastic. Yep.
Thank you. I thought you'd like the humor.
So nobody here can explain to Ruhif the differences between the measurement, the geography, and how we're interpreting what we're seeing.
I don't think they care about that though. That's the problem, Matrix. Like they
No, I
don't.
care
They
about
don't.
it. I'm asking you to show me. Please show me the geometry.
Okay. So for instance, I know you've seen the video of what a flat plane horizon looks like when lifting off in an air balloon, as opposed to a spherical plane looks like in a hot air balloon, and
Yes.
it does not represent our reality. So then, how do you still
Sorry, the
piggyback
flat
that?
Earth. The flat Earth does not represent a reality. On a flat Earth, the horizon in your hot air balloon taking off.
It's a straw man, Ruhif. Ruhif,
No, no, he's I
the
didn't bring it
whole
up.
argument,
Matrix.
the whole argument that you're about to say is an entire. You're not even listening, bro. You're not even listening. It's a straw man, all of it, because we don't know we don't know the entirety of the flat Earth, or hypothetically
Hold up,
to give you
Matrix.
any
Hold
kind of.
up.
Yeah. Just listen first. Just listen to the man first.
Yeah, I know which GIF he's talking about. One, the flat Earth simulation shows the horizon staying where it is. The other one shows the horizon dropping as you gain altitude. Guess what we see in reality? Can anyone guess what we see in reality? We see the horizon drop as you gain altitude. That angle down to the horizon gets bigger. So you've debunked yourself. Well done.
Yeah, I just heard, guys. Congratulations.
You guys hear me?
Amazingly, as you go above the surface, the
They can hear
horizon
me.
gets further and lower. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Say something.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not Earth
dude.
curve, man.
Fellas.
It matches the predictions of a globe.
Yeah, that's why I
Fellas.
say it's been hijacked, for lack of
You're
better terms.
absolutely
I
right.
agree.
You're
Right.
absolutely right, Ruhif. It matches the prediction of a globe. Guys, everyone listening, he is absolutely right about that. I don't think anyone is arguing that. What we're arguing is the proof that is a globe. Where did that come
No.
from? Where is that?
Yeah. Show us your prediction for what the horizon should do on a flat Earth.
Isn't that a reversal frequency?
To your eye.
No, use your
Okay.
exact perspective models and your view from 30,000 feet. That's exactly what it would look like over a flat plane. Even Doofus agreed with
Right.
that.
Wait. Do
Show
you think
us the
any model would
geometry.
make a prediction after you've already seen it happen once? That's called a post-diction, folks. I don't know what you're talking
Show
about.
me the geometry. Show me the geometry that makes
You
any sort
already
of
have it.
connection for the horizon on a flat Earth.
You already have it. Just add in a little more refraction or
No,
less
no.
refraction, whichever matches our model. Just make more refraction do it, and then
I can't make
recalculate the
more
numbers.
refraction.
Sure you
Once I'm
can. Just
above the
forget.
surface, no, I can't.
No. Infinite refraction, plus or minus. Just
No,
infinite.
no. Infinite
Yeah,
No.
radius
Rakia,
appear.
don't you
Infinite
forget, Rakia,
radius.
that the more refraction there is, the flatter the Earth is, right, Ruhif?
Say that again. Say it again. Your mic's a bit shit.
Well, apparently, the more refraction there is, the more the flat Earth is, right? So
Yeah,
if
it's
you're just
stronger.
going to do
Stronger the
that,
refraction.
why don't you compensate like Rakia is saying and just add a little bit more to get rid of the flatness?
Because once I'm above the surface, well above the surface, I can't do that.
Yeah,
I
that's the
can't just
word
make up
salad that I was.
refraction.
Yeah, but you're not just looking at that one section. You're looking down to the horizon, right? On your
Right?
model. So you would
Yep.
be looking through more and more dense atmosphere.
No, only a very, very short portion of
No,
that
not
path
really.
would be going. Only a very short portion of that path would be going through the lowest parts of the atmosphere. The vast majority would be going through air that's well above the surface.
Yeah, which is why you get horizon dip and these funky curves, and then also add in some really extreme lenses. Which I posted a boat that has a GoPro Plus, and the boat is straight, obviously, and it looks like it's a curve. And if you look in the background, it looks like you're on a basketball. That's
Right.
what lenses do, also.
Okay. When you can make a prediction for what you should see on flat Earth, let me know.
I already did. When you go to the beach, here, you ready? Listen up. Ready? You can go to the beach, stand on it, and on most days, when you look out to your horizon, that water is going to appear to rise up to your eye level. And since the sky is so much higher than you are off the surface, it's going to distort it a little bit. So it's not exactly like you're in a hallway. Anything past that point is going to start going below that point and appear lower than the horizon. Voila.
Okay. When your prediction is different to the prediction of a globe, let me know.
Let me question the predictability. All right. What do you mean by predictability? Are you implying that because the globe Earth has some sort of predictability, it implies that it might be the right one? Is that what you're?
Yeah.
Is,
If my
okay.
model makes various predictions and those predictions match reality, I should have a high confidence that my model actually reflects reality.
Okay, okay. If you say if you would say that to a regular person, they would be inclined to agree with you, right? But over here, we
Hope
tend
so.
to question these things like predictions. Would you say reverse engineering something would be predicting something?
No, that's the opposite. But reverse engineering is how you come up with a model.
No, no, no. I'm not talking about a model. Hold on. Let's put the model, the word model aside, right? Let's talk about reverse engineering and prediction, right?
Yeah.
Could you say hypothetically, let's just say before there was a system of counting or whatever, could you say that someone, if the sun does the same thing every day, every year, the moon does the same thing every year, is it hypothetically? I'm just saying you don't have to admit to anything. Is it possible to say that somebody might be taking notes every day? They might take notes of what the sun might be doing or its possible position. So is it possible, hypothetically, that once a person has done that for, maybe 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, is it possible that they could possibly make predictions? Is it possible?
That's noticing a pattern, right? What I'm saying
Oh,
is that
hold on. Just answer my question, right? You're
yeah, I'm trying
saying that
to follow again.
you want to verify the flat Earth by its predictability. I'm just saying. I'm just putting out there a scenario. Like just to say, is it possible that somebody not knowing where they live, right, and they're just taking notes? Is it possible that they could predict things and still have any idea where the fuck they live? I'm just saying, is it possible?
You're gathering all this data, right? And you're noticing a pattern. I get that, right? What model of reality?
Yes or no? I
explains
did a
that
yes or
pattern?
no, so we're gonna continue. No, yes or no? Is it possible that they could
If they
predict a
can,
pattern without not knowing anything about the rest of
right?
their
The
world?
the
Is it
answer is
possible?
yes. The answer
There
is
you go.
yes. They've noticed a pattern, right? But they have no explanation. It's the explanation that's key. It's like the
The
Saros cycle, like
explanation.
every 18 years or whatever. They don't have an explanation. They've noticed a pattern.
I need you
They
guys
don't
to
have an
listen to what he's
explanation.
saying. The explanation in science just comes to whatever the interpreter decides the story, whatever correlation, whatever Greek mythology book he believes in, right? So all of it is highly fucking subjective.
No, no. If my model, this goes back to what I first said. If my model makes tons of predictions and they all bear out in reality, then I should have high confidence that my model does
But
actually
Kosha, but
reflect
hold on, hold on,
reality.
but Kosha, wait,
Assuming it hasn't
wait,
been
wait, wait, wait,
reverse engineered for eons of
No,
years.
yo,
Assuming.
yo,
no,
Matrix, let me jump
Matrix.
in real quick.
You've got this term
Yo,
reverse engineering, and you're trying
yo,
to connote some
Kosha, wait
derogatory
up,
term to it. Hang on.
Kosha,
Reverse
Kosha,
engineering is completely fine. That is how
Kosha,
models are derived.
Kosha, hold on, let me say something real quick. Hold on, you just spoke that your model,
Thousand kosher.
your model proves your model, and that
I
doesn't
didn't
make.
say proof. At no point did I say the word proof. Don't put words
Okay,
in my mouth.
okay, no, hold on. Well, you said it differently, but that essentially what you're saying. You're saying that all these things that we can test and we can do this and we can do that, and it proves the model. What I'm
No,
trying to
don't put the word
okay,
proof in my
okay,
mouth
okay, okay.
because I didn't say it.
I'll tell
Tell
you
me
what.
what I said
Retweet.
exactly.
I'll tell you what. Retweet
Essentially,
what you
that is
just
what
said.
you're doing. Essentially, you are. This is why I took you on the whole prediction thing. You are using the model to prove the model. This is what
Exactly.
Don't
this is what
fucking
all of
put
you
the
guys are
word
doing.
proof in my mouth. For
Matrix,
fuck's sake.
Matrix,
How many
Matrix. Hold
times did I
Kosha,
fucking
hold on.
start a matrix?
No,
Do
Hold
not
on.
say the word proof and attribute it to me because I didn't say the word proof, right? What I said
Okay,
was if my model makes a bunch of predictions and those predictions match reality, then I should have high confidence that my model does indeed reflect reality. That's what I said.
So with that being said, okay, Kosha, with that being said, you're saying that your model makes predictions that matches the model of the reality or the reality of
No,
the model.
no, it doesn't
So,
match the
so in
model
other
of
words,
reality. It matches reality.
yeah,
okay,
y'all
so
could
but
twist
what?
it. Y'all are
No,
twisting it.
that's false. That's false, and I'll tell you why it's false. Because when we can see 20 miles away, that's no longer your model. That's no longer your reality. When we can see 73 miles away, that's no longer your model. That's no longer your reality. When we have the Guinness Book of World Records, you could Google this, of photography,
Oh,
is
I know
200.
exactly which photo you're talking about.
That's all.
Okay,
It's all debunked.
It's
so,
great. It's great globe evidence, that one. Great
okay,
Oh
globe
so
yeah,
Yeah.
evidence. It's not a
no,
beautiful.
43 color one.
hold on. So that is no longer your reality and your model. It is
He's I.
something that
You're just straw manning my model.
Yeah, he's
Okay,
either
okay.
missed the
You
debunk or he don't believe it or something.
okay?
No, he just ignores refraction for a start.
You can call it straw manning, but honestly, personally, when I hear someone say, "Oh, you're straw manning me," all you're telling me is that you're just deflecting. Because if
What
I'm
about
pointing
this?
something out, hold on. If I'm pointing something out with validity, and then you just throw out a fallacy, then all you're doing is deflecting. Because
What if you're
you
misrepresenting?
don't want to address the reality that what you just said is now you have to back it up. Now the burden's on you. So when
Yeah,
your
let's
model,
discuss this photo.
for instance, if I built a box that's 4 feet by 4 feet by 4 feet, now I can prove to you everything that I predict based upon my model, and I'm not going to be wrong. But I'm using my model to prove my model. Now the
No,
second that
you're
you
matching your model with
now
reality.
now now the second that you can show me something that doesn't make sense according to my model, that's going to make me have to go back to the drawing board, because then that negates my model.
Showing
Right,
the
And you
let's
don't
picture
discuss
of
this
blue
understand that.
photo.
You
bubble.
won't
Let's
respect that.
discuss this world
You
record
won't
photo.
accept that. And that's
Let's
facts.
let's discuss this world record photo. 443 kilometers, right, to pick Gaspard. That's the one.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
You brought up this long distance, the world record photograph, 443 kilometers,
And
right?
my apologies to Kosha. It's Ruhif. Thank you, Shines, for
You're right.
pointing it out.
Oh, good. All right, but this photo, you claim that it would disprove the globe, right?
Let me look at the photo. I'm sorry. I'm really drunk right now, but let me see. Hold on. Where's the
Oh,
photo?
fantastic.
Yeah, I know. It's even better because it allows me to realize your bullshit way easier. But go ahead. Show me the picture.
Wow.
You brought it up. I'm sitting in my fucking car about to go into the shops.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
you brought up.
I'm sorry. I could have swore you just said that my picture. I'm sorry. Repeat it?
You
You
brought
brought up
up
the
a
world
picture.
record photo. Yeah, you
Yeah,
brought up the
where
world
is it?
record photo, 443 kilometers by Mark Brett from Pic de Fenestrelay to Pic Gaspard. I'm very familiar with this photo. It is great globe evidence. Why do you think it is not?
What photo? I'm sorry. What photo?
You brought it up. You said this is the world record photograph, long distance photograph.
You're talking about that. Okay. So I'm sorry. Okay, let's go back to the real record photography photo. I think it's 273 miles, right? Maybe less, maybe more.
443 Ks, whatever that is.
I
Something
think,
like that, yeah.
okay. So
That's
you're
about
in
the same.
kilometers. Okay.
280 miles, roughly.
So go on. What about it?
Yeah, what
You brought
about
it
it
up.
is flat Earth proof? What about it proves flat Earth?
Yeah, because guess what? If you want to say that there's a round Earth, then that Earth should have been blocking that distance from your eye view, because there
Okay,
should
Not
have been a
according
please,
to the
physical
model.
obstruction. I'm sorry, what?
please show your working out for this. Are you including refraction, yes or no?
Oh my God. Okay, look it. If you're gonna invoke refraction, then you're gonna let me see from here to Australia, and I'm tired of
No.
that bullshit.
No,
I'm
I'm
tired
not.
of you guys saying, "Wait, refraction. I can see farther." You're telling me that I can see my cousin on the other side of the house just because of refraction. I'm tired of you guys saying that. It's
No.
bullshit.
I've
I'm
always
saying that if
said
you're up
this. They
high,
have no margin of error for refraction. They
I'm
can use it for what every photo, refraction
Because it's
just
there,
encompasses everything.
Matrix.
Yes,
Because it's
but you guys
there.
are using it
I want to mute
wrong.
myself.
You
you're
guys are
gonna keep
No, we're
saying that.
justifying
not.
it on the globe Earth when refraction is what makes it look curvature on a flat Earth, on a level surface.
No, that's backwards, Matrix.
Matrix. If
How
we're
can
up high, like on Peak de Fenestrelay, taking this photo, I'm not going to stray very far from 7/6R. All right. So use that. I'm not going to just fucking make up strong refraction because we've got altitude. All right. Now, please demonstrate the geometry that shows this is not possible on a globe. And if you're going to fucking ignore refraction, then there's no point talking. So whatever. But I'm going to stick very close to 7/6R.
Ruhif, you go
No,
with the modeling.
that's
You go
no
with the modeling.
refraction day. That's no
Ho-
refraction day.
Hold on, Raquel.
Sorry,
Hold on,
what?
Raquel. You go with the modeling, right?
Sorry.
I would like for you to do something for us, right? For
Hmm.
so us to be able to understand what would be a margin of error in refraction. For example, what in a globe Earth, on a globe Earth specifically, on a globe Earth, what would be the amount of refraction that it would be not that it would not go with, right? I would like for you to present to us, because you're good with the model and you're good with the math, if there's such thing as anti-refraction for the if you understand what I'm saying. Is there such a number that refraction would be absurd for the globe
Let
Earth?
me have a look.
What if
Hold
we
on.
had the horizon over eye level? Would that be
Hang on a sec.
you know how you talk about infinite over R refraction? Sorry, infinite over 6R refraction. What if you saw, and it makes it look flat, what if you saw the horizon above level, making it appear concave? What number would you put there?
So, Matrix, what's your state? What's your
He
closest
won't
big airport?
acknowledge me because I asked him the tough questions. I know, Ruif.
Put it in the chat, Jeremy. It's one of my favorites. I took one of these on Lake Pontchartrain one time when I first started this. When I wasn't even on Discord or YouTube or anything. And when I got on YouTube, I had lost the photo. I took it through my theodolite, and I had lost it. But I started telling people, "Look, I got the horizon above my crosshairs one day," and they were like, "You're an idiot. You should belong in jail, right? You belong in jail basically for teaching your kids that, or that could happen." And when George did it, he's the expert. So yeah, all cool. So I took a snapshot. I had to beg him to post these in chat because it was at Jose's and they were all dogging me. But when George said, "Yeah, this is possible," I did it too. I begged him to put them in chat for like a month, and he finally put them in there, and I took these pictures.
All right. So,
Yeah, those are great.
So Matrix, can you see the graph
He
in
won't
the chat?
acknowledge what we're saying.
Ruhif just breezed on past that.
Yeah, he ain't gonna
Well, we're
acknowledge
trying
what we
Oh,
said.
I've got
I
Jeremy
think
turned
he's
down.
trying to
So
stay on track.
anyway, Matrix, can you see what I've posted in the chat?
Yep.
And I'll give you one for contrast. I'll get another one for contrast. Who wants to pick an airport? Give me a 4-character airport code. I'll do this one. Don't worry about it.
What, one in US or what?
That's done.
I'm right on
in the
track
US,
to
but I've already
left
picked one
lane. Are
anyway.
we
Don't
not
worry.
are we not talking about
KLAX.
refraction and how we see and shit?
Oh, I got shit data
Left
for
lane?
LAX. It's only like a year's worth
You
of
guys
data.
hear me?
Lane's
Yeah.
doing a little
KMI.
cheerleading for Ruhif. Just let
I'm
him go,
hearing,
man. Sounds good.
I'm hearing a lot of stuff. Everybody's
I'm
Yeah.
saying.
hearing you
Yeah.
take up for Ruhif like every other second.
Weren't we talking about refraction and how you see things
Yeah.
just now? And I was right on track with talking about refraction and how we saw the horizon above and what we would calculate that as. Since
Yeah.
infinite turns the radius flat, I'm wondering what kind of numbers you need to turn it concave.
I think that's
So
what he's doing right now. I think that's
He
he
what
won't
was
he's
right
answer
on
that though.
point.
He's got me on mute
Matrix?
because I don't know. He's
Yeah,
gonna just
yeah.
Matrix. He just wants to acknowledge you. Go ahead, Matrix. You got this.
But left lane won't. He'll miss when he's
I,
wrong. So no problem. It's right on point,
Matrix?
Jeremy.
Matrix. All right. Can you see
I'm
the
here,
two graphs?
I'm here.
The two graphs that I've put in the chat. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. One of them is from Alert Airport, and Alert is one of the northernmost regions where they get this data, right? It's very icy, very, very cold, blah, 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 blah. These graphs, and I've explained this probably 10 times in this fucking server, these graphs tell you what the density gradient is. Okay, so it measures the atmosphere and then works out the density gradient. And we're just going to look at the blue lines right now, okay? These blue lines, so the x-axis is the refractive gradient. If the value is less than 0, that means light bends down. If it's to the right of 0, so positive, it means light bends up. All right? So alert, these blue bars on this graph are saying that when you're above 100 meters, which is the blue lines, refraction is quite strong in alert because it's cold, right? If you go to the second graph, which is Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. So these are histograms, right? So there's this is a measure of how often or how frequent something happens, right? So you'll see that there's a really tight bunching of the blue lines, and they peak around minus 2.4 or so. Cool? So that is the typical density gradient in this area once you get above 100 meters. Right? This peak in this graph tells me that when I'm above 100 meters or so from the surface, I have to be around 7/6R consistently. All right. So when I'm on top of this mountain in this world record, I'm going to assume something close to 7/6R.
And none of that tells you the actual position of where it actually is compared to where you're seeing it. He won't acknowledge that either. Matrix, call for him again, Rohit.
Yeah. I'm trying to digest what he's trying to put out, bro.
Yeah, so I've just contrasted two different places. One's really, really cold, and this graph, so the further to the left these bars are, the stronger refraction is, right? If I was to extend that graph for the alert one, you would get black swan conditions some of the time, right? But in Santo Domingo, hardly ever black swan conditions once you're above the surface.
So it's
once
just
you're above the
atmospheric
surface, it's
conditions.
7/6R.
So it's just atmospheric conditions causing the density layer.
Once you get above the surface by a decent amount, in this Santo Domingo one, the data says that I have to assume something close to 7/6R. They're tightly bunched around 7/6R.
He's listening, dude. Mic check.
Yeah,
We hear you. We definitely hear you. Yeah.
I don't think that's what I asked.
He's trying to digest what you're saying, Ruhif. I know you won't acknowledge anything I said. You probably have me on mute because you're scared.
No. That's not that. I'm acknowledging. I'm just trying to, think about it a little bit. But yeah, thank you for the explanations of these things. But I don't think that's quite what I asked you. What I asked you was for some sort of margin, some sort of formula, right? Some sort of a formula that we can apply to every photo, every observation. So that we can deduce whether it is ridiculous coming from a global Earth point of view, right? That's what I asked you for, some sort of formula, not this.
Okay, so once if you are close to the surface, then refraction is unpredictable. Could be anything. Right? Once you're above.
Thank you for that acknowledgement, audience. Listen, just listen.
I thought it
thank you for that.
Down.
Thank you for that, because that means that you can use it for literally anything. Any photo, any visual, you could just put fracture in your refraction, and there's nobody that can argue with you the contrary.
Correct.
You literally just acknowledge that.
He did say closer to the surface.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate for you guys, right? Because
Not
there
really.
are two observations, right? We could have a black swan type observation where you see fucking forever, or we could have curvature, right? The globe model with refraction can explain both of those. The flat Earth model can't explain obstruction.
Why you always say this?
That's unfortunate.
No.
That's
what you're
unfortunate for you guys.
missing, though.
You sound like
hold on, Ruhif. In all due respect, logically, what you're missing is that there is a sky filled with what's the word I'm looking for? Obstructions between the thing that we're looking at and the thing, where we're at and where the thing is that we're looking at. Now, the further you go, the more stuff in between will be represented, and it'll get thicker and thicker and thicker to where it will be so thick that we can't see. Now, why you can't understand that or grasp that, or you have to attach a curvature to that, I will never know. But
we're talking about things we can see, though.
Yeah,
the things
this
that we
is
can
ridiculous.
see. Okay. So the things that we can see that either have a refraction to it or a looming to it or a lensing to it, whatever fucking word you want to use, it still doesn't take away from the fact that it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, of why you're seeing it and why you're not. And why you can't fathom that, it confuses me.
Please show the geometry. Like, I've just posted my favorite GIF in the chat. Please show the geometry for why we can't see the hull of that boat. Show me the geometry.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I just feel bad for you guys at this point.
I've just posted the GIF in the chat.
Technically, the geometry. Hold on. Technically, I'm just saying. I'm being very technical. The geometry would change with the person's height, with the atmospheric condition, with the device that you're using, with the iris of the eye of the person, if they have fucking some sort of it would change the visual of everything, of everything that we, and all of those things are technically what you guys are calling refraction, isn't it?
Just assume typical standard atmosphere. Assume whatever fucking camera you like. Just show me the geometry, please.
Okay, Ruhif. Let me understand this. What you posted, you're trying to say that the second ocean liner in the foreground is dipping behind the curvature. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, the foreground one.
It would be in the background, dude. Maybe get your thoughts
talking about
together.
the background.
You're a little tipsy, I think.
Yeah. I'm sorry. In the background, yeah, you're right. In the background, it's dipping behind. In your understanding, the one in the background is dipping behind a curvature. This barrier of water that's blocking the container. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sure.
Now, let me ask you this. With that being said, what's the distance of that background container?
26 kilometers, I think. 26 kilometers.
Okay.
Miles. Yeah.
So, hold on. So it's 26. Okay, 26 kilometers. How many miles is that? Because I'm American. How many miles is that?
30.
What difference does it make? I mean, it's obstructed. Why is it obstructed?
Dude, if you think that a flat Earth, you would never see any obstruction, we don't want you over here.
Wait. I'm just still asking. What is that in mileage? What's 26 kilometers in miles? 16 miles. Okay, so here's the question here's the question I'm going to ask you. With that very same video of showing this container at 16 miles behind the curvature of the Earth, then how do we see something 27 miles away? Because technically it should be totally behind the curvature of which you're proclaiming. Am I wrong or am I right?
Refraction. That's the answer.
Right.
No, guys. No. The question that Ruhip is asking is,
he's gonna say it again.
Give us some picture of the geometry that would cause that image.
Hey, Left Lane, is it just geometry at play? Yes or no?
Oh no, my goodness, this is.
And geometry will only bring you to one conclusion.
No, I'm tired of Left Lane coming in with his little arrogance. Left Lane, is it just geometry at play? Yes or no?
It's not arrogance. We're just trying to progress.
Looks like
the
that wasn't a yes or no. Is it just geometry at play? Yes or no?
No, there is refraction involved. But
why do you keep saying that then?
You could give me a basic idea of the geometry that would create that image.
Let's try again. So if it's not just geometry, why do you keep saying that then?
Because geometry is primarily the cause.
Okay. So listen carefully, okay? So the apparent horizon isn't an actual place. It's not a geometric place. It's an optical...
we're not going to get any geometry.
Interruption number one.
Yeah.
Hey, so 5 minutes on mute.
Do you mean unrefracted?
2, 3, 4. That's interruption number 4 at least.
Yeah, so the horizon is actually an apparent location. It isn't an actual geometric location. There is no geometry to the horizon. It is an apparent effect.
When you say geometric, do you mean unrefracted, ignoring refraction? Is that what you mean by geometric?
He did not even listen to what I said, right? He predetermined...
I'm trying to clarify your question.
No,
when
you literally...
say geometric, what do you mean?
This dude is so lost. I said the horizon is just apparent. It isn't geometric. So you then responded with, "Are you No, you have a talking point. You think that you're now defending the globe again, and your talking point that you always say is, when you say geometric, do you mean no refraction? I was answering your guys' stupid question about it being on a flat Earth. Okay, the horizon is not anything more than apparent. There is no geometry involved. Do you understand that?
When you
let me say one thing, Ruhif.
Hang on, Matrix.
Just one thing, and I'm done. Ruhif.
Hang on, man. Let him respond to Witsit, and then you're next, bro. You're next.
Shit, the problem is it's going to be a Witsit show, bro. This is going to go on for an hour, bro.
You're next. Right after Ruhif, you go.
All right. When you say geometric, are you saying something similar to, if there's refraction, I can't do geometry?
Go ahead, Matrix.
My God.
Oh, just fucking answer the question, you fucking idiot.
Go ahead, Matrix.
Not a difficult question.
Let me just say something. I want to point out that I got him to admit earlier that in refraction there is no margin of error, right? So it's very interesting how when yes, you did. You admitted it that you could apply it to anything. Hold on, Will. Let me just be finished. It's very interesting to me how every time everybody's talking about flat Earth and curvature, the first thing that they want to talk about is refraction. But again, he has no margin of error. He has no idea what would tell him if the surface is flat, if it's round down or round up. He has no way of distinguishing this. There was no baseline.
It's like you didn't follow what I was saying at all.
Yeah. He has no baseline to say where the actual position is against its apparent position. He'll never acknowledge
what I
it,
said
though.
with those
He'll
two
never
bits,
acknowledge it.
okay.
He'll just keep calling out for Matrix.
Well, I mean, and I'm not trying to be a smartass or not trying to white knife for anybody, but the question that I have, can you draw me an orthographic image that would demonstrate why that picture is the way it is?
You know what that word means.
Leslie, the geometry will only give you one result because of the model. And what we're trying to talk about here is the model and the interpretation of what we see. It's not the same thing, and maybe you don't feel like it's true, but you have to acknowledge that you can't just attack it from one point of view. From the geometry will only give you the result you want.
No. I try to do geometry on a flat Earth, and I can't get it to work.
Well, because you're retarded and you're trying to do geometry on a flat Earth.
I'm
whenever the
retarded.
horizon is actually
that means
not.
you can do it.
Horizon's actually no. See, you're like a
You
robot.
can't do it.
You
You're retarded as well.
I'm just
You
gonna
call
mute
me
you.
retarded
I'm just
because I
gonna
can't
mute
do
you.
it.
I'm gonna mute you. Well, stop interrupting me. Yeah.
Okay.
So you guys keep on asking the same question over and over and over because you just have a script. And Left Lane's really confident when you're here. He thinks he's got it in the bag. But I just explained to you that the horizon is not geometric. So every time you respond with your really remedial script saying, "What's the geometry then?" you sound ridiculous. The horizon is not geometric. Left Lane, you huffing and puffing. Can you understand the words I just said?
Yeah, I do understand, but it's a very simple request.
Yeah.
He's a robot.
You opened your mic to huff and puff. You're a mod here, Left Lane.
And he's just a robot.
You
I
called
have
me
a very
retarded because
sensitive
I
mic.
couldn't do the flat Earth geometry to match reality.
Wow, he's
do the
doing it
geometry?
again. You guys see how easy it is to beat these guys in a debate? They just have a script. So when I say the horizon is not geometric, it isn't geometry, they don't know what to do because their script is just where's the geometry? Where's the geometry? Where's the geometry?
I say that it's non-geometric. Therefore, we can dismiss all geometry, and you can't do any geometry on the flat
here
Earth.
comes the disruptor.
Love it.
No. That's not what's being said. That is not what's being said here.
The horizon on a flat Earth is not geometric.
When you say geometric, what do you mean?
The definition
do you mean
of
unrefracted?
geometric, Ruhif.
So you're saying you can't do geometry?
You're starting to get it. You can't do geometry on an apparent location, so you're trying to denote physical actuality to something that's an effect of optics. It's strictly apparent. So when you ask for geometry, that's a non sequitur dumbass question.
Let's just dismiss geometry. Excellent, love it.
Look, this is all they got. You see how look, they're shorting out. They don't know what to do.
How much reality are you going to dismiss today?
Look, they don't know what to do. They don't know
how much geometry are you going to dismiss? I Witsit, the great Oz. The great Wizard of Oz, to say that geometry is no longer, you're no longer able to use geometry.
Left
don't know what to do.
Show started by guess who?
They don't know what to do.
It's amazing.
See, their whole script is this. This is Ruif's whole script. Because he's so confident. He's like, show me any geometry that would give me this on a flat Earth. Because that's his script. So when you decapitate his script by saying, that's a stupid question, that doesn't make any sense. The horizon isn't an actual physical location at all. They don't know what to do.
Okay, so you're saying that you can't... Hang on, NASA. Witsit, are you saying you can't make any sort of
disrupting NASA? Did you hear Ruif? Stop it.
Witsit, are you saying you can't make any sort of prediction to the angle down to the horizon or the distance or whatever? Can you make any sort of prediction about the horizon?
Why would I
You
make a
like that,
geometric
Jeremy?
prediction when it's not geometric?
Any
It's
sort of
literally...
prediction. Any sort of prediction.
Yeah, I got a prediction. You want it?
Okay. Is it different to the globe prediction?
It's going to go up and down optically.
Is that different to the globe prediction?
The globe prediction is nowhere to be seen in reality. Like, even according to you guys yourselves, you never actually see the curvature of the Earth. That's what you guys say.
Why would the prediction be different?
This is why everyone thinks you're a cunt.
The globe went
because
off.
you put words into people's mouth that they clearly
He's
didn't
got
say.
There it is. That was easy. The C word by Rufus.
Yes. By me. You're gonna fucking mute me with
Where's
this?
left lane? Where's left lane at?
No, I only threatened to mute you when you like interrupted me 5 times in a row. I don't ever mute anyone unless they're just going crazy.
So I don't know why the flat Earth prediction would be any different than the globe prediction. It's going off what we see.
Yeah, like what's funny is you're the only ones claiming that the horizon is a physical thing, which is so stupid. It's so ridiculous. You shouldn't be allowed to leave the house without a helmet on if you think the horizon that we see is physical.
Okay. Thanks for your argument for incredulity.
No, it's not. It's not an argument to incredulity. That means I say appeal to I don't know. I'm not doing that. I'm saying I know exactly what it is. It's just
right. So you can't make any prediction. You can't make any prediction for what we should see.
It becomes physical when you put a geometric measurement to it. It becomes physical because then you have a distance to a particular point. But if you were to take a boat, go all the way to market, say, okay, here's your fucking geometric horizon, and then on any day of after that, if a condition changes and you can see beyond it, that should in itself let these people know that your calculated measurement doesn't mean shit to the horizon because it's apparent. And that's the problem with these people. It's fucking apparent. And they're trying to calculate because technically you would have to, though. I mean, come on, you have to agree to that. If you say it's a ball, then there should technically be a geometric horizon, technically. But when you start seeing further than, not just by like a mile or two, I'm talking about like 5 times the distance, then they start, having to throw in looming, refraction, all the bullshit that they do. And this is the problem. Honestly, it's the problem for them, not us.
If you say so, champ. I mean, I'd be repeating myself for the 1,000th time.
Yeah, because you just have a script.
Let me do 1001.
No, you have a script. We can. I could do your script if I chugged a bottle of Jameson. Your script's not even impressive. It's ridiculous. So like you think you've created some type of like perfect argument, but it's literally just a straw man fallacy.
Yeah, and you have a script too. It's nuh-uh, geometry, anything that disproves the flat Earth. We'll say, hey, geometry disproves the flat Earth, therefore geometry is no good. What else? Gravity disproves the flat Earth, so gravity is no good. The star movements disprove the flat Earth. The star movements are no good. We have to ignore everything. You have to ignore a lot of shit to be a flat earther.
Oh, yeah, that was really good one. So,
yeah, exactly
you guys
true, though.
Now it's your turn to talk again, right? So you have a problem, right? You're a child. So
I have a problem.
Such a passive-aggressive cunt with it. Seriously.
How is that passive-aggressive?
So passive-aggressive.
I just point blank told him he acts like a child.
I'm like a child. Says the guy. It says nuh-uh to everything.
Now it's his turn to talk again. That's crazy.
Yeah, guys, can we actually get onto something of substance instead of talking about the personalities involved?
Well, and then Left Lane jumps in and says, "Yeah, man, when it's the Globers that are doing it,
it would be great.
It's the Globers
I'm not
doing
anything. I'm sitting here minding my own business, waiting for this to pass so we can continue a good conversation.
I'll say it again, and then watch. Nass will jump in and personally talk about me
Well,
again.
you
Left
keep
Lane won't
calling
say
their
shit.
names, dude.
So Left Lane won't say anything. So
you keep calling their names, and you wonder why they respond to you, right? I mean,
I don't say NASA's names. He just keeps interrupting me. So the
No, but you pull this
horizon
passive
is just
aggressive bullshit.
now it's his
I'm just
turn.
calling it on you.
Wow, horizon.
See, the problem is
just,
you don't
now
shut
it's his
the fuck up.
turn. Wow.
If you would say something for like 30 seconds or so, and then shut the fuck up, I wouldn't interrupt you as much. But when you get on a rant here, you go for like 2 or 3 minutes, and you're wrong by about the third word, but everyone's forgotten it already because you've already ranted for like 3 minutes. So maybe you should actually discuss and not like
concise,
lecture
man.
or homily or.
Chemo, start the
Keep
timer.
it concise,
Chemo.
Witsit. Like, don't just fucking monologue.
Let Chemo put the
Fuck
timer
these
on him.
people, dude. I'm just gonna stop coming here. You have a bunch of little gamma males. I said something that takes about 15 seconds to say it, right? And I'll say it again. The horizon is not an actual geometric location. It's just an apparent location based on optics. Trying to apply geometry to it is incoherent.
All
right. So the thing that we see, are we seeing water? The horizon. Are we seeing water?
The horizon isn't the water.
Not really.
Yeah, you're learning.
What is it then?
Yeah,
if I see the blue stuff, I'm seeing blue stuff, right? And then above that, I see the clouds. Is the blue stuff water?
Well,
do you only get horizon over water? Or?
The horizon isn't an actual position of anything. It's an apparent effect.
So, Ruhib, do you think you only get horizons over water? Then is that your position?
No. Just talking about the sea horizon.
So then, okay, so that's got nothing to do with anything.
I'm asking, when I see the horizon on the ocean, is that the water that I'm seeing that makes that blue line, the hard blue line? And I've got clouds and shit above it. Is that water?
No, the horizon isn't water. No. The horizon is an apparent location.
What's the blue stuff that I see then?
Well, now you're asking about the water, not the horizon. You seem to not understand the difference. Maybe that's why you're still a glober.
Right. The stuff that I'm seeing is water. The stuff above that line is not water. Do we agree with that?
Yeah. Is the horizon actual or apparent?
It's an actual location. It appears in an apparent position due to refraction.
No, that's your claim.
I'm just fucking straw man me again now.
Right, that's your claim, but see, all evidence ever shows us that the horizon is just an optical effect of apparent convergence where the sky appears to meet the ground optically because you can't see forever based on a variance of conditions.
Again, I ask, is that dark blue stuff that we are seeing, right, up to that point, is that water that we are seeing?
Once again, yeah, we look over water, but the horizon is not an actual position. It's an optical effect.
Okay, so I'm seeing water, right? That water that I'm seeing is physical. And light comes to my eye so that I can see it. I don't understand how that makes it not physical.
No, you still just don't get it. So we look over water, right? And how far we can see over the water constantly fluctuates optically because the sky appears to meet the ground, but it doesn't actually do that. It's just an optical effect.
So I see some water close to me, then I see some more water a bit further away, and then a bit further away I see some more water. Is there a point at which I can't see any further?
Yes.
Okay, so why do I see things that are further away that is not water, like mountains and boats?
Because... Yeah, so things move back and forth. The horizon moves back and forth optically depending on the conditions. It's not an actual place. It's just apparent.
Yes,
you guys claim that it's actual.
Of course it's an actual place. It's water. I'm looking at water. Are you claiming water is not physical?
The horizon moves up and down, back and forth, based on conditions. It's just an apparent location.
No, it's an actual location that it appears in an apparent location due to refraction.
That's a claim.
That's
your claim, yeah.
Right.
That's your claim.
The fact that light takes a curved path from that physical location to my eye does not make that location non-physical.
No, I object, Your Honor. I object. He's invoking a curved light now over a ball. I object. Yeah. This is nonsense. Now we're getting into Narnia. This is stupid. Now, see,
can I introduce something?
You try to direct the argument to a ball that's curving light over a physical obstacle. Like that's like saying I can see you on the other side of my car if I look over.
Are you denying refraction?
Yeah, can I take this in? Can I take this in a slightly different?
My
in a
point
slightly different,
exactly.
like tangent, because I feel like that has been done to death. Ruhish, are you familiar with Penrose steps?
With what, sorry?
The Penrose steps.
Penrose steps? No. What's that?
Yes, you know you get these like artistic drawings where someone does like a staircase that appears to never stop. It just kind of keeps going in a circle. It's always going up, always going down. What do you think's happening there? What do you think the effect is there?
An optical illusion. Yeah, your brain's being tricked.
Yeah, so the optics aren't reflecting what's actually happening in reality, right?
Your brain is interpreting the steps going down, right? It's drawn in such a way that can't be reflected in reality. Your brain is making a picture that can't reflect in reality.
Yeah, so you can see something optically that isn't necessarily happening physically, right?
It's an illusion. Are you saying the horizon is an illusion?
Yeah.
Yes,
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Yes, I am.
Yes, it's optical. That's the point. But like, you understand it in the context of Penrose steps, but not in the context of the horizon, which I find really.
No, he
really
understands.
strange.
He's smart enough. That's an intelligent dude. He just can't say it.
No, I understand. My brain is making a mistake with these Penrose stairs.
That's right.
But
The sky doesn't literally merge into the ground, but
Yeah. And the sky is higher than where you're standing normally, so it affects these. It makes these effects with perspective and the atmospheric conditions, like the bridge picture I post. It's an optical illusion. There's certain degrees of it depending on the conditions and your angle and light source and all the above. Surely you're more intelligent than me, so if I can figure it out, so can you, right?
Yeah, I understand Penrose steps can't exist in reality. I understand that.
Welcome.
And the ground doesn't literally merge into the sky in reality either.
Right. Well,
yeah, I mean, the reason I brought up Penrose steps is because you talked about the necessary for physicality. Like, basically, your argument was physicality, therefore what you see, right? But Penrose
I am
steps.
seeing physical water. Are we denying?
Oh, you are so close. You understand that what you see isn't necessarily reality, and the Penrose steps are the embodiment of that. And then, as soon as we're talking about the horizon, it can't be the case. But you've just admitted that it is the case.
No, you've drawn something that cannot exist in reality.
I know! That's the point! That's why it works!
I'm looking at reality. Fuck me, I'm looking at reality. At the horizon. I'm not looking at a drawing.
Jesus, bro.
Oh, man, how
It's
you
an
know
apparent
this?
position. It's actually the water. Like, if the water is physical, yes. But it's in an apparent position optically, Ruhip. Do you get it?
Yes, I agree with that.
So it's not physical at that position.
Yes, it is physical.
Oh my god.
If I'm looking,
I'm applauding. This is fabulous. This is amazing.
If I'm
What's
looking at a
amazing
house
is left lane thinks he's right.
Yeah.
If I'm looking at a house, I'll get it out one day, right? If I'm looking at a
we're
house...
over talking you prick.
Yes, you are,
Oh,
Rakia.
sorry, take it back.
Yes, you are. Thank
Flipping
you.
you off.
If
Silently
I'm
flipping you off.
looking... Rakia, I'm going to have to turn you down. If I'm looking at a house in the distance, right? It is a physical house. The fact that the light takes a curved path to my eye does not make that house non-physical. Do you understand?
Literally, nobody said that the water isn't physical. Nobody said that. You have literally you've just poured gas on a straw man and just thrown a match at it and gone, "Way, look at that
I
argument."
actually said it was
No
physical, but
one
it's an apparent
ever
position.
said. No one ever said that the water isn't physical. That is a statement nobody made. I don't know why you're addressing it.
Like I said, I actually said the
physical
difference.
water?
I said water is physical. It's just in an apparent position, not actual position. Yeah.
Right, I agree with that. But does that physical water have a physical location, regardless of the path that the light takes?
Yes,
It doesn't have a
normally
physical
lower.
location that merges into the
We're
sky.
in violent
though,
agreement. We're in violent agreement.
Dude, you
Yeah,
just
but it
literally
doesn't
don't get it. You
merge
literally
with
don't.
the sky.
Dude, Ruif, does the sky literally and physically merge into the ground?
No.
Thank you.
When I say the horizon, we're talking about the distance to the water, not the distance to the clouds behind it, right? They could be fucking 100 k's away. Right? The
What are
distance to
you
the horizon
talking
is the
about?
distance to the water.
Okay, again, the optical illusion that the sky merges into the ground is just
I don't think that's
apparent.
an illusion.
Yeah.
Why is that an illusion?
Because the sky doesn't literally merge into the ground, Ruhif.
Did you just ask why something's an illusion? The Penrose steps just are an illusion. There's no why.
Yeah.
They just are. So look,
why is me seeing the clouds 100 k's away and the water 20 k's away? Why is that an illusion? That's literally what's happening.
This
Do not
question,
fall for this.
the question is wrong. The question is wrong. Asking why is stupid.
It's the horizon is not an illusion. It's the last piece of water, the last bit of water I can see.
If it's not an illusion, then that means you're claiming that it literally happens.
I see the water, and above that, if I look higher, I see clouds that are further away. What's an illusion about that? I don't get it.
The ground doesn't actually and physically merge into the sky. It is an illusion, an optical.
It's not an illusion.
Illusion.
The clouds are 100 k's away. The water's 20 k's away. The water obstructs the clouds. How is an obstruction an illusion? That's literally what's happening.
So you think that the water that's in the sea is literally merging with the cloud so that you can't see it?
It's blocking the clouds further off. That's an obstruction. I don't understand why you think that's an illusion. That's literally what's happening.
Because it
You
constantly
used the
moves.
word. Did you use the word illusion first? I didn't use that word. You used it.
Didn't you? You brought up.
When I brought up yeah, exactly. When I brought up Penrose Steps, you described that as an illusion. You were the first person to use the word, and now you're complaining about the use of the word.
The fact that we see clouds above the
Then he just ignores
horizon
it.
is not an illusion, right? Penrose Steps is an illusion. It can't exist in reality. The fact that we see a cloud, right, blocked by water is not an illusion. That's literally what's happening.
So you literally... You think that water that's 20 kilometers away is physically blocking clouds 100 kilometers away?
Yes. That's literally what's happening.
Right. And you're interpreting that with your eye, which can only see optical things.
Okay. So everything.
Okay. I think everything you see is optical, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
This is way too funny to me, though. Like to imagine,
I don't understand why you think
intellectual high
Horizon's an
ground right
illusion.
now, dude, is really, really detached from reality.
Why do you think it's an illusion?
Because listen, Roof, the horizon constantly moves around optically, and we know that in reality, the sky does not merge with the ground.
Right. I agree that it doesn't.
So we see the appearance of it merging with the ground. That's how we know it's not actual, because it doesn't happen.
I'll say it again. The horizon is the last piece of water that you can see. It will obstruct clouds or the sky or whatever, hundreds of kilometers away. That's not an illusion. That's literally what's happening. I don't understand why it's controversial.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie, bro.
That illusion is happening. Yeah, the illusion is happening. Yeah. It
You're taking it too far, Ruhif.
Created by perspective. It's an illusion.
That's literally what's happening. That's not an illusion.
Yeah, but I mean, it is happening though, right?
That the water will block the clouds further away. Yeah, it's not an illusion.
Your brain is being tricked. It's your brain being tricked. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. The clouds and the ground, the water don't actually merge. It's an illusion. Your brain is being tricked. Yeah, your brain is being tricked due to perspective, right?
It's not being tricked. This is literally what's happening.
Right, but we're calling it an illusion as perspective, but it's your brain being tricked by perspective is a trick, right?
No.
Yes, the ground doesn't actually rise to your eye level. Yeah, it doesn't actually do that. So it's a
I
trick.
agree. It
Your
doesn't rise
brain
eye
is,
level. Yeah.
yeah, your brain is being tricked.
I don't
This
see
is
that as a
wild.
trick.
Wow,
Why?
dude.
Why do you think this
Insane.
is an
No, I
illusion?
take back all the intelligent comments. Me saying you had intelligence. I take all
Yeah.
those back at this moment.
Yep. No worries,
And
Ricky.
I'm flipping you all out.
Yeah.
While taking a
Bro,
crap.
this is the deal, Roof, right? So you keep on asking us to apply geometry to something we know isn't actual, right? So, any type of geometric claim is dependent upon like actuality, right? Like you can't triangulate an apparent location and conflate that to reality. Well, we know the horizon is actually just apparent. So like to ask for geometry about that,
In an
it's
apparent
just
position.
incoherent on its face. It's like retarded because the sky appearing to meet the ground is just optical. Like if I look at the end of a long hallway, it looks like the sky, the ceiling and the floor start to converge towards each other. Now they don't. It's just a level hallway, but it's an optical effect, effectively an illusion. It's just apparent.
Keep
It's an apparent
monologuing. We said
convergence.
keep monologuing.
That was less than 15 seconds, and it destroyed your whole religion, buddy.
Right. I can give you geometry for the horizon.
But why aren't you responding to the point? You're just talking about his perceived monologuing. Just respond to the actual point.
Yeah, I can give him geometry for the horizon.
We'll talk about the hallway.
Yeah, can you give me geometry for the hallway?
Sure.
So you can give me geometry and tell me where the horizon of the hallway is?
There's no horizon in the hallway.
Well,
Unless
it'll
it's
look like
infinitely long and it just fades off.
it'll look like the ceiling and the floor converge.
No, they never will, though, right?
So, well, no, not in reality. They will never will. That's right.
So what is
Okay.
the horizon of a hallway?
That's my point. Do you see how dumb your question is?
That flat Earth shouldn't have a horizon? Is that your point?
Oh my god.
How do you get a horizon on a hallway?
Okay.
That's scripted because if the hallway is infinite far, your eye, it will rise to your eye level and then merge together. Yeah,
If it's infinitely far,
that's
yes.
the horizon point. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
is
the
the Earth
horizon point.
infinitely big? Like,
Do
tell me how. Show me some prediction for what we see in
Oh my
reality with
God.
the horizon.
You see it.
Why would we predict it? Like it moves around constantly, right? So it's
Right.
like we know it's
So
not an
assume-
actual place. So to use geometry to denote an actual place is incoherent.
Does it move around due to atmospheric conditions?
Yeah.
Okay. Assume typical atmospheric conditions and make a prediction.
May I ask you a question,
Amazing.
Ruhi?
This is script robot, just like all the rest.
Do you agree the ground is not rising up to the center of your eye, right?
On which model?
On your model.
Does the ground rise up to eye level? No. The ocean, no. It doesn't.
No, right?
I should have said it did earlier.
And do you agree that sky doesn't either go down, right, to your eye level?
The sky?
Yeah, in reality.
There's no surface to the sky. I'm not looking at anything. What do you mean?
I love
the
it, man.
sky and the ground rise at the middle, right?
All right, Clayton, clouds.
To create a horizon.
All right, they don't.
I'm at the middle of your eye.
Yes or no?
They don't meet at the middle, so no.
They don't meet at the middle of your eye?
They don't meet at eye level.
Where do they meet?
Below eye level, predicted by the globe, obviously.
So the sky goes below the middle of your eye, and the ground is below?
It depends
lower?
which way you're looking. I can
That's
see
not
sky.
what Kosho said earlier. It says they meet in the middle.
I can see sky below my eye level. Below horizontal.
Yeah, because you can't.
Sure.
It merges in with the land. You can't make it out usually. But the point is, the horizon point, vanishing point, are the same thing, right? Middle of your eye.
We're talking horizontal here, right? Or just which direction I'm looking?
We're talking about
horizontal, right?
Perspective, where the sky and ground appear to meet at the horizon.
Yeah.
That's the center of your eye.
Right.
That's the center of your eye.
I can be looking up in the sky.
Listen at it.
Right, that's not the center of my eye. Are we talking about horizontal?
The
Doesn't matter where I'm looking.
horizon. Are you listening? Got mud in your ear? Or are you scared?
No. I'm heaps scared of you, Ricky. Heaps.
Yeah, the horizon. Well, you seem to be. The question that guy asked is the same question I'm asking. You haven't answered either one of us. The horizon, where it apparently meets, right? The sky and ground apparently meet. Is that the center of your eye?
No.
That's not line of sight?
I can be looking up in the sky, right? That's where I'm looking. That's not the center of my eye. The horizon's not the center of my eye. You're conflating where I'm looking versus horizontal. Which one are you talking about?
What? You're looking out horizontal towards the horizon.
Horizontally.
Where the sky,
Okay, horizontally.
Where the sky appears to meet the ground, Ruhith.
Yep.
At that horizontal point. Is that the center of your eye, sir?
No. Horizon is below horizontal.
There you go. There's your answer, sir.
Thank you.
Is it below all the time, or does it rise up and down?
It's technically can be above eye level sometimes, but you've got to be pretty close to the surface.
So it can go to the center of your eyes as well, right?
It can, yeah. It's pretty rare.
So
he said it can go above. It not only goes to the center, it can go to above. And Kosho earlier said that it was the center of his eye.
What?
I agree. I actually agree with Kosho. I say it rises towards eye level just because you're always above the horizon, but the apparent optical illusion part is, I think, at the center of your eye.
I was saying that, Rakia, asking that because just like the ground in actuality doesn't rise up, the clouds in actuality don't go down either.
Exactly. It's just an angle change due to distance.
It's just perspective what is making you see that way.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
So the clouds appear to have a lower elevation angle as they get further away.
No, that's you clowns saying that. No.
Well, no, that's kind of what perspective is, an apparent angle change. Well, it's not apparent, actually. It is an angle change if the viewer is stationary. And the cloud, you just take a freeze frame, and the clouds aren't moving. That angle, if the cloud gets further away, like a cloud closer to you and further away, the one closer to you is going to have a different angle. And when that angle gets so acute or small, then what is it? I'm sure the smart guys in the room would know, 0.02 or whatever. Then you can't resolve the information, hence bottom-up obstruction that he was asking for earlier. And there you have it.
All right. So when you said the angle gets really small and tiny, can it go negative? Can I ever see a cloud below my eye level, below horizontal?
I don't think so.
Well,
I don't think so.
How about I take a photo
Depends on the effect that you have that day.
Well, maybe if the conditions are right, but I mean, if you just due to perspective, it can't.
Okay, so if I show you a photo tomorrow of clouds being below horizontal, what happens?
Yeah, I would say that's caused by the atmosphere, an optical illusion. It's not due to perspective.
Okay, if I show you 7 days in a row of clouds being below eye level,
what
will you say?
Probably damn near the same conditions, right?
If I show you any fucking day of the week, clouds being below eye level. It happens all the time.
And that's optical illusions happen all the time. I agree.
Okay, please show me the geometry.
Can you post one right now?
Who sends geometry to an apparent position?
Ruhif, can you post one right now?
Hang on, I got to go in a sec because my headphones are running out. Hold on.
Yeah, see you later.
Hang on. Speaker. Where the fuck is it?
Why do you not, if you agree with optical illusions in the distance, especially in the distance, why wouldn't you call that an optical illusion? Like your brain being tricked.
It's not, my brain's not being tricked.
Are you sure about that? How do you know?
The clouds.
Yeah, that's the trick. The water is appearing to rise, and the clouds are appearing to go down due to angle change. And then you get that merging point near eye level. Depending on the conditions of the day, it's affected and refracted and miraged and all that. So that's where the problems are going to occur, right? At the horizon. But as you look up, you almost let me finish. But as you look up to a different angle where that information is able to get back to the viewer and your brain isn't as tricked as much, then you have less and less optical illusions. And you can make out where the clouds more closely actual position would be. Sizes, shapes. They don't look like they're merging with the ground and becoming gray. Like the haze.
You gain altitude and you can't understand why you would see more because you're looking over.
You do see more. You're changing altitude, you're changing your angle. You do usually see more unless the conditions determine that you can't.
You're not allowed to use angles. No geometry, remember?
No, you
angles.
can. No, the angle is definitely changing, but you're
No
trying
angles.
to use angle measurement to get to an apparent position. You can't do that.
Exactly.
You're not allowed to use angles. No geometry,
No,
champ.
that's a
Are you glitching out? Did you not hear what I said?
And show me the geometry. Show me the geometry that explains your bullshit.
Dude, if you say that one more time, I'm really gonna it's crazy that you might be a robot.
I can just expose him though. You said my eyes are not being tricked. So Ruhif, in your paradigm, there's an actual position of Earth curvature obstructing our view. But in reality, when we look out there, right, the horizon constantly moves around, it goes up and down and fluctuates. So are your eyes being tricked?
No.
So the Earth's breathing in and out for real?
No.
So then your eyes are being tricked.
No. The light is taking a curved path to your eye.
And tricking your eyes into thinking it looks different than it really does, right?
Are you talking about the horizon moving with refraction?
We're talking about every time the refraction causes something to trick your brain into showing a building or anything else in a position that it's not in, that you already agreed to and now are disagreeing with.
Yeah, you might call that an illusion, yeah. If it's appearing in an apparent position.
Oh, it is an illusion. Thank you, Ruhif. You've been great. After all that, it is an illusion.
The horizon
sophistry of this guy, just the wizardry that comes out of your mouth every time you're here is so apparent now. People are laughing at you, Ruhif.
Really?
I'm still not a flat earther, and you guys get laughed at.
We don't want you, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, if you ever figure out the Earth is flat, we don't want you, man.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no, you can call the apparent shift in the horizon in its sort of the angle to it adjusted by refraction. You can call that an illusion if you want, sure.
Great, that's what it is. We might as well call it that.
No, the actual position of the horizon, right, is a physical location.
Oh, okay, right? Show it to us.
Where we see it is different. That doesn't mean it's not physical. The light is taking a curved path to your eye.
Yeah, we heard it before.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you're trying the fact that you're convinced that geometry must explain these illusions is what tricks you into thinking that there's only one way to see it.
Exactly.
Right.
That's what it is.
The fact that you guys are talking about the shape of something and cannot bring any geometry to the table says everything.
Oh, so it's about the winning of the argument against a flat earther who must be stupid because a lot of people say that still.
We don't claim a shape, Ruhif. Do you think flat is a shape?
Oh, fuck it, call it an aspect then. With it, whatever.
Okay, so you just said we're talking about shapes, but refuse to use geometry. But we're literally not talking about a shape. We're saying your shape claim's wrong, but we're not making a shape claim.
Right. Anyway, I would love to see some geometry. I'm not going to do it.
Right. Anyway, I'm going to straw man your position, and if you don't accept it, I'm just going to leave.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to leave anyway. Go shopping. What I was going to say was
like really important.
Hey,
Ruhif, can I ask something? Why out of the so many spacewalks or whatever the ISS, when they have to repair something or when they have to do something, why does not one actor not turn around with their video camera when they're filming it? Why doesn't any of them turn around to show that beautiful infinite expansion of space and the sun that's 93 million miles away? Why does nobody turn around to share it with all of humanity?
Ruhif can't know that. I mean, he's not. I mean, how would Ruhif know that?
Not high enough level. Apparently.
How would Ruhif know why astronauts do or don't do anything? I get your point.
Yeah, well, it's a question. It's a question to make him realize that nobody does that. And the question at hand is, why don't they do that? Why? Okay. They could easily show us the space that they talk about. But you know what happens in movie and film? It's called the fourth wall. Why don't they ever show the fourth wall, buddy?
All right.
Are you drinking alone?
Do you want me to answer the question? Yes? No?
No.
Oh, okay.
It was rhetorical.
Something like, well, if it's to satisfy flat earthers, that's not their main mission. Is to get people that are filled with incredulity, satisfied somehow.
All right. There are plenty of astronauts that take footage through the cupola. The end. See you later. Bye.
Hey, thanks, Ruif.
The end.
Thank you for dipping out. Thank you for dipping out when the truth becomes too evident for you. Thank you.
Yeah, he was trying to do that even before you got here.
He's been here a long time. He ain't scared, but he can't act intelligent and well versed on the topic and then obfuscate certain questions because
you caught
those
him
are
in
the
a contradiction.
questions. Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable to me. I mean, the script using too has gotten epic. Like, someone else will come in right now, we can have the same discussion, and they're gonna get to a point when they can't answer, they'll use the same scripted, verse to get out. It's getting crazy.
It's like I'm so confident in giving up all common sense with this argument. The common sense does not apply here, and I'm really confident about that.
Well, I don't know how long y'all been here,
right?
I don't know how long y'all been here, but enjoy this time, right? Because it wasn't like this 4 and 5 years ago. They had the upper edge with the arguments and could straw man everything, and 4 or 5 would be against. Now the worm has turned. DP made Ruhif spit and stutter. He made Ruhif spit and stutter this morning and not be able to answer, and we've been doing the same thing here. I mean, this is their top guy, man. Ruhif is their top guy.
Yeah,
who made Ruhif stutter earlier?
You know what is?
DP did.
You know what is so ridiculous that he thinks that perspective doesn't create a horizon. It's so ridiculous because if you think in the hallway, right? We see the floor go up, and then we see the roof go down. And if you think logically, if you make that long enough, they will meet at one point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can look down a warehouse that's long enough to do that.
Well, you gotta think the sky is way above. Right, when you're in a hallway, you're basically in the middle between the floor and the ceiling. So that's your sky, right? But out in the reality, in the atmosphere, your sky is way above. So it's a little different. You have to understand that, and then throw in the atmospherics. Voila, you got yourself your optical illusions and mirages that we're all seeing.
I can't believe we had 5 ballers.
I just want to point out
we had 5 ballers in here saying there was no horizon on a flat Earth. Like, all agreeing on that the other day. Like, that wouldn't be already known.
Wow.
That's the script. They're not thinking logically. They're just going by the script.
Is crazy.
Yeah, all they have is scripts.
That's what I find interesting is that the second I asked a question that should be that he just had to dip out because there's no fucking answer to it. There's no explanation. The fact that no one out of all the years of them, they had so many opportunities to show the world their amazing accomplishment. Like, if I went over to the Grand Canyon and never showed you the fucking Grand Canyon, that should raise a red flag to you. Honestly, it should make you think like, wait, why would you want to show us the beauty and the amazing fucking view that you have? Because nobody else has that view. Only them, the astronauts/actronauts, ones with show it.
I know you might be a little drunk right now, but it's all right, bro.
They don't need to prove. What was that?
I said, no, you might be a little drunk, but Rufus was here for a long time before I got here.
Yeah,
he's been saying that he had to dip.
Let me give you an advice. Yeah, don't get drunk in Discord. It's not a good look. Go enjoy yourself, man.
Yeah, because what ends up happening, even in my drunken stupor, when I point out something that's so logical, you're drunk. Even though if I was sober and said the same fucking thing, they still don't have an answer for it.
The problem is you won't remember it.
Well, no, I'll remember it. I'll remember it.
Sucks.
Because that's my mind state. See, the beautiful thing about the truth is you don't have to remember a lie. That's the beautiful thing about it. That's the beauty of it. You never say it, drunk or not. The truth. That's it. Bottom line.
This is the guy who's critiquing me for talking more than 10 seconds.
Hey,
Yeah,
can any baller explain? Can any baller explain the moon how it has to speed up to Earth, around the Earth as orbit the sun? So it's
Hey,
going.
you're
If
robotic, by the
we're
way.
traveling. Okay, am I roboting still?
Yeah, a little bit, yes.
Am I okay? Okay. So if the Earth is spinning around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, then that means the moon that's traveling at 2,800 miles per hour has to speed up to 60. Its loop around us and then slow back down once it's past us. Can we talk about that? I may be drunk, but I'm not stupid, and I think I make a valid point that the spinning of these fucking celestial balls in this vacuum space, that it doesn't make sense that they have to speed up and slow down. Can we talk about that, please? Anyone not drunk can talk about it, please?
I don't know if there's any ballers here to try to defend that, but yeah, it's a good point. We heard most of it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they can. I was personally hoping to just quickly do a post-mortem on the little Ruhiv discussion before we moved on. But I didn't want to interrupt other people to do it.
Yeah, do that, please.
Yeah. I think the Penrose Steps argument is one that we should probably use a little bit more, because at the point where they are forced to admit that what you see isn't what's really happening, they then have a disconnect between what they're asserting must be happening on a globe and what is happening optically, what we see. So I did find his answer interesting, where he was kind of holding two contradictory positions in the same conversation and had no problems with it.
Yeah,
he
was saying you can call it an illusion, but it's not really considered an illusion in the way he thinks about it. So it's not, even though you call it that and it's the same thing, I'm saying there's a geometric explanation for the apparent position, not the illusion that you accept it for.
Well, did you guys see the underwater photograph that I posted? I think it's maybe a little bit more straightforward to the point.
Sorry.
You're gonna get muted, bro.
I can post it again if you want.
What about it?
Post it again. Did you see it?
The guy that's doing deep sea diving. Yeah.
Yeah, swimming upward. So that entire ocean floor for, I'm sure, like miles in expanse is equally lit up. Even in the distant dark area that appears to be dark from your perspective, right, where the photograph's been taken from, it looks like there's only a circumference of light, right? But if you swam in the direction of the darkness, the floor would be lit up wherever you went, right?
Right.
And so I think that's even a more like obvious optical illusion, where you're seeing darkness where there is no darkness.
Yeah, it's more collimated. The interference is collimated, so you can only see it almost an exact distance away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's like, do you think that the ocean floor is actually unlit about 30 feet in the distance?
Nope.
Right, it's not. It's just as well lit as the lit floor right in front of the photo.
Just like when you walk along in the sunlight on the water, the little rays of sunlight follow you as you walk.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not it's not like that same light that you saw coming up to your feet in one position is the same exact light particles that are also coming up to your feet when you walk 10 feet from there. it's a perfect example of the ether instantaneous illusion, because your eyes are seeing off the reflection where there was no light, but the angle that you have at a different point is now illuminating that area. But it's not like it would look illuminated from your position away from me. That area is dark compared to you. I'm seeing the light and you're seeing the dark in the same exact spot on the water.
Yeah. And in this picture, right, wouldn't you expect to be like, there might be some other factors to involve in shifting the answer, but if you can only see, if the horizon begins in water only like 30 feet away from you, then if you could somehow know like the density of the water compared to the density of the air plus the impurities of it, then you would have a prediction on a flat Earth of how far the horizon would be, due to the same effect going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you talk about like statistical models, as you seem to be doing, like applying like the thickness of the medium to like a statistical model, or whatever, you'd need to know whether the let's just say, for lack of a better technical term, the clarity of the water is like perceived linearly with linearly with the thickness of the atmosphere, let's just say, for lack of a better term, or if there was some kind of exponential factor going on. I don't know how you would do that without taking like many different results.
Right. Yeah, that's good advice, bro. And that you're totally right. But it doesn't even need to be. I don't even need to take it that far, right? That's me trying to take it too far. I probably shouldn't without that information, which I don't have. But still, the first point, stands on its own. It's like you think that the ocean floor isn't lit by light after 30 feet in front of the camera. Yet it is. That's a very strong illusion, and actually has to do with the horizon itself.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, no doubt. From my
he would
point
tell you, right? He would tell you that that's the curve of the Earth you just found in that underwater photography.
Can I interject real quick? I think the most amazing optical illusion that we all can relate to, even as kids, is when the straw is in a glass of water and you see two straws. How is that not such a pivotal moment in life when you realize that
You just said see two straws? I've only ever seen one.
What?
Kinks. You
no,
said
what he means.
Yeah.
What he means is that you see a straw. Yeah, what he means is that you see the straw, like you see effectively a straw in the water that's a different angle to the straw above the water.
Yeah, it's just mirroring. You can do an arrow on a piece of paper and slide it behind it, and the arrow changes direction.
Exactly. Can we not? Can we?
Right?
Baller, flat earther, triangle earther, concave, convex, whatever you want to believe in. Can we not agree that optics in the light bending in water is the most fucking amazing trickery of our minds? And because that happens, how are we still arguing points when it comes to optics? Because clearly the sky has that same effect on us when we're looking at things at great distances. That's why when you're looking at it from in your point of your point of reference, your perspective, from your stance to straight ahead, okay, there's nonsense going on. But when you stretch that across left to right, for instance, on a curvature for 17 miles, how does that not raise a red flag in a baller's mind that being on a ball? I don't get you guys, bro. For reals. No disrespect. I just don't get it.
Well, they use that exact example as a way of saying that the reason that it's diffracted this amount, because we know the standard refraction, that you can't say there's not a real horizon because the straw is really in the glass and it has a real position. But we can calculate what the apparent position is. Therefore, you can't say there's not an actual horizon because there is a physical curve. We just can't tell you exactly where that is because it's only within this range that the optics are allowing us to say are possible.
But here's the caveat. Guess what? The water in the glass is flat, regardless. So there you go. Boom. Mic drop. Enough said. Case closed. Bottom line is still flat. That's
There you
it.
go.
No more. Why do we
You're
still even push
roboting
the
a little
argument?
bit still too, but that was a good punctuation point there. And did you copy Ali B's icon on, or did you guys both just decide on the same one? I just noticed you guys had the same exact icon.
No. B copied me. That's why way earlier I said nice picture, LEB. They never responded. Beautiful, nice, because I share the same position where it's the famous flat map.
Yeah, that's good. I like it. Yeah, you're roboting a little bit still too. I don't want to get in an emoji ward or whatever.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah,
It's interesting.
signal's crazy.
They definitely jump on those examples like the straw with the water, or they'll use like an anchor in below the water off the boat, and because the anchor isn't really where you'll see it when you look at it underwater because it's got an illusion to it. That means that it doesn't mean there's not an anchor there. I love that excuse that they use, and it totally is something that's their go-to. You can't say it's not actually there because it's just refracting up, and then the curvature is what causes it, regardless if it's the actual place or not. That is just ridiculous.
This is what separates those that are sticking to the programming, regardless of what their reality shows them to their eyes. This is what separates those who are brainwashed and those who get it. Those who realize, wait, we have to question what we're being told because our eyes are seeing something different. And that's why I say, don't piss on my head and tell me it's fucking raining. Don't fuck with me like that. My reality is clearly showing me something that you are trying to convince me that is, but it in reality it isn't. And all they rely on is their bullshit indoctrination, which arguably we all have been there. We all fell for it. But those that have broken free from the brainwashing indoctrination, we can now step looking from the outside in. We see the nonsense, and then they are just stuck. It's like they are the men. What's that one very old fairy tale of the man that's in the cave seeing the shadows, and they don't even realize what the fuck their reality is?
You talking about
That's where we're at
Plato's
right
rave?
now. Yeah.
Don't think you heard what I said.
I gotcha. Plato's rave. The disco
Sometimes
ball.
I think I get smarter. Sometimes I think I get smarter the more I drink because I just see things a little bit more different the more I drink. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but
Yeah, you might want to take a second opinion
Yeah,
on that. I don't know.
I think you might want to take a 12-hour self opinion on that. Maybe listen this back and see how you feel like you sounded like. No.
It just seems like the more I drink, the more I realize how much bullshit is being shared in the ballers world, and then I point out logic and understanding and reasonable, you know, things that you can see with your own eyes. Like this what if I'm drunk and I can see the truth. Imagine a sober person looking with their same eyes and they cannot see it. That just makes me question them. Like, wow.
Well,
Then in that case, you're blind.
They're drunk on scientism for sure.
Yes, they're drunk in brainwashing. They're drunk in their brainwashing, and they will not concede to reality or logical reasoning because that's just what it is. They just can't, and they won't until maybe one day they wake up. And maybe that's why we're here every day grinding and arguing and debating, because we're just trying to show them the truth that we've come to see.
Yeah, it's reverse engineered to make all of their positions completely antithetical to common sense. So yeah, that's what they're stuck with. Because it's like a thread. If you pull one thread, the whole thing comes apart. So they have to stick to all the talking points, and it's really it's very orthodox.
Yeah. That's factual. Now, can we please discuss the moon and its speeds that it would have to take to circle around the moon to catch up to it, as well as all the other planets and I mean these speeds of which we have to. I mean, think about it logically, okay? I'm too drunk right now, but I'm still not that stupid. So I mean, maybe I am, but if the moon is spinning around the Earth, once it comes behind it, no different than a track fucking athlete, they have to run faster to get ahead of it. And that means it's going from 2,800 miles per hour or whatever the fuck their calculation is. It has to go from 2,800 to 69,000 miles per hour around to catch up in front of it. And then it slows down again back to 2,000 miles. Now, correct me if am I too drunk? Am I drunk right now? Am I stupid right now?
Yeah.
Please correct me. Am I an idiot?
Yeah.
Well, listen, bro. Your point is interesting, and we could talk about this, but your delivery is awful. Right? The point's good. The delivery's shit.
Okay. Can someone jump in with maybe a more sober conscience delivery? Because I'm just saying, I know I make sense. In my head, it makes sense.
Just sober up and come back tomorrow with the same point, because we want to hear it from you.
The moon
Well,
doesn't
I don't
increase
think-
speed or decrease speed.
Yeah.
It stays in
Now,
its
okay.
It takes
Okay.
It takes around 27 days to make one orbit. There's
Yeah,
no
I mean, maybe we
friction.
can. Sorry, Pizzizzle, I'll let you finish a sec.
That's
Pogfon, can you just pop yourself on mute, please, bro? I think everyone here is kind of getting to the end of their patience with the kind of drunkenness. So, listen, but please just pop yourself on mute. Yeah, Pizzizzle, please go ahead.
Well, that was basically it. It was it doesn't accelerate or decelerate like a satellite or a space shuttle in orbit or something. It's actually falling away from us slowly as well.
No, he's got a point.
That's it.
I got a question for you, dude. So, they say that the tides are caused by the moon.
Yeah.
So, I just want to know if this makes sense to you. They claim that, the moon's on one side of the Earth and it's causing the tides. And, of course, we have tides of the same magnitude at the same time on the opposite side of the Earth, on the other side of the moon. So what they claim is that the moon is pulling the water towards it, but at the same time, it's actually pulling the entire Earth towards it, which displaces the water on the other side as well to give us tides. So that seemed legit to you?
So, yeah, what's happening is the moon's gravity is compounding on top of the Earth's gravity on that side, right? So it's like adding to the already existing gravity there. And so water bulges there because of that. Do you get it?
Wait, so now gravity's cumulative? Fucking A.
Well, yeah, when the moon's gravity is added to the Earth's gravity.
No, it wasn't as if you were going to respond after that. That's a moment of silence for your dumb ass. Anybody else want to talk?
No, the globe side has an answer for everything.
No, it doesn't have an
That's
answer
the
for what I
problem.
did. There's waves at the same time, right? There are tides at the same time on the opposite side of the Earth with the same magnitude.
Yeah. So you have to think of it as two arrows pointing downward on that side, and then two arrow. You know, do you get it? So it's like adding to the gravity, so it's increasing. It's
Try again.
causing a bulge there.
You can add to gravity.
Do you understand that the Earth's gravity and depending on where the moon is, he explained it to you. There's a bulge on both sides.
All right, so how much gravity sauce is on this stuff now?
I'm
So can I just take this for a sec? Yeah, we already know what you think is happening. What I find interesting about Globers is that they think if they declare what they already think is happening, that we should therefore accept it.
Oh, well, maybe I'm explaining it wrong then.
No, you're explaining it perfectly. Witsit's pointing out why it's batshit insane, and you're just re-declaring what you already believe, like it's a rebuttal.
That's what I have understood.
Yeah,
No,
I'm just letting you know.
I'm not saying that you haven't understood it. What I'm saying is that just declaring it again isn't a rebuttal.
Well, he said pizzizzle. You know how there's a bulge and blah blah blah, and I was like, yeah. So this is how I explain it. And
yeah, to be fair, I'm just asking if it makes sense.
If you'd like to treat me like I'm fucking NASA shill, then go ahead. You know.
No,
Dude,
you're way cooler than NASA shit.
Yeah, come on, man. I don't feel like I'm really being that unfair to you. I'm just pointing out that I think that just declaring something isn't the same as proving something, right? So if we're gonna go into this, then you need to understand that many a Glober will just observe and declare, and then be absolutely flabbergasted that we don't just go along with it, you know?
Well, if there's another explanation, if you want to say like there's an electromagnetic force or anything like that, then I would love to hear the other alternatives and, you know, post the diagram maybe.
I guess what I'm just trying to explain is that it doesn't make any sense that the moon is pulling the Earth towards it.
Oh, yeah. So something crazy is going on there, yeah. And why isn't it falling back? It apparently there's no friction or anything, so it maintains its orbit. I don't know how the effects can be so great on our oceans and on the tide, and how it can maintain its orbit.
Then it doesn't mess with lakes. So I mean, but the point is that like most Glovers actually don't know this. Because our magnet, like, okay, I read a paper from Harvard, and they're like, yeah, we don't really know, basically is what the paper says. It's like, here's a bunch of the theories, here's a bunch of what's wrong with the theories. So Harvard's like, yeah, our tide theory is pretty trash. Contrary to popular belief, you know, textbooks typically won't tell you this, but they're like, but if you ask the Globers, it's perfect, and they have it all figured out. But no. And dude, the moon pulling the Earth towards it so that it displaces water on the other side of the exact same magnitude as the side closest to it is ridiculous.
Have you heard Tyson talk about the constant bulge tide theory?
Well, yeah, it is constant. So like we only see it. Yeah.
I was hoping you'd say that. The rest of you, have you guys heard that?
No, but it sounds like he's talking about his personal life.
The gravitation.
No, but for real, Tyson says, Neil deGrasse Tyson, excuse me, that the Earth has a constant bulge of tide of water, and that the Earth rotates into it and out of it
on both sides.
Oh my! That is a perfect. Oh, that is amazing.
I kid you not. He's on tape on an interview saying that.
Is this? Sorry, go on. Go ahead. I was just going to say, is this like better or worse than the magic speed excuse? I'm not sure.
Good question. Here's a little meme of it, a little diagram of it.
Good.
This is very important for the globe, right? Because you know this is like a huge piece of the globe right here, because they claim that's why the moon we only ever see the exact same side of it forever, is that it's tidally locked in such a way that if it was going 1/4 a mile per hour faster or slower, we'd see the rest of the moon. Yikes.
Fantasy stories that people believe. It's incredible.
Yeah. Also, they say the moon has the least eccentricity in its orbit, meaning the moon has the closest to a perfect circle orbit around its host planet, and it's somehow our moon, along with all the other 1 in a trillion chances, happens to be the most perfect orbiting moon, or even body around another that we're aware of. But the reason they had to claim this is because they backed themselves into a corner, because something close to you that changes its distance has a real drastic change in angular size. While if something close to you up in your face moves 1,000,000 miles away, it gets really small really fast. But if something 93 million miles away from you backs up another million, well, it doesn't change much size, And because the moon isn't, obviously changing size throughout the year or anything, they had to say, oh, well, that's because that one, it doesn't change its distance. It's actually the most perfect. It has the least eccentricity of any orbit we're aware of. They back themselves to a corner there.
Well, I mean, the moon does actually change size at times, with the supermoon and other kind of various effects. But I suppose your argument would be that it's not coinciding with the orbit, right?
Yeah, it doesn't have like an oval-shaped orbit like everything else is said to have.
At the top of the hour, I posted a video explaining what my dumbass is trying to explain. Maybe you could watch it and then listen to that, not me,
I got
because
you,
it
bro.
explains it better.
I
What
can
was that?
explain it simply. I said I got you, bro. I can explain your point simply. You're just saying that if you took 1 month of the year, you can imagine as a pretty straight line of the Earth going along its orbital path of the sun, right? Forget this slight curve, just treat it as a practically straight line. So then that's comparable to a car that is driving straight down a road at like 2 miles per hour. Doesn't matter how fast, as long as it's moving forward, right? And then you put your car in cruise control, going in a straight line at an even rate, and then you hop out of the car and you try to run circles around that car. So
exactly.
So it'll do some of the work for you when you're coming from the hood around the driver's side. In fact, to keep angular rotation pace, you'll actually have to slow down to keep that same angular pace when you're coming around from the hood around the driver's side door towards the trunk, the back. But to keep the same angular pace around the car, when you're coming around the other end from the trunk to the passenger side to the front of the car, you're going to have to run twice as fast. So the speed.
Exactly.
Yeah. And, and they would say this is because it's being, pulled along by a gravitational tether, right? That it works out this way. But you'd expect more of a wobble, and everyone can, feel this for themselves. If you take something heavy attached to a rope and you start spinning in circles, not like a shot putter, but like a hammer throw, right? Like a hammer throw person. If you but like a long hammer, if you take like a what do they call it? Like a large hammer on a stick, like a railroad driver. You know what I mean? Just drive the stakes in. Right? If you take something like that, spin in circles, you're obviously heavier than the weight at the end of the stick. But if you try spinning in circles stationary, it's fine. But if you try to start running, if you try to start running with that in your hand, you're gonna feel the difference in weight distribution that your muscles are gonna have to compensate for. While if you're trying to walk in a straight line with that, the weight's gonna throw you off so much. It's almost impossible to walk at an even pace while swinging a heavy weight around you. So you'd expect the Earth to be just like gyrating, like all willy-nilly with this weight attached to it that's changing its speeds as the host is going straight forward. it wouldn't be so peaceful on Earth. You know, it would just throw everything out of whack, or at least the weather would be drastically changed to a very noticeable degree.
All I'm saying is for people to watch the video, and then that will explain what I'm trying to explain, because it has to. Like, I don't care what you say, it has to speed up to get in front of it, and then it has to slow down as it is, because we have a calculated speed of it, and that speed then has to be what we say it is. Once it's slow and when it's behind us, that's the speed it's going. That's so. For instance, America is seeing the moon at a certain speed. It's not whizzing by. It's going at the speed they say, 2,800 miles per hour, whatever it is. But then once
On
it
top
gets
of
out
that,
of our view, it has to loop around just as fast as the Earth is spinning to get
yeah,
back into our perspective at the calculated 24 hours spin that's going on.
nah,
And
bro,
maybe
you're
I'm
confused
saying it
on that
wrong, but I
part.
think the video explains it very well. And I think that Globers cannot truly uh, um, um, explain that. So I would like
Not,
a Glober to do
I
so.
have an answer. I have an answer.
well, it's a month-long process, not a daily process of the moon going around the
No, no, no,
Earth.
no, 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 no. That's where you're wrong. It is a daily process because
No,
the moon appears in our night every day. Within 24 hours, the moon goes around the Earth and comes back in front of us. No, no, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong,
that's
Fundy.
no one's model. That's no one's model, bro.
That's the heliocentric model. What are you talking about? Look at the
No,
video. Look at the video and
God,
come back to me. Look at the video and come back to me, and then we'll talk about it.
Too easy to explain.
it's the Earth that's spinning per day. You're gonna see it every night. You know, for 20 of the or 23 the 20th days, but it's on the proper side. You know, so there's different phases. It's
No,
not a
because
bad
in a month,
explanation.
no, Fundy. In a month, the moon has spun around us 28
Once,
times.
nah, bro.
No, we've rotated 28 times on Earth.
Yeah, Allah, in their mindset of it, yes, it has.
No, they don't think that, man. Globers don't think that. Maybe dumb ones do, which is a lot of them, but like not the halfway intelligent ones.
I'm just pointing out that the moon would have to speed up to get in front of the Earth on its rotation, regardless. Take away Earth, Moon, and Sun, and just do it as rocks in your backyard. If you want to have it circulating around an object, let's say a bucket and a basketball and a barbecue, just plug in words. These are just words at this point. These are words. Plug it in and have this calculated spinning around it. It has to speed up regardless to get in front of it. Now,
Hey,
I
bro,
know I'm kind of what?
you're confused, bro. You're just wrong and confused right now. It's okay. It's a little difficult to imagine, but you got it all messed up, bro. I'm just
Well,
telling you
watch the
honestly.
video. Watch the video and come back to me. Watch the video and come back to me. Real talk. Real talk. Don't tell me I'm wrong. Just look at the video and look at the logic of it, and then come back to me.
How much acceleration do you think there should be? Like, did you calculate something?
So, one sec, Ruhaf, I'll let you go in a sec. Apocryphon, please put yourself on mute, bro. Everyone knows you're drunk. If you're going to make the odd small contribution, no issues, but please don't go on for too long. Yeah, Ruhaf, please go.
Was that Apocryphon with his moon orbit?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did he actually make a calculation for the acceleration that we should have?
Well, I've just asked him to put himself on mute, so if you want to address someone else, yeah.
Oh,
Just hey, Ruhif, check out the video and let me know if I'm wrong. Go ahead.
Did you calculate an acceleration? I'm driving, so I can't watch it right now.
In the video, it does. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. I'll be home in like 15 minutes.
one thing that's a little bit easier to grasp is that there's a deceleration of your speed from your total speed, as a net speed of your orbit of the sun. There's a deceleration of the pace you're going at from, I don't know, what do you want to say, like 66,000 miles per hour orbit on the sun, right? It will go to 65 in a sense, speed around the sun. It'll slow down to that pace in 12 hours time, right, for someone on the equator, and then it'll go to 67. It'll accelerate up to that top speed in the next 12 hours, and it'll average out at 66. But half the time you're decelerating and half the time you're accelerating, even though you're still going plenty fast in one direction, the pace at which you travel in that direction does change every 12 hours from accelerating to decelerating in the direction of the primary movement. There's a primary movement and a secondary movement.
That's my point. That's my point.
Oh, that's just centrifugal force. Yeah, we can measure that.
Just please watch the video and get back to me. Just please watch the video and get back to me.
All right, I'll be home in about 10 minutes.
12 hours is quite a long time to evenly slow down by 1,000 miles per hour, right? So I'm not even saying that should be all that noticeable. I just want to let people know that when people come in here and say, oh, you don't feel motion because you're moving at a constant speed, when there's like 4 different accelerations and decelerations that compound and link up to each other with the different cycles we're involved in. We are always fluctuating in our speed through the cosmos, or even just around the sun.
Yeah, we can predict and measure the centrifugal force. Been done plenty of times.
Well, I'm just saying the speed changes drastically, and that's something that a lot of people claim to the contrary. That we're just moving at constant speed. That's why we don't feel movement.
Yeah, even globers that say there's no acceleration or it's constant speed, they're wrong. Right? There is an acceleration. We measure it. We predict it. It's there.
Ruhis, have you signed my petition to get rid of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star yet?
There you go.
We're trying to, because we know everything, we want to get rid of this song, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Because we clearly know what they are.
We're done wondering what you are.
It's there. There's no reason to wonder. Children shouldn't have to wonder, and I think it's a horrible thing that children have to sing "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star" every day.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you'd be willing to sign our petition.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is so freaking funny, dude.
If you tell me what the twinkle is, I'll sign your petition.
That's the best joke I've heard all day.
Refraction, dude. That's refraction.
Correct.
It should be twinkle, twinkle, black, dark matter. We should make a song about dark matter.
It should be Twinkle Twinkle, burning phosphorus. Or whatever the fuck it is. Whatever the spectrometer told us it is. And you know what? What fucking star are we talking about, right, Ruhif?
Twinkle, 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 fusing hydrogen. How I know what you are.
Twinkle. Spectroscopy. Spectroscopy. Who's the prettiest star in the sky?
And if you don't know what you are,
they invoke a model, and model doesn't represent reality. Although in their model they can create reality, because again, I will say this again and again, and I've said it before. If I build you a box with measurements, you cannot prove me wrong of my measurements, because you're using my measurements to prove my measurements. But I'm trying to tell you, the second that you point something out that doesn't logically make sense in my measurements, therefore it throws out my model. But in a global aspect, you're not doing so because my model still stands. And that's the underlining argument for everybody. I mean, come on. We are gonna that. In other words, we're all fucking chasing our tails when we're trying to use the model to prove the model. We have to step outside and then discuss.
All right. So your model is a 4x4x4 box. All right.
Yeah.
In
Okay.
reality, right? In reality, I go and measure your box, and it's 3 feet by 3 feet by 3 feet. I've disproved your model.
Exactly.
No, did you calculate in refraction?
No, I didn't.
Exactly.
Well, you suck off then. Just add whatever refraction
Exactly.
you need to make it 4x4 and get back with us with another question.
Right, you didn't measure.
I'm doing you guys
You
a
didn't measure the
favor.
dark matter.
I'm doing you guys a favor.
Hey, my point exactly. You know what?
Pay my
That's the
marina
nail in
bill.
the
If you want to
coffin.
do me a favor, pay my marina bill. Piss off with all this star talk.
Anyway,
Refraction bullshit.
when we look at the black swan, right? So the horizon's a long way away, or we look at something that's obstructed, right? Globe can explain both of those. You guys can't explain obstruction. So
That's not true. That's a lie, folks.
Well, please show me the geometry again, Rakia. Anyway,
So not explain to you obstruction, show you the geometry. You switched it right in mainstream.
Show me how something is obstructed. Show me how something's obstructed, bottom up, on your model.
Oh, we've
No
said
one
it
can.
a million times.
The
angle of incidence gets too low, and then the atmosphere gets in the way.
Yeah.
Model it. Show me how it's done.
Model it. Do you want me to draw you a picture and put some pretty little numbers on it?
Yes, please. That's exactly what I want.
Yeah, you're smart enough to do that. You're smart enough to do that.
I've tried and failed 1,000 times.
Maybe you're not smart enough to do it then.
Okay, maybe you are.
You know what's interesting? You know what's interesting is this. If I took a piece of steel that is straight, that is horizontal, that is level, and I stretch it out long enough, I guarantee you a glober will eventually see curvature in it and then claim the steel is curved. Not because it is, but because that's what they see with their eyes. Just as that song says, the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, right? And if you and the eyes in the head sees the world turning round. And in that lyric, it's clearly stating and showing to you that the optical illusion going on makes you believe of this curve that you've been told is truth and fact, even though this is a horizontal level plane. Bottom
If you show me, if you had that really long straight piece of steel, then typically yes. If you look at it, the far end will appear to be curving up due to refraction.
What's funny is I can't decide which one I don't want to listen to more now.
I love you, Dave. Anyway, I'm
Thank
home
you.
in a minute. So
Thank you.
anyway.
Hey, Ruhif, how are the shops treating you, bro?
I'm almost home.
Oh, sick.
I'm going to go in a sec.
Did you get anything nice?
What I needed, I guess, yeah.
Oh, sick. Did you get some shrimps for the old Barbie?
No, I fucking hate. We call them prawns, and I hate prawns.
I know, that was why I was trolling you. I swear I've had this. Anyway, whatever. I've had this conversation before where it's almost like in England we say shrimps on the Barbie as a troll on Australians.
Yeah.
But another prong on the Barbie.
On the Barbie.
That didn't sound English or Australian.
Yeah, no, it was terrible.
Flat Earth Egypt does the best Aussie accent I've ever heard. He could pass easily.
I have to admit, the Aussie accent drives me crazy, man.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm home. So
I do want to go there. Have you ever?
Oh, sorry.
Nah, I was saying I went to Fiji. I was like 2 hours from Australia, maybe something like that. They told us, but I've never been there.
5, yeah. Fiji's pretty good. Yeah. Anyway, I'm home. I'll see you guys later.
They get Australians go to Fiji for holiday.
So anyway, I was hoping to pick up this this observed declare in the chat with Pazizzle, if possible.
Observe the what?
Oh, just the observe and declare that we get from them all the time.
I do like his outlook on things. It's pretty easy to talk to.
Observe and declare. He just talking about how I say things matter of factly, like this is what Globers believe, or like this is what the science is, without stating like, you know, the so-called, or like, you know, I don't preface the statement by starting it like, I don't know. Ask him what he means.
Go ahead.
I mean, I think I did earlier, didn't I? Just restating what you believe, and then expecting us to just kind of be like, "Oh, okay, we'll go along then."
Yeah, but well, like what I'm stating is just what like say the textbooks would say.
Okay, but you understand that this is kind of a semi-debate format. Like, you can't just say like 1 + 1 is 3 because the book says so, and expect us not to challenge that. You know.
Yeah. So what's your point? Like, you want me to preface every sentence by Glober's state, or you know, like this is Ancient Aliens, and it's like you know, ancient astronaut theorists suggest this, suggest that. Or do you want me to just tell you what the science is of globe, you know, for the globe model?
Well, here's the reality. If tomorrow science stated a new quote unquote fact, you're going to believe it because that's what the consensus has stated. And for instance, remember when they said that the moon is now in our atmosphere? They got it wrong. And then all of a sudden, people switched up and said, yeah, that's what it is. Because this is the reality based upon what has been explained to them from the lab coats, from the consensus, from the powers that be. And what I'm trying to tell you is that you're only going to believe what your priests tell you is what is, and you're gonna deny and mock and you know, you're gonna debate with us when we're trying to tell you this is true. Look it. This is the evidence. Look it. This is what is. Look it. You're gonna say no, because science and the consensus has not said so to be, and this is a problem with our society, that we only believe what the powers that be say, and anything that negates it or goes against it, should I say, you cannot believe it. You will just turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to any explanation of it being said. And that's the problem. Am I wrong?
That's not true for all Globers necessarily, but however, like, yeah, majority of, like, say 75%, maybe even higher, I have no idea. They're a sheep, right? And they will follow whatever the mainstream science is of the day, right? So
True.
we saw a great example of that, you know, this past couple of years with the lockdowns and the whole thing. So yeah,
The
I mean, there's a lot of people that will fall for that kind of stuff, yeah. But
the lockdown
Well,
has actually.
Okay, so I have to come in because he actually addressed something to me, and now you've just taken over.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, he addressed something to me about 4 sentences ago, and then I was kind of waiting for you to stop so I could come in. But that doesn't seem to have happened, so I feel like I have to shove my way in. Yeah, I mean, you're asking me what should I therefore do? Like preface it in some way. I think the answer is really just actually investigate the thing that you're asserting in the first place. So my problem isn't how you're stating it; it's that you've not questioned it before bringing it to us.
I have questioned it before bringing it to you.
I don't see evidence for that.
And also when it comes to believing whatever mainstream media says. I definitely would. It depends on the implications of what they're announcing. If they said something that affects my life, I would look into it for sure. And say they announced the Higgs boson and like said, oh, God isn't real. I would be like, okay, I don't really necessarily believe God isn't real just because they said that. I would look into it, and I wouldn't believe anything they said about it, right? Like, I would just be very skeptical about it. And anything one more thing, anything that contradicted physics and the way I know it, like such as 9/11 truth, like anything that contradicted physics or common sense in my eyes, I would definitely look into it and question it.
Yeah, that's good because okay, that's a good topic. 9/11. Do you truly believe that jet fuel can burn steel columns to where it collapses and pancakes upon itself?
No, man, I don't. I'm 100% like I've looked into it. That was the first traumatic experience as a young kid.
Okay.
Global mind control. I don't know what it was. It definitely is an inside job. The physics didn't make sense for the planes.
Exactly.
I looked into Building 7, all of it. Yeah. So wait, there's
with that
globers
knowledge,
that understand that.
Okay, so with that knowledge of you understanding that obviously the government lied, why would anybody hold on to this belief that everything else they have told us it's questionable?
Well, no,
right?
listen. So that they lied about something that was like that I was like, okay, obviously the physics doesn't match. Look at the video of, Building 7 going down behind the reporter.
Yeah.
Everything, like so obviously with anybody who actually has all that information would be like they lied about it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I knew that because my heart told me the physics wasn't right there, and that there should have been more debris or whatever,
It's
Every
a lie.
Yeah. So I do that honestly. I'm a different kind of fucking, I don't want to brag, but God made me pretty awesome. So I do look
nice.
I do look into those things. Yeah.
Okay. So then why not look into how they lie about NASA
Or
landing rovers on Mars? Why not do that?
I do, and I have, and everything kind of fits with physics, so I continue on. I do.
Okay. So how about how we are returning to the moon? Even though they said that it's difficult due to the Van Allen belt, the radiation belt, and it doesn't beg the question that well then how did they do that back in the 60s? Because wouldn't that have been a difficult situation, and for them to get it right on one shot, like what are the chances that they were able to land on the moon and then launch back from it, reattach itself to the orbital station of which it was waiting for them up above, and then they come back to Earth, and then Buzz Lightyear and all these motherfuckers come back, and you know what I mean? Like it's Disney at this point. It's fairy tale. It's Narnia. Like all this is a story, which is why when they were interviewed, nobody looked like they accomplished something great. They all looked like they were distraught. All three of them looked like they were pressured in. They knew they were lying to the public. Their mannerisms, everything about them, they did not land on the moon. It was a lie. Now you have astronauts today with their stupid ass CGI figmented realities with green screen and
Can you stop? Can you stop that whole thing?
yeah.
Like,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
first of all, they went, apparently, according to the globe earthers, they went 6 times, not just once, through the Van Allen radiation belt. And apparently, according to globe earthers, there was a lull, or like a weak spot or some shit, right? What's the explanation we have? It's that they had some gold sheeting, gold plating, some protection a little bit.
Yeah, a
And
Home Depot tent. I know, a Home Depot tent. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I just get in?
Also,
when you're finished.
that it gets weak. It got weak at that point, so that's when they launched. I have no idea. Like they timed it in a. I forget what the actual explanation is, but it was apparently not as strong as it is now.
Yeah, but Zizzle, have you actually? Sorry, bro. Just can I get in? Because there's like. Yeah, there's a lot of people in chat, and if anyone else wants to get in, please do. But Zizzle, have you actually seen a picture of the Apollo lunar module?
Yeah, I've seen with like it's kind of looks like just a pod with gold with gold tinfoil on the bottom and shitty lead.
It looks more like copper.
Yeah, like do you really think that is legit when you look at it?
Dude, the guys back then, like, when they were going down in like the bottom of the ocean, they were wearing like the scariest fucking suits
Yes
you'll
or
ever.
no, man?
Yes or no? The thing is, I already know that I've won the second you start waffling because you know that the answer is.
I love how
you know the answer. You know the answer. Apocryphal man, I was definitely talking, dude. Can I finish? Can I finish, please? Because I know that the second you start waffling, you are trying to avoid saying no. That looks fake as fuck. I already know.
Okay, but let me say first of all, that's not waffling. I'm explaining to you, these guys were courageous as fuck. I was trying to make a greater point that those suits that went to the bottom of the ocean are very like, imagine if there was a fault and just suddenly water started coming in. It's just like a very scary or like going to the North Pole, like you need enough food and you die of hypothermia, all this stuff. They were like explorers, right? So the capsule looks like a shitty thing, but they were also like awesome engineers and builders and welders and shit. So I don't know, you launched that thing up on they were experimenting, and they launched monkeys and freaking dogs and things and saw how it was. They saw Russians do it, apparently. I'm just saying exactly what like I understand. It's not an authority of globe earther either, like, because I get shit wrong all the time, and then other globers correct me,
Yeah, but they don't know either. Like you're.
Sure, yeah, exactly.
All they're doing is basically correcting the narrative for you, but they're not actually. They're not actually giving any more truth. It's just no, dude. The script is this, and if you don't stick to this script, then I'm going to correct you. That's all that's happening there. But with regards to the actual Elliot, like the lander itself, know, looking at it, that's fake as fuck. If I said to you, I went to the moon and that's what I landed on the moon in, you would say, no, you're a fucking liar. I don't believe you.
Hey Zizzle, I get the vibe that you are actually on the fence. Am I wrong?
No, I'm on the fence about like just the overall. What is it? What kind of creation?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I think I get the vibe that you are smart and intelligent, and you actually like shit's starting to click in your head, in your mind. You're starting to realize that
you have to really do something about this, man.
Wait, hold on.
Love it. You're just
hold on.
You're dominating, man. You're dominating.
This has to be your last thing, bro. Otherwise, because it's not even me now. Like the room is moaning about this now. So please pop yourself on mute once you've finished.
Wait, hold on. Can I finish? I feel like Zizzle is on this wall because he's starting to realize the logic and reason and the understanding of things, they're not adding up. So he's questioning it, but he's still defending it. Dizzle, please, personally,
Yeah.
am I wrong, or I think I'm right. I want to say I'm right, that you're kind of on the fence of things because you're starting to see logic in shit that we say. Am I wrong?
No, it's that I like this place because of the commonalities we have. We share a lot more. Like I like when I mention 9/11 and the past couple years, and the you guys have way more in common than any other of the paid NASA shills out there. He's the best example because how he's like a real puppet, right?
Yeah, no, he's definitely he's definitely the scum of earth, demonic. Yeah, all right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
So
Oh,
I'm like,
come on, for fuck's sake, man.
I like to be.
Yeah, that should be the last straw of many straws. But you want to go into 9/11 or maybe about the Bible, or because I like the way you think. I'd like to hear more of you instead of, yeah.
We can go. I mean, what do you mean? Everybody wits it. Everybody has talked to death. If there's actually someone who disbelieves that it was, if people actually think Building 7, if there's any actual questions they have, I'll answer specific questions. I'm not gonna.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, hold on. Before you ask it,
No.
Before you ask it, before you ask that question, who told me?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to server mute you because somebody was gonna ask questions and you can't interrupt that person just to ask your question. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, wait. Pizzle, do you want to go? I mean, we can talk about 9/11 if you like. I personally, and this doesn't have to matter to anyone else, but I personally would like to go back to talking about either the moon or flat Earth or something like semi-related in that sphere. But I'm going to leave the topic to Pizzle.
That's great.
Well, I think Rocky was going to ask a question, right? Is that where we were at?
Yeah, we can just do one question and be off of it. I like his perspective on things. He's honest. And, I would like to hear on all the topics. Whatever he wants to talk about is fine with me. I was just trying to, honestly, I was just trying to talk so someone else wouldn't. My question, I saw those buildings fall. I can remember where I was on Anderson Street. Blah, blah. I remember the day. I remember what furniture I was sitting on. It's engraved in my mind for some reason, like no other event, right? Even my wedding. You know what I'm saying? My wedding day, I can't remember where I was sitting or, blah, blah, blah. But I'm in construction, so I know that the building's fallen within an hour himself just because they were hit by one airplane and jet fuel and all that narrative. That didn't add up to me then. It doesn't add up to me now. So then we move on to Building 7. I mean, I think it was, staged. It was, some type of, explosives or whatever, But Building 7 wasn't hit by a plane, wasn't hit by actually a lot of debris, right? It had some fires in it, but I mean, I've seen fires rage in buildings for, a day and really cause as much damage as I thought it would have. And then the building definitely didn't fall symmetrically. So they talk about the column collapsing, that one failure of that one column and that causing, catastrophic failure. What's your thoughts on that?
Sorry. You gave me enough time to start eating chips, so I was like,
I hear you. Take your time, man, because I mean,
yeah, it fell right into its footprint, basically, as clean as any other awesome demolition that you know what I mean? Any other
or cleaner.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
They have more failures on demos than they did on this one falling by fires. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
some
Quick question
people.
on Building 7. How many
Wait, no.
people?
Oh, how many people died in there?
Yeah, how many died in Building 7?
It's a good question. I'm pretty sure there might have been some spectators in there. There might have been people like in there that hadn't evacuated yet, and they
No,
were.
no, no. That's false. That's false.
I'm not
Everybody
aware of
evacuated.
any. Yeah, zero is what
Yeah,
I
it's
would
zero,
say.
zero. Everybody was. Hold on. Let me just jump in. I'm sorry. Everybody was called about specifically 20 something minutes before it collapsed. Everybody was asked to evacuate for sure, for sure. I know it was hours before, but within 20 minutes, everybody was asked to evacuate. And BBC is historically they were caught in camera
I'll
saying
check
that
y'all
Building
later.
7 they were reporting that Building 7 had already collapsed, even though it was still standing, and that's why people are saying it was a script. It was pre-planned, and BBC fucked up. And there was actual video of that. There was proof of that, of the reporters reporting it that it had fallen on its own footprint. And what I'm saying is that nobody died from Building 7 collapsing because everybody was evacuated. Okay, I'll shut up.
Why was the building evacuated? Who gave the order?
Well, first of all, you know that debris hit it and supposedly started fires inside of it, right?
According to the fire department, yeah.
Yeah, so fire alarms go off, everybody evacuates. However, what I was referring to is there was a video I saw like freaking maybe 15 years ago now that they were talking about like maybe the construction crew or like some kind of crew, the demolition crew, the people who set all the charges or whoever set whoever set the stuff. They were like told to just go and watch the demolition from there, and they didn't realize that that I've seen like videos about that, like where some kind of insider knowledge was taken out by people were told like Building 7 was going to be safe, and they were spectating on a floor, and then it just collapsed on them.
I've never heard of that before.
No.
Deep. It's if you go really deep. Go ahead.
No. On the contrary of what you said, they were told that it was going to collapse, so they evacuated way before it actually collapsed. And the fact that now let me tell you, I'm an iron worker. We build buildings. We know that a building will never fall on its footprint other than demolition. And the reason why is because we have something called dog bones. Do you know what a dog bone is?
Me, no.
Okay, let me educate you. A dog bone is what, when we're building the structures as an iron worker, we cannot weld upon them because we cannot fortify or strengthen that point because it is engineered to collapse at that point. And the reason why it's engineered that way is so that way you don't lose the entire building, but you would just lose that point. That particular point will collapse, but it's engineered that structurally it will hold up. And the fact that the entire building fell on its own footprint has to only be because it was demolished, meaning you destroyed the strength parts of the building holding it up. Now, you can believe me or you can't, but I'm telling you the truth. In my drunken stupor, I'm telling you absolute facts that a building, a skyscraper, will never, ever collapse on its own footprint because it's designed to collapse in a sense to where you do not lose the whole building. You may lose a floor or two or three, or 4, but not the whole building. But the fact that it collapsed completely, that's called demolition by definition. Get it?
Yeah, I can actually show you a video of another tall building collapsing straight down that was just simply on fire.
There's a building down south in America that was on fire for longer than 24 hours. 36 hours, I think, is the registered number or recorded number. It was engulfed completely and did not collapse on itself. Want to know why? Because buildings are designed to not do that. So if you want to show me a video of a building collapsing on itself because it was on fire, well, then it did not have the structural integrity as Building 7 and did not have this constructed ability or strength, should I say, as the World Trade Centers. So that whole entire argument is null and void. I'm sorry, but you've been duped and you've been lied to.
You just claimed that no building could ever fall that way. Then I'm offering to show you a video of a building that did fall that way, and you just say, "Well, that's an exception. No building could ever fall away." But maybe.
Is it also,
please,
is it also
please
like
do
steel and
so.
concrete, or is it like a wooden frame, like neighborhood house or something?
Nope. This is it's a 27-story building in Brazil caught on fire. Just posted in the video.
Was it structural still? Okay, so you do realize that there are buildings. There are buildings that are made of concrete and
it collapses straight down. Watch the video.
It doesn't collapse nearly anything like it.
It collapses straight down.
No, it doesn't collapse anything like World Trade Center 7. Nothing like it.
Falls straight down. I don't know what more you want.
Okay. So there are buildings. Hold on. I will agree with him.
47-story buildings that collapse straight down because there's no other 47-story buildings.
Here's a video. There's a quick gift of Building 7.
Hold on, buddy.
But the bar was buildings can't fall straight down, and I just posted a video.
No. Wait. Structural steel buildings. Structural steel buildings don't do that. Now, I'm not arguing that the building in Brazil
susceptible to fire. You realize that, right?
Collapse is nothing like it, though.
Hold on, buddy.
Okay.
Listen.
Yeah, it's not collapsed like this.
Was that building in Brazil concrete and wood? Because that is very well known.
Concrete, glass, and steel. 27 stories.
Somebody defending the fact that World Trade Center it collapsed on its own like that.
World Trade Center 7 was on fire for 7 hours. The fire department evacuated the building, and the fire chiefs on site predicted the building would collapse.
See, that's
and then the guy who owned it said pull it, and the news reported it. I mean, just him telling us that the news reported it.
What does pull it mean?
Before it even happened, bro. Think about that. The news reported it before it even happened, bro. I mean,
that's because the fire department predicted it collapsed, evacuated a collapse zone, and alerted everyone, including the media, that the building was going to collapse.
Okay. Well, do you understand that this building particularly fell at free fall speed? And only does it happen when you blow out the columns supporting it in a demolition environment, should I say. When you demolish a building, only then will it free fall in that fashion. So I'm trying to point out to you, as Pizzle did 48 minutes after the hour, he showed you World Trade 7 falling in free fall. That is no way possible from a fire that is on, let's say, 3/4 of the building up. That will never ever happen.
Right here,
from
listen. The free fall happens.
Engineered position.
Yes.
Do you get me wrong?
Well, 1 second.
Hold on. The free fall happens just because things are being pulverized so that they don't have to do work against things falling. So everything's pulverized as it goes down. There's no way to do it otherwise. It would just kind of fall over from the top. Anyway, go on.
Okay, yeah. So, Glack, give me 1 second. Apocryphon, you need to stop dominating the room, or I'm going to put you on mute for the evening.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's my last warning. Yeah.
I want to say that, man, it takes a lot of experience to get them buildings to fall just like that, and a butt ton of money and the explosive. Everything's got to be done just right to get them to fall like that. I mean, I've seen them fail. Companies that do it for a living and fail. So if all we had to do was just light them on fire for a day or so. I mean, dude, come on, man.
7 hours. 7 hours.
Are you at least a little suspicious about it?
Just 7 hours, not no day or two. Just 7 hours and then fall.
Let me mind you that a fire, literally, a fire will not have the intense heat of 2200 degrees that would melt the metal. Guess what? If a fire was on the 50th floor and melted the metal, it will not affect the 40th floor, and it would stand. It would stand. I'm telling you, from a structural point, it would not collapse upon itself because the metal, the iron, would not be obliterated like that. Like, do you not understand?
If you try to melt iron like with a torch, like you can't even do it with a torch unless you have like
Exactly.
a acetylene or argon, oxy-argon or something like that. You need just a regular torch, like a blast torch, even one of the weed killing torches, or like the butane torches. They barely get it even red hot, man. The iron takes a lot to melt.
Exactly.
I was surprised by that.
What if Let me ask this.
Wait a minute. Let me ask this directly related to that. Have you ever put a metal grate over a campfire to cook on or anything like that?
Iron? They make cast iron pots. They make cast iron pots for that.
Made for cooking. But I mean, like channel with like metal grate or anything like that.
Yeah, probably, man. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll sag after a little bit.
No. Hold on. Let me ask something. Have you no, real talk. Have you ever personally put a torch iron?
Yeah, yes. Yes, I've welded cast iron. I've worked with Inconel. I've worked with I-beams. Yeah.
So what is the temperature that you are needed to cut iron?
Oh, I don't know. Probably 2200 degrees, something like that. 2500.
Okay. Now, with that being said, do you realize that fire does not reach those degrees on iron?
But I'm saying you don't. But we're not talking about cutting it. We're talking about heating it to the point that its structural integrity is diminished.
I know. Now listen. If I put my torch to the iron, and I have before, I'm an iron worker. I cut steel all the time. So if I put the torch to the iron.
Have you ever blacksmithed and shaped metal and made things out of it?
I'm gonna burn.
Yeah, you're not gonna do it with regular fire, Howard.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do it with. You can do it with map gas on like 1/4-inch rod and things like that. You can do it easily.
Yeah, maybe a 1/4-inch rod, but no, dude, we're talking about girders and beams, dude. I mean, you can't even bend a frying pan, like one of them pans I was talking about, a cast iron pan, made for fires and shit, dude. And
yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm not saying that it's invincible, bro, but I'm just saying, man, you got to be at least a little suspicious over that, bro. It takes
I'm not saying that it's absolute, but y'all are saying things that are a little bit off point in saying that heat will not decrease the structural integrity of metal.
No, all I said is it's going to take a lot of effort to get a building to fall like that. All I said is I've seen videos of professional companies like set explosives and thermite and all that shit and still not get that result. And so I don't think just a fire for a day or two is going to be enough to do
This
that.
building had a lot of
No.
security.
7 hours. 7 hours only. That's all it takes.
This building had a lot of security, and there is no evidence, no testimony. No one's ever come forward to say, I saw somebody planting explosives. There's no evidence of that at all.
Wrong.
Okay.
Wrong. Okay, wait, hang on. Are you a flat earther, Steel?
No.
Okay, you guys were earlier. You were saying you wanted to ask Pizizzle a question, and you respect my opinion, and I thank you for that. I'm about to leave. I gotta say, Steel is exactly what I'm talking about when I say a sheep globe earther. He's a sheep.
Bring it, Pizzle. Bring it.
You're a sheep. When it comes to 9/11, you're completely wrong.
Tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me where I'm wrong.
Everywhere you're wrong about it.
Tell me. So the building wasn't on fire for 7 hours?
Everywhere. All right. Goodbye, guys.
On fire?
Hey, would you like to speak to an ironworker for 28 years? He's right next to me. Go ahead, Sandro.
That's fine.
He's saying that fire would melt iron, and they would.
I didn't say melt.
Go ahead.
I didn't say melt. Don't straw man me. I didn't say melt.
All we're saying is reduce the structural integrity of the structure.
Would a fire for 7 hours reduce a fire, not direct energy like a torch, a fire? Would it reduce the structural integrity of iron? Column beams, by the way, probably 1.5 inches thick for that building, maybe even more, maybe 2 inches. Would it inflict such damage to it that it would collapse on its footprint? Go ahead.
I love how he beefed it up like that.
Yes.
Depending on how thick the columns are and shit like that. So
okay.
I mean, that's why they put fireproofing on.
Exactly. That's why steel has fireproofing.
All the. What was that?
That's why steel has fireproofing, because steel is susceptible to heat.
Okay, so with all the fireproofing on it, let's say you blow it up. Okay, you put a bomb and you blow up the steel, and there's a fire, and it not only did it cut through all the what's it called? What's the fireproofing called? Oh my god, I went blank. Monocoat. It went through the monocoat, and then it gets to the steel. How long does steel take for it to collapse upon its own footprint? How tall was the World Trade Center?
The building codes in New York City calls for structural steel to be reinforced and insulated for 2 hours of building fire. That's it. Just 2 hours.
2 hours.
So that's it. That's the building code in New York.
Okay. Okay.
So that's it. And it was on fire for 7 hours. The fire department who was there on site in the building conducting evacuations, the fire chief predicted a collapse. He reported.
So how do you explain the thermite? So how do you explain the thermite recorded at its base level?
Who recorded the thermite?
The investigators.
Nope.
It is in the report. It is in the official report that there was thermite found in the area, which is why they were what?
It's not. That's a lie. There's no official report claiming that they found thermite.
Man. What are the odds of that happening? Just so I can pick your brain a little bit. What do you think the odds are of a office fire burning like that to make a building?
Why do odds matter? Why do odds matter? When something happens, it happens.
It's just an honesty test, man. If you don't mind, I just
you're forgetting the fact that it got hit by a
when the fire department shows up to a fire, do they say what are the odds this building's going to collapse, or do they make an evaluation?
No. I'm not asking for the odds of it collapsing, bro. It obviously collapsed. However,
what are you asking?
What are the odds of the office fire making it collapse on its own footprint like that? I mean, just a guesstimate. I'm not holding you to it. I'm just seeing, if I
wouldn't even know how to guesstimate something like that.
like 50-50? You think if we said 100 buildings, like I said, I'm not holding you to it. I'm just trying to pick your brain and see where you're at, so I know how to discuss.
I don't think anyone goes, what are the odds? Every fire is different. Every situation
Everybody's
is
allowed
different.
to have an opinion, bro. It's just an opinion. I think that this is my personal opinion. If we lit 100 buildings like that on fire, it's just a thought experiment. I'm just trying to see how to carry on with the experiment. I think if we did 100 buildings like that and lit them, I don't think any of them, maybe just to be fair, maybe one of them might just collapse.
Yeah, what if you?
And you're probably true.
What if you hit the building with a 737 at full speed?
I'm not an expert, bro. So just in my opinion.
What are the odds that an air attack is going to sink a battleship at anchor? What are the odds?
What's going to sink a battleship?
What are the odds that an air attack is going to sink a battleship while the battleship is at anchor? What do you think the odds are?
What kind of air attack?
Any air attack. Because I'm going to tell you right now,
is this a mosquito or is it a...
At Pearl Harbor, 7 battleships were sunk at anchor. First time in history.
Oh, let's not start with Pearl Harbor.
I would give you my personal opinion.
Let's not start with Pearl Harbor.
I could give you my personal opinion if you tell me what kind of air attack you're talking about. Like,
you mean the one that they let happen?
It's all about the odds, right?
The odds is on its favor if they let it happen. You know, they have like so much early warnings and whatnot, and then all of a sudden, you know, hey, they didn't notice those big old ships coming from whatever distance, and you know, let the planes come in and not warn any of the people in the in Pearl Harbor that they're about to get attacked. You know, that's just the odds. I think the odds on that is like fucking 90 to 100.
Every air attack before that failed to sink the battleships. Everyone in history.
Yeah, but
until December 7th, 1941.
Yeah, but if you let planes attack you, without warning that they're about to get attacked,
let the planes attack.
I mean, they have information that they were about to get attacked, but they didn't act upon it. Did they not?
How does that make the battleships sink?
Well, if they're not going to be defended, you get surprised and get attacked like with freaking 10, 20 missiles. I mean, what you mean? I'm just going to stay up?
There were no missiles at Pearl Harbor.
Oh, there were no bombs thrown at it? It was just planes.
Missiles.
It was. Well, I said missiles, but you know what I mean.
No, I don't know what you mean.
Oh, okay, whatever. They were just shot down, right? With the cannons they had, right?
The Germans had bombed Scapa Flow 50 times and failed to sink a battleship. But one time, 4 battleships sunk at anchor. Every admiral for years thought that couldn't happen. That was the prevailing theory of naval warfare.
Right, because they're waiting for the attack and they could defend themselves from it. But if you're guessing, oh no, so surprise attack does not count at all, right?
Well, in the case of 9/11, we had 2 large buildings collapse, regardless of how they collapsed. Those buildings caught World Trade Center 7 on fire. The debris struck the south side of the building, created a whole hell lot of damage. The fire department walked around the building, went into the building, went up as high as the 22nd floor, confirmed it was evacuated, confirmed there was no water available to fight the fire. The fire chief made the decision to evacuate a collapse zone. So tell me where the conspiracy fits in there.
And you can verify this information?
Verify everything I just said. It's factual knowledge.
How would you verify this? The fire department went in there and just said this and that.
There's testimony. Because?
And you take that testimony as fact, right?
I don't think the fire chief is lying when he's under oath. You?
How many people have lied on the oath? I mean, are we going to go there?
Okay. So you're going to claim that this fire chief, who's one of several people saying the same thing, is just lying?
I mean, I'm not saying it. I mean, they can be lying, can they not?
They can be.
Okay, so there's a possibility they could lie, right?
But we're talking about what happened, not some possibility.
I mean, that's
that
what they
supported by
said.
evidence.
Now the thing is, can you verify that they did this? Many people can say whatever the hell they want.
Yeah.
But the thing is, can you verify?
Because part of the testimony, one of the firemen even says that they evacuated 2 civilians who were trapped. Those two guys were Barry Jennings and Michael Hess.
Right. So when
so this is all intersecting. This is all intersecting. It all intersects.
What is it? Didn't the NSA testify that they're not listening to people or video or watching their camera? They testified under oath, didn't they?
Irrelevant to what we're talking about.
No,
now.
what I'm saying, you're saying that it's not irrelevant. Okay, it's not irrelevant.
The fireman had 360 of the brothers killed.
It's not irrelevant because you're saying that. Why would he lie?
It is irrelevant.
Why did he lie? Under oath.
I'm presenting evidence.
You're not presenting any evidence. You're presenting hearsay.
No, this is evidence. This is
how is that evidence? It's hearsay. It's somebody's mouth.
No.
Somebody's mouth saying this.
A person testifying under oath is witness testimony. It's
right.
Not hearsay.
So NSA, the chief of the NSA or whatever his name was, the chief of the NSA testified under oath that they were not.
How is that relevant to what the fireman?
Because you're saying it's testimony. You're saying that what I'm saying is I'm comparing.
If you want to claim the testimony is false, bring your evidence.
I mean, I don't have to bring any evidence because if an NSA listen, hello, are you gonna let me finish? Are you gonna let me finish? What I was saying is, if the NSA could lie and he's higher than the chief, right? Is he in governmental officials, right? He's higher than the chief, and he could lie under oath. What does the chief have to? Why wouldn't the chief be able to lie?
Presented with a big the chief of the fire department.
Doesn't matter who it is. Anybody can lie under
oath. Captain of the fire department, lieutenant of the fireman.
What I'm presenting to you is that people can lie under oath. Yes. And you saying that he was because he's a chief, he can't lie.
I didn't say he can't lie. I never said that. Don't straw man me. I didn't say he can't lie. I'm saying this is testimony under oath before a court reporter under cross-examination. This is testimony that's evidence in any court of law anywhere in the world.
It's still hearsay.
No, it's not. It's not hearsay.
Yes,
you don't know what hearsay is.
It's his word.
What is hearsay?
It's his word.
What's hearsay?
It's his word.
No, it isn't.
It's not his word?
Hearsay is out of court testimony or out of your testimony. Somebody testifying about what they did, what they saw, what orders they gave in front of a court reporter is testimony. That's testimony. It's not hearsay.
No, hearsay is secondary. I heard this.
Pearl Harbor.
Yep. Somebody said that. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Strange.
Are we done with the 9/11 chat? Can we get back to the Earth?
Yeah, sorry. I was saying it's hearsay what you're saying. I mean, it's his testimony, but it's still hearsay. I was asking you, how can you verify? You understand what I was saying? I was asking you, I was in the middle of something, but I couldn't respond correctly. I was asking, how can you verify that what he was saying is true? It might be his testimony, but it's hearsay.
Post the deposition excerpt. You know what deposition is?
Yeah, but how can you validate that?
It was filed in a court of law as an exhibit to a motion.
Okay, you still can't validate it. You cannot validate it.
I don't have to validate it. It's been validated by the fact it's been filed in a court of law and accepted without objection.
So that is true because they accepted it.
No, it's evidence. It may not be true, but it's certainly evidence. I can verify.
So you can't validate it.
It's validated.
He can say whatever he wants is his testimony, but you can't validate it if it's true or not.
I don't have to personally validate it. It's been validated by the fact that it's been filed in a court of law and not objected to by the other side.
Which court
Yeah,
case is this?
so
The one in Georgia? Is this the one in Georgia where they're in like small claims court?
No. This is a case where when World Trade Center 7 collapsed, it destroyed the Con Edison station below the building. And Con Edison and its insurance carriers actually filed suit against Silverstein, the architects and the engineers of World Trade Center 7, saying that the building was negligently designed. In the course of this case, which is a federal case, went through a evidentiary phase. There was an order issued. It was appealed at the appellate court. The appellate court dismissed the case, saying that the building wasn't foreseeable what happened. But at any rate, in the course of this investigation, in the course of this lawsuit, in the course of this, all the parties took the deposition of probably about 40 or 50 firemen who were involved in Building 7. The guys that went into the building searching for people, guys that went into the building checking to see if there was water. There's testimony from this court case, excerpts filed in the federal court system, in which these people are testifying that they in fact were in the building. The building was on fire. They thought it was going to collapse. They reported it to the chief. The chief reported it up. Nigro and Crothers and other chiefs all agreed. They evacuated the collapse zone, and they expected it to collapse, and it collapsed a few hours later. I'll cite the case.
And what does this prove?
It proves that there's testimony from firemen that Building 7 was on fire, that the fire department believed the building was going to collapse. They came to that determination on their own. They believed the building was going to collapse. They evacuated the area, and they alerted the media and every other responding agency.
Okay. And what does this prove?
That there's evidence that Building 7 did in fact collapse on its own, and it wasn't just some conspiracy.
How is this evidence though? It's just what they said. How you can't validate this is what I'm telling you. This doesn't prove anything.
Okay.
It doesn't.
So the fire department's lying.
They can be. The NSA guy lied. Yeah, James Clapper lied.
Why would the fire department lie about it?
Why was James Clapper
300
lie?
of their brothers.
Why was James Clapper lie?
It's irrelevant to the why the fire department will lie.
I mean, exactly. So I mean, it is irrelevant. You can't write any evidence that he didn't lie. I mean, you just have his word that supposedly he did.
I look forward to your actual evidence as opposed to your nah. These guys lie.
You're just saying something you can't validate. Okay.
That's all you got.
Yeah, I mean, it's just your word. I mean, you probably got a hefty paycheck for lying.
So, what do you think happened? They put TNT or something?
Just look like controlled demolition to me. If it quacks like a duck, and moves like a duck.
This is a building that had intense security, and there's no evidence, there's no testimony from anyone that explosives, that something was untold was taking place in the building prior to 9/11.
Other
No
than it just
evidence.
felt like control.
No one's testified. No one's come forward. No one that works in the building, no one that was a janitorial staff, security, or whatever, has come forward to say anything about, yeah, there were unknown parties going tearing walls out and placing explosives on steel structures.
Other than all the people that what do you call those people that was saying that looks like controlled demolition. There were actual what do you call those, engineers and whatnot.
Those engineers weren't there that day. They aren't witnesses to anything. They're making a conclusion from faulty evidence.
Well, something can look like a controlled demolition even though it isn't. Like also the building in Surfside, Florida that fell. That looked like a controlled demolition, and it wasn't a controlled demolition.
The evidence they've got is actually the evidence in which the case that you're making was made on, wasn't it? Why is it faulty evidence? There isn't a differential evidentiary record that you're referring to in which is the faulty record. Could you please point me to the faulty record in which you just spoke of, please? Thank you.
What about those art students? Wasn't there something
No,
about?
no, let's get him to provide the faulty record in which you just spoke on, please, because that would be brilliant. I want to know why it is that other people equivocate in this situation any differently than the people who have done it correctly in your eyes. And I want to see this differential evidentiary record. Either say you've got it,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I would like to see both sides. I would like to see some evidence from the other side too.
What other side? You just stated that you're the one who just stated that there was faulty evidence, right? Not me. That's your positive claim at this point. Okay?
No.
I want to know the differential evidence. I want to see it. The one that you were just talking about a minute ago, right?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You don't remember what you literally just said?
Yeah, I did. I know what I just said. I didn't say anything about. I can't argue somebody else's case.
What case? You're referring to a case. You're referring to faulty evidence. I would like to know what it is that you're talking about.
Well, the other guy was talking about the supposed engineers, and I assume he's talking about architects and engineers for 9/11.
Right.
Yeah, I haven't. Those guys weren't there.
They were looking at faulty evidence. I'm asking you what that evidence was.
I'm not making their argument for them.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of engineers that I heard tell that it fell on its own.
Making shit up, aren't you? That's why. Because
well, I mean, it could be both ways, couldn't it? Could go both ways, couldn't it?
Looking at the same evidence, weren't they? Looking at the same evidence, weren't they? Concede, and I'll shut up.
No, because I guarantee you, that those guys weren't.
Well,
looking
provide
at,
it then. Provide it then, or
I cited the case. Go forth and look it up yourself.
Well, don't fucking refer to something that you don't even know anything about, then, you idiot.
I know a lot about it.
Speaking out the side of your fucking mouth, aren't you? Yep.
No, not at all.
Yeah, you are, because you don't know anything about a differential evidentiary record, do you?
Architects and engineers have their own opinion. That's it. If you want to look at the evidence that they feel is strong,
what evidence?
Then feel free.
The faulty
feel
one.
Free to look at it. I'm not making an argument for them. Sorry.
No, you
not my burden.
You claimed that they
not
looked
my
at faulty evidence. I wanted to know what you were referring to, dude.
Yeah, with the evidence. Yeah. It's happened before you were born, young man.
No, it didn't. What are you talking about?
Well, the way you're acting, you're just, really going
Acting
on
like a
telling the
12-year-old.
wrong person to give you the evidence, and then really fucking stinking
No,
all
he
over 'em.
referred to the
No, actually,
engineers
he didn't.
and the
Another
demolition
person did.
experts, right? And
Right,
said that
right.
they were
It
looking
wasn't
at
him.
faulty
Yeah,
evidence.
it wasn't him though. Yeah, you're not listening. You're doing the same. You're gonna repeat yourself because you love your own voice. That's hilarious. Don't do that to me, dude. I'm not into it. Yeah. Anyway, you're talking at the wrong person, and then when the right person spoke up, you start talking to him, and you didn't even back down and go, "Oh, apologies to the other guy that you were just drilling for no fucking reason," because you're just a goddamn drill.
I've not mentioned
Why would you
anyone's
apologize?
name,
Yeah,
so
you're a drill. Who
so
gives
why
a
the
fuck,
fuck
right?
are you
You can drill
replying when it
everybody.
wasn't him?
Yeah, what the fuck does it matter? You sound like you got cotton in your mouth or something when you're talking to everybody like they're the fucking idiots. Calm the fuck down, dude. You're not in your right place.
What?
What? Who the fuck are you?
There you go. What? Oh,
Get him,
what?
Graham, get him.
If you got to ask who I am, then you're certainly nobody here.
Alright, yeah, because you're
You
fucking
guys are in
somebody,
different.
aren't you?
Your guys come from different ponds. You're both somebody to me. Stop with this back and forth, please.
Right, so Skylane, could you then
Oh, okay,
provide
love
the
you too.
evidence? Because it was obviously you that said they were looking at a faulty evidentiary record, the engineers, right?
I didn't say anything about faulty engineer records at all.
You said, well,
I
okay, shall I play it back then?
Yeah, all I said was something about both sides should provide evidence.
Huh? What was that? You can't provide it? Thought so.
I don't know. Conversation's kind of fizzled out, isn't it? What about the Earth, man? What's up with the Earth? Beautiful place.
It's actually just like it
Still
seems.
there.
Can you believe that? Oh my God. Our reality is like it seems instead of the opposite of that. No way.
No, but there's controversial data that actually says that the Earth is spherical, and why would they lie? I mean,
It must be the opposite of everything it seems like it is. You know, you can't always trust your senses. That means you can't trust your senses at all.
do you think astronauts would lie under oath?
Yeah, and all of them are in on it.
Yeah,
Oh
nobody
my
has
God.
ever come forward, saying that it is.
Yeah, nobody's talking about the Earth being flat. Otherwise, we'd know. Our reality was like it seems. Somebody would have said something.
Sorry, new perspective. I would have continued on, but yeah. Fuck it.
It's hilarious, really. It's quite a situation here. We got people begging us to believe them about our reality being the opposite of what it seems. And it's just a matter of convincing us that it must be the opposite because it seems like it's something different. So it's hilarious.
The universe
What do
is
you
flat,
mean?
and the Earth's a globe. Yeah, of course.
Right? Well, Sky, Lane, you definitely would agree that you wouldn't think that it's a spinning ball unless you learned that, right?
No, we've contemplated this many times, and yes, I would come to the conclusion that I'm on a rotating planet based on what I observe.
So even if you weren't told all the theories of how you wouldn't feel the spin because of all the relativity of it and the fact that you'd be able to be upside down from right side up, and because you wouldn't feel it, your orientation wouldn't matter either. None of that would make a difference. You just come to that conclusion on your own.
I don't think it's
upside down from right side up. I don't know. I don't know where all that came from.
I think it's more along the lines of the conservation of momentum and shit like that than relativity.
Well, I'm saying if you were never taught about the conservation of momentum and idea that the gravity can make such as an illusion of just being right side up all day long, that you might actually be right side up and upside down relative to your right side up in a day's time. But that doesn't really make a difference because of the things you learned, not because of the things you would have come to on your own, right?
Well, if my aunt would have had balls, she'd have been my uncle, right?
Oh no, that's not true. Your aunt can be your uncle without any difference in physiology now.
Not in my family.
Please don't go there. No.
What? Not? We can't make jokes.
Yeah, you can. Yeah. I just hate when it goes in there.
I thought it was funny. That's why I said not in my family. I'm not
Yeah,
virtue
yeah, yeah.
shaming on the guy. I thought it was
No, I
funny.
don't.
I got like
Yeah.
no gays in my family. Like I don't have. It's no offense to any gay families or anything. But I just can't find one, except for maybe my aunt. But she also has kids, so I don't know.
I love the concept of a gay family. It's like I don't think that can be a thing, but maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
But a more fair way of putting that might be if someone hadn't told me about the balls and the way the balls work, I never would have thought that.
Yeah, good point.
You don't have any? Nah.
Yeah, Grim. I wanted to ask you this the other day, but things got a little bit heated with the two other guys. But are you actually an ether guy, or are you just kind of like ether is possible, or like what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm sort of yeah, I'm kind of an ether guy, I would imagine. I mean, I don't really die on the hill or really go at it, too much really, but I kind of lean toward the idea of it in a sense that because of the Kashmir and the virtual the virtual particles and the way I think light might be an induction rate, like basically the medium is already there, kind of the way you probably heard it explained before.
Yeah, for sure. Well, the one thing I find kind of interesting is that if light is kind of like the medium, let's say, then I wonder what, because at that point you're then saying that it's a field of light, right? That's then being excited by whatever it's being excited by. How is that maintained in an infinite universe? Or sorry, infinitely expanding universe.
Well, I don't adhere to an infinitely expanding universe either.
Okay. So then, what do you think is going on then? Because I think that's the difficulty with the ether for a lot of globe guys is that it as an idea, it doesn't directly kind of destroy heliocentrism, but it's very difficult to fit the two ideas together.
Oh yeah, I don't meld heliocentrism with expanding universe, right? That's that common mistake. They're not one of the same. You know what I mean? One isn't dependent upon the other.
That wasn't. Sorry, maybe I should clarify. The two ideas that I was talking about melding were the heliocentrism and the ether theory.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, right. In ether theory is thrown out because of the idea that there's expansion.
The next stop is Groves Stand.
What's that? Somebody's mic's high.
I think Electric, you're hot micing, dude. Can you put yourself on mute, please?
There's some cool the new James Webb Telescope images. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's some interesting observations with the James Webb Telescope, and they're seeing that there's these galaxies that they expected to be, it's kind of tricky because a lot of people don't realize that when they're looking through an expanding universe, they're supposed to be looking at older light, right? And their observation prediction is that through this mechanism, those galaxies would be bigger in the telescope and rougher, right? Because obviously the age and everything, they hadn't had time to create such smooth galaxies or small galaxy clusters, right? They wouldn't be expected to be all tightly together. But what they found was that they are, right? It's counterintuitive to an expanding universe so these and a universe of such an age, right? Because there's these perfectly already highly developed smooth galaxies way out there, and that's not what they were expecting to see at all if their theories were correct. And it's kind of a big deal because not only are they seeing that, but they're also seeing these filamentary structures within everything. Those filamentary structures are common in electric circuitry and electric plasmas, and predicted by the electric universe people that's what James Webb would see, is more filamentary structures everywhere. And they're still not really taking these guys in the electric universe as seriously as they should be, or either they are, and that's why they're not putting them in the light. Go ahead.
No, I don't know if anyone else wanted to leap in, but I find that really interesting.
Yeah, that is definitely quite interesting. I don't know. I've heard some information that some of the pictures we've seen from James Webb are like effectively like artist renditions and stuff like that, and I haven't really got to see any of the real world data or any of the actual imagery at all. So what I've seen is what they've put out, really, But that is interesting, the idea of filaments and everything like that.
Oh, it's nutty, dude. There's a video that's the Thunderbolt Project put out talking about the filamentary structures and the I think it was Wallace Thornhill's kind of bragging about the predictions that he made, prior to the deployment, of the mirrors and shit. So it's kind of a good video. If you got a minute, I'll go and grab it. Maybe bookmark it for later. I don't mean you watch it right now.
No, yeah, grab it. Yeah, definitely. No, yeah, I won't be able to watch it now. I'm gonna have to shoot off in a moment. It's 3:33 in the morning, which is like the witching hour or whatever, right? So, I must pray so the dragon doesn't kill me tomorrow. Definitely works. The dragon ain't killed me yet. Crypto, what's the name of that fallacy? What is that fallacy? You would know.
Oh, there's so many fallacies. Please be a bit more specific.
No, I don't think it's a fallacy. I think it's a concept, right? The concept.
No, everything's a fallacy. Come on, test me.
Okay. So a concept or a fallacy, the idea, right? Like, okay, so if I simply state, right, that, well, God is true, right? So, and for instance, like I do it with the dragon thing instead. It's like, right, so if I go out tomorrow, right, and I don't pray before I go out, a dragon will most likely kill me. Therefore, a dragon didn't kill me because I prayed. But technically, so the dragon does exist, but the only reason it didn't kill me is because I prayed. And this is like a belief that I hold, right? What is that called? There's a phrase or a term for that form of belief. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, it could probably fall within about 2 or 3. Maybe it's some sort of confirmation bias. Could be. It depends how it was phrased and it was formed or thought. Maybe it would be. I don't know. There's actually quite a few.
Reaffirming the consequence.
Yeah, affirming the consequence. You could even say it was begging the question, because you've assumed the truth of the conclusion that the dragon exists by making the statement. Yeah.
Yeah, I know there's another name for that sort of setup. It's more like a philosophical thing. That's why I was asking you.
While we're on the subject, let's test everyone's knowledge here. Does anyone know what Hanlon's razor is?
Anyone?
No, I don't.
Ah, come on, you can Google it.
Yeah, but let's just be honest about it here. I don't.
Yeah, fair enough.
Is it a bit?
BG, are you coming in?
Yeah, is it a bit?
No.
Is it a
I'm not
bic?
gonna
What?
say it is.
Yeah, his razor. Or Gillette.
Oh, yeah. No, it's not. It's not that kind of razor. Yeah. So Hanlon's razor is the idea that you shouldn't attribute to malice what can be adequately described by stupidity or incompetence.
Yep.
So you basically wouldn't really know it if you were in the category.
Sorry, say again.
So basically, you wouldn't know it if you were in the category.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, I find really interesting, Grim. You've probably heard this before, like in online debates where people pull out the Dunning-Kruger card, right? Dunning-Kruger, yeah, and then they think that means they win the discussion because I have now said that my opponent is stupid and is overestimating their intellectual ability. Cool, but it could actually be you. And by pulling out the card, it's like you might be punching yourself in the face and not realizing.
Yeah. Well, it's usually one that's, one of the guys who are, arguing for a particular level of physics, and they're actually, in that field that when they say it to me, right? And so it holds a little more weight when they do it like that, even though they still could be wrong. They actually are in that field, So it's, and especially to me, because I'll put out, not stuff that doesn't have peer review papers to it. I'll talk about things that, they're anomalous in their theory, right? But they marginalize those things and sweep them under the rug and pretend like they don't happen, even though there's a whole stack of these anomalous phenomenon in their theory that I like to expose and talk about. And with those phenomenon, we get to, introduce other theories and ideas. Well, they don't like those other theories and ideas with a bias, right? So to shut that down, they use those tactics, even though it looks like they're absolutely right to use those tactics. So it's really a tricky game. And I still could be wrong too, by the way.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, everyone has to admit that they could be wrong. That's why I find the kind of like heavy ego-laden dick swinging in this whole thing really kind of weird, because I think you can only really enter this debate being of the opinion that you might be wrong, and yet you have people going at it like, no, there's no way I'm wrong, and that's what causes all of the heated arguments, in my opinion.
Because that kind of an attitude that gets developed over time, right? I noticed even to myself, right? I end up, because you end up talking to people who are clearly wrong about things so many times that when you build this, ego or attitude towards it. So when someone's not super clearly wrong, you treat them the same way you've been treating those other people, because this is effective mechanism, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So we kind of like, I always thought it weird too, like a scientist telling you that science is settled. That just was the cringiest thing to me. It's something about that. Just, I thought our deal was to try and unfold what we already did to see if it's can be even better all the time, not to settle on one thing.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of when someone says that, it's like you're not really understanding the whole point of the science in the first place, right? If it's settled, then it's dead. There's nothing going on anymore. It's dead. Put a fork in it. It's done.
Definitely.
Right. How am I going to get funding for dark matter research if I found out that the answer was actually a small electric force on a dusty plasma? I mean, come on.
Nah.
I don't know. You got any evidence for that, or are you just kind of sort of making up shit?
When you go to space, can you show me an area that doesn't have dusty plasma in it? Thank you.
Again, you're going to show me the evidence of this, or are you just going to say this is the cause without any evidence?
But can you do what he just stated?
I can definitely show you evidence, but I mean,
Well,
do I
please
have
do so.
time to fuck with you today?
Do so. I mean, write
We've
it
already
up.
done it. I've given you the alphine waves detected by the MMS missions.
Stop.
Oh, okay, no
Write
evidence? Okay, no, I
write-
won't give you the evidence.
Write it up, put it in a
Oh,
paper,
write it up.
put it out
Write
for
it
peer
up.
review.
Oh, okay.
Okay? That's how it works.
Do it. All right. Is there a particular language you would like it in?
Yeah,
Latin. Japanese.
No, English works quite well. Most papers are in English.
I like Japanese.
Well, most scientific papers are in English, and then put out for peer review, and let me know how it turns
Well,
out.
really? What about the ones that Hannes Alfvén had to publish in Sweden because the U.S. journals said he was wrong when he wasn't?
Again,
yeah, what about
that? Put it out
I'll
for
just
peer
do it
review
in
and let me know.
Sweden. I'll have it in Swedish for you.
Fine,
How about
put it in
that?
Swedish. How about that? Yeah.
I reckon maybe do what the BBC website does and write it in pidgin as well. And it might be a good idea that you get like an Aboriginal interpreter to say the same thing that you said, but while standing next to you and being Aboriginal.
Yeah, you got to get the job.
Yeah, literally, she just added the word "one" at the end of like every other sentence. It's like, dude, that's the same shit he just said.
That's brilliant. Where did I see that to? What
What
was that?
Aboriginal watched that and thought, I have no idea what this motherfucker's saying until she spoke. And then he's like, oh, there it is.
It was so half-assed. What was that on?
It was brilliant. Let me see if I can get it. Man, it's just embarrassing, man. Like the thing is like, you know what I find really funny is like this guy is he the Prime Minister of Australia or the Health Minister or whatever? This guy's like he's an authority figure, right? Like, everyone can agree that this guy is an authority figure, and yet we're told to trust authority figures, and then they act like total clowns all the time. But still to trust authority figures. I'm like, no, I think I'll just go with evidence over authority figures.
Actually, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that's because you're a conspiracy theorist.
Imagine what the horror, right, you would feel if, right? I mean, they get on and start talking at you like you're an idiot. That you can see how he actually, the respect that he doesn't give. You know what I mean? Like the whole thing is it's as if they're talking down to a particular whole entire fucking race of people in a really weird way. It just, I don't even see how. I don't see how that got published at all, and that would have been a PR nightmare in the U.S. if we would have just started talking to black people like that.
Oh, yeah, it's like Joe Biden up there, and here's like, I don't know, here's Kanye West to say the same shit I just said, but with "yo" at the end of each sentence.
Yo, you feel me? You feel me? Yo.
Yeah, literally. And then some bullshit article in like the New York Times the next day, like, black vaccinations have gone up 20%, just to kind of complete the gaslight.
Oh my god, yeah. But they have been doing that though. Have you noticed? You'll see the pharmaceutical commercials with the black lady blacking it up, and you know, it's just the whole, you know, I'm from West Philly type, you know, all of a sudden, you know, it's just weird, man. And I don't even know, you know, if, you know, I don't want to talk bad about it too much, but I mean,
no, of course, yeah.
It's
I mean, at the moment,
baby talk,
like,
man, rap music and shit, baby talk. It's almost as if, you know, they're trying to separate people in such a way where they, you know, if you want to adhere to the baby talk and all that kind of stuff, and then still cry about not being able to get a job and because it's somebody else's fault and all that kind of stuff, then I mean, that's on you. But see, I learned a long time ago, even as a white guy, because I was raised by black people, right, that talking like that doesn't get me a job, even as a white guy. I had to change the way I talk. Okay, so it wasn't about that. It was about the level of confidence they had in my abilities because of my, you know, not using the correct grammar and everything constantly.
You know, I I had that argument with someone today that they were telling me that that was still a form of oppression on black people because I'm effectively being racist towards who their true self actually is. And I'm like, well, you can't claim a language such as English and then turn around and use it incorrectly and then claim that that is somehow an expression of your true self when it's effectively
Exactly.
extrapolated from something that isn't anything to do with your background. That's
Right.
ridiculous. Fair enough.
Is
If you're like,
We didn't invent the language. Exactly. That's right.
easiest way to bin this whole thing off is just to say, okay, go and find me 10 black business owners who would rather hire that person than this person.
yeah.
And then I'll accept your argument. But until then, I don't accept shit. Because
Well,
they're not going to hire you either. So what are you talking about?
Well, Crypto, I sort of did say that to him in a roundabout way, right? And he said, well, yeah, but you do realize that black people can be racist too, don't you, you idiot? And I was like, oh, okay.
All right, so yeah, I mean that's a flip flop on the usual narrative anyway. But whatever, this has probably gone too far in this direction.
Well, no, they take the word racism. See, black people, they can't be racist, right? They're not an other race. They can be, to other black people.
Oh,
They can be
yeah.
prejudiced to other black people, though, right? Because
Not a
racism,
systemic system, no.
right? Yeah, and actually, like, show me any racist laws on the books, right? Except for affirmative action, which is reverse racism. Is racism not towards black people, but as you know,
Towards Asians, yeah. Mm-hmm.
right? So I mean,
Nice.
that's the kind of bullshit that I mean. If I raised my kids telling them that you know the world doesn't like you and this is blah 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 and you got to you know what I mean, I'm damaging them. I'm damaging my children. I'm giving them false impression of the world. You know what I mean? And they're gonna grow up stealing and wanting to rob and you know what I mean, like not trying to be involved in the system at all because the system there's no trust. My parents showed no trust in the system in any way. Right. And there's, sure, the system isn't perfect, but it is a system that can work much better than the system that they're using right now. This shit that's, and I don't mean they, like all of them, but I mean, I am saying that there's a large population of, urban inner city, thug mentality types, and it's only growing. It's ridiculous, especially since the COVID stuff, right? I mean, took a bunch of kids out of school and everything. You got this gang bang fucking mentality going on. And you don't hear about it as much as you hear about, a white shooter took off on a bunch of people and blah, blah, blah. I mean, but the black shooters are doing it too. We're not hearing about it in the media. But I'm seeing videos about it literally every day. I mean, we had some black gang violence right here on K Street downtown in Sacramento last time I was in town. I mean, not last time I was in town, but I mean, not too long ago. And it just got swept under the rug. It was just a couple of minutes of talking about it, but no, that was some goddamn AR-15s and shit going off.
Mr. Grimm, by the way, nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
You're a Glover, right?
Yeah.
Please don't judge me by my tirade earlier on those two. The subject matter itself is one that triggers me. And yeah.
Yeah, I was just
I was being a bit over the top, I know that, mate. And I'll be honest with you, I had my headset off, right? So I couldn't really hear. I thought it was the same person fucking replying both times.
I figured that's what happened.
I feel like an asshole. And I sound like I got cotton in my mouth because I've recently had an operation on my face, alright?
I knew something was up.
Yep. So me and Crypto sound a little bit different now. and I imagine he's thankful for that.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are.
Yeah, you've added like 20% more farmer to your accent, so it's easier.
Well, I had to do that because I had to adjust to this sort of thing that I've got going on, right? And it was just easier for me to do
What, fruit
that.
picking? Fruit picking.
No, the operation did, but yeah, fruit picking.
All right.
Gosh.
It was easier for me to go more Devonian than it was for me to like just continue talking how it was, right? So yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. I tried to add like maybe 10% more posh boy to my accent, just to give me more credibility with like the West Coast and East Coast Americans.
Right. Okay.
That used to work on me.
Yeah, it doesn't work with the Texans, unfortunately.
Yeah, I imagine they would be more akin to my 20% extra farmer.
Yeah, they probably would actually. We'll have to ask Larry next time he's in.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, actually, Left Lane's here. Left Lane's here. Are you more persuaded by posh boy or farmer sounding English people?
Like Crypto, you call him a prick, and then I'll call him a prick, right? And see which one's more palatable for him.
Nah, Left Lane's pretty cool, to be honest. I wouldn't call him a prick.
Digest better.
We do, you know. English is English to me.
Yeah, to be fair, Crack. Most of them can't even tell an Australian from an English accent. So
Yeah.
Oh, don't throw New Zealand in the mix either. That'll fuck the whole game up.
No, it's actually easy to tell New Zealanders from Australians.
Yeah.
A New Zealander it sounds like an Australian who can only open his mouth 50%.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Yeah.
Yeah, like they're very restricted, like down here, you know.
That just sounded like an Australian.
Whatever. I was doing Australia.
All right.
I got them mixed up, right? Well, I can't really do the New Zealand nuance, you know, the New Zealand nuance.
Think Flight of the Conchords, right? And it'll come to you.
Okay.
Brit.
British.
I don't know if, like, you know, when Flight of the Conchords first became famous, like, everyone had a mate who was like in a like a band that was like just like the Flight of the Conchords, but they were way funnier, right? And every time you listen to these guys, they were just shit. It's like, no, there's a reason they're famous and you're not, bro.
Yeah.
Right. It seems like that American Idol thing where people they're for sure they were just singing so great. They were doing so well, but then they just weren't.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you know, I love it when it's like on X Factor or one of the idol shows, whatever. They're like at the end, they're like, I assume you know who Simon Cowell is, right? They're like pointing at Simon Cowell at the end, and they're like, "You're gonna regret this," and it's like, I don't think he will. even if you go on to become the best pop star, like the most famous person in history, right, for singing, you could literally become the next Michael Jackson. I don't think he cares. Like, he's
He really wouldn't give a shit.
multi-millionaire, like literally living his best life. He doesn't give a shit about you at all.
He's the guy that tells people what music is good, not the guy that cares whether or not some music that is good gets past him. He literally is the one that qualifies music as being good.
It's less that, it's more that he's actually qualifying the singer as a product. So he's saying, well, this singer has a certain look, has a certain age, has a certain sound. Are we looking for that in this business context? Yada yada. Like, that's really what's going on in his mind. Is he's assessing the singers as products. It doesn't mean that, like, if you get discarded that you can't become successful. It just means that he doesn't want you for his particular project. But then they get all emotional and butthurt over it. It's weird.
I like the.
They thought they were going to make it big, you know.
I like the show they did where they were, the Flight of the Conchords. They were doing, there was a tribute band to them that's better than them, a more popular band that plays their own music. It was all funny. It's like you know what I'm saying? I probably fucked that up, but they were saying that they were you know, there was
I
a
must
tribute
depart.
band.
Goodbye, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll see you. Yeah. Anyway, that was it. They were doing a song that their tribute band did of their own song or some shit. It was funny.
Oh, right, okay, yeah, so it's like meta in that sense. Yeah, I would find it a bit weird to be so famous that there's a tribute band of the stuff I wrote. I would find that really weird.
But that's what they were saying. Their tribute band was more successful than they were.
Oh, really?
They were joking. It was part of the show, but I mean, it was hilarious.
Yeah.
It was right along the lines of what we were just talking about.
Right.
Except it was more like in their face because it was actually their music that those people were more popular than them with their own music.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting as well because there's this kind of thing in the music industry where you get a certain element of, let's just say that you get certain guitarists and drummers who are absolutely magnificent technically, but just don't have any idea how to like write music or write songs, and they often obviously become session musicians if the opportunity presents itself. But often, as someone who records music, it's you actually would rather record the session musician once the band has written the song, because often bands have kind of got guys who they can't really be bothered to like change their strings between recording sessions, and they can't, like, they kind of semi-learned their part, but they didn't really learn it, you know, and it's like, you know, that if you take that song, give it to the session musician, it's going to sound perfect straight away, right? But a lot of the bands, they don't kind of realize that. They think, oh well, I wrote this song, so I'm the big cheese kind of thing. Well, actually, no. If you took 4 session musicians and got them to play your shit, it would sound way tighter.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I think that's why Little Richard, right, was and Prince and them. They just wrote a lot of music. Not only did they, play a lot of music, but they wrote for literally almost everyone else during that time.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, another good example would be the Bee Gees. They wrote so many songs that they didn't even release themselves.
Yeah, that's smart, because you kind of realize that in some cases, there's better, technical musicians than even me. And just because I wrote this song doesn't mean I'm not going to be the best one to play it or sing it,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, maybe we can go back to the
Yeah, let's fight
go
again.
back to the normal topic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Let's
fuck
fight
you.
again. All right, we're done with this all this fucking hugging and shit.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I do like a good debate, but I get so bored of the like, I get bored of the ego. I get bored of the dick swinging, and I get bored of the just the constant illogical arguments. You just hear them all the time, and then when it's combined with like an ego, like in a logical argument combined with an ego, then it's like, if you point out that there's something illogical about this, then it just gets met with like derision and, oh, you're avoiding the argument and all this other shit. And it's like, well, no, I don't actually have to address it if it's not logical,
Yeah.
Anyway. And I would say, like, the most illogical person in this whole thing is definitely Jeremy.
That's fucking crazy, Crypto.
Just wanted to see if you're there, to be
Hear
honest.
what you're saying. I can spot that shit out too, though.
Yeah. I don't think you were here earlier, actually, Grim. I'll ask you about this. Do you know about Penrose Steps?
Very. Will you refresh my memory?
Absolutely, we know about Penrose Steps, and they built one at the Rochester Institute of Technology, I believe it was. It was either Rochester or MIT where they actually built one.
Ah, interesting.
Somebody earlier said you can never build one of those in reality or something, but they did it. So.
Okay, well, I mean, so basically the Penrose Steps, just for Grimm's question, it's, sometimes you get these pictures of the staircase that seems to go up constantly or down constantly.
Yeah, like an MC Usher painting, right?
Yeah, exactly. They're called Penrose Steps. Or I think they could be called
I'm gonna
Escherian
need an art
stairwells.
class now. This was you're bringing me back to high school, dude. This is like 30 years ago. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the original name is, but yeah, it's the same thing. Like, whatever. The point being that I was trying to point out to like Ruhif earlier that you can see something and it not be real, and you can know that the thing you're seeing isn't real.
Hold on.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Hold on, real quick. What's the difference between a Penrose staircase and then the Escherian staircase?
Nothing. They're the same.
Okay, then they built one. Yeah.
Huh.
It was funny. I couldn't get in earlier. There was a lot of people talking, but somebody was like, "Yeah, they could never." Somebody mentioned a Penrose staircase, and somebody was like, "They could never build one of those in reality," but they fucking did it. It's an illusion, obviously, but you're not constantly going. It feels like you're going up.
Another good example of those would be remember that movie Labyrinth with David Bowie?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say shame on all of you for not knowing that movie.
Dude, we know. Jersey smells like the eternal stench. We know.
The bog, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy, I don't know if you want to go back to the previous conversation or carry on with this one, but I've just posted like that's a quote unquote real life Escherian staircase, but it's not the same because there's like a drop at the end of the staircase to then get that elevation back, or to get the elevation potential back. Let's say, but obviously in an Escherian staircase, there's no drop; it's always just constant rising. So I'm not sure that's.
Yeah, the one they built is like an illusion kind of thing. You're not actually going.
Oh, I see. Well, that's actually a physical model one there, but
Yeah, it was I think it was with the Rochester Institute of Technology.
yeah, fair enough.
Obviously, you can't. You could never build that in reality because you go up. I mean, we don't live in a world where rivers flow uphill. It actually has nothing to do with it. It was just a shot at Xanax. But yeah, you couldn't constantly raise your.
I was gonna say, I remember you being in a conversation like that where he was trying to point out particular rivers that do go uphill for a small time.
7 feet. It rises at 7. It starts at 1.5 feet elevation, where the river starts, and it ends miles and miles, maybe 100 miles, hundreds of miles later, at 8.5 feet elevation. Its end point.
I kind of liken that to how a race car track, the Hot Wheels tracks, you can, once you get the momentum going, it could then again go uphill for a second and then get down the hill. Kind of like in a siphon hose or anything, right? If you've got the pressure behind it. you know, and the momentum, you can pump it uphill for just a moment while there's enough coming from behind it since it's non-compressible. So, I mean, I could imagine that a river could go uphill for just a little while, as long as most of it's
momentarily.
yeah.
Short distances, like hundreds of miles.
But
The
hundreds of
St.
miles
Lawrence
might be
Seaway.
tricky. Yeah.
Yeah, it's something near the St. Lawrence Seaway or something. What did you want to go with the Penrose staircase though? I feel like we're constantly derailing this every chance we get. What do you got, Crypto?
Yeah, the Earth is flat. That's what I've got.
That's how we know it's flat.
Yep. And now, Jeremy, you can appeal to me as an authority. You can say, well, I know the Earth's flat because Crypto says the Earth is flat.
I bear witness to that, so you know you have a witness with it.
Yeah, and I didn't even know that until just now. So
sweet, man. Well, we can go through a peer review process. The Earth is flat. Elbow, what do you think about that?
I concur.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Jeremy?
I second that. Peer reviewed and it's done. Stamp it. Put it in a book.
It's been peer reviewed. Grim, can you publish that in your journal, please?
yeah, it looks pretty well put together to me. I'm gonna go ahead and
appreciate
fast track that shit.
You know what's funny? What's really funny is that obviously we're all being facetious, but that is literally what peer review is. And they like people will say, "Oh no, it isn't. No, it isn't." Okay, cool. Well, like, can anyone tell me any substantial difference?
Listen,
I got one for you.
Wait a minute. Hold on one second. I've seen where cheap editors of like the Lancet and I'm talking about these world-renowned journals are talking about, oh yeah, peer review process. It's like I can take these papers and just throw them all down the stairs, and whatever makes it to the bottom, that's good. We'll take it. I mean, that's literally what they said. It's like it's similar to that. It's like fucking. There's quotes that say that they can no longer, trust the establishment and all this kind of stuff because there's so many problems in the peer review with, short study sample sizes and, fucking incomplete, data, non-reproducible, experiments, all kinds of shit that go on in there. And these are the editors of this shit talking about it like that. But then you got these guys on Discord saying, "Oh no, it's peer reviewed. That means that they went through a rigorous testing." And like, no, it didn't actually. As long as it was cited by people who already were going along with the program, usually it can get pumped right through.
Yeah, for sure. Well, sorry, go on.
I didn't come up with this. I'm just passing it along to you guys. But I read this one time. It says, "Peer review is akin to one turd asking another turd, 'Do I stink to you?'"
God.
Yeah, I like that. That's good. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I could probably name half a dozen issues with peer review, even if it was honestly done. The main one that I think is a really good kind of example as to why it would be a bad process, even if the actors weren't bad actors. The person who's writing the paper is supposed to be the expert. So how is it going to be reviewed? In a narrow science where, let's just say you're doing tribology, right? Whatever. Which is basically the science of lubrication. And it might be the case that you're the foremost expert on the friction of bearings in the world, right? And you write a paper. Like, who's going to review you?
Yeah, who's
like,
your?
I don't know. So go on.
Right, I get that. It's same with. I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you, man. Like that, I got excited. Go ahead. I
was just going to say, like, who's going to review you? Like, you are the expert. Like, if other guys come along, like, it doesn't matter what they say, because if they counter what you say, and you're the guy that everyone goes to for the correct information, well, then they're wrong anyway. So I don't, like, and obviously there's a bunch of other things, but go ahead.
It reminds me of, I got a family member who was going to college to be a psychiatrist, right? And you know, my family member was trying to write a paper on the chemical imbalances and all this kind of stuff in the brain that is not tested when they give these types of drugs and shit like that, right? So there was a PhD referee would not accept that the conversation to be allowed, even with the thesis being written on the incomplete data of neuroscience, or I don't remember how it went, but it was pretty much this case that there aren't any tests done on the brains of these individuals who you're giving medications to, and there could be external environment situations that could be altered instead of internal, right? And so it just came out like this year that the whole theory and the fucking thing about the SSRIs or SRIs or whatever they call them and all that shit, it doesn't work, and that they never have been testing for brain and all this kind. So it turns out that my cousin was right, but the referee, the PhD referee, said nope, you're not right, and didn't let him get the PhD on that on that subject with that as the thesis. So there's definitely something going on in there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's a few other things I can go into with the peer review thing, but I need to go in a second. But I just find what you've said is obviously shocking, but it's not surprising. I think a lot of these people they grandstand on their own knowledge, but the knowledge is a lot of the time based on like the consensus of. Based on the consensus, which is itself based on nothing. So then, what is it then? What is it that these people believe?
Right. It doesn't help that whole wings of these institutions and colleges are, donated to these colleges by the pharmacology, right? It doesn't help because then it's like they have to bend a little bit towards their, I would say, board. You know what I mean? And that
Sure.
is on the board, right? Because they have got. You don't just donate the wing and then also don't put your little toe in there for the control over the. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Maintain your shit. So I mean, there's a lot of weird ways that they justify protecting that theory, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, another thing that I have brought up a few times. Maybe I haven't talked to you about it, but I'll give you an example. Like, have you ever learned something and then forgotten it virtually in its entirety, like say 5 years later?
I can't remember. Maybe.
Yeah, exactly, right. So this is the point. You've got all these doctors running around with their doctorates that they did their they did their qualifications 20, 30 years ago. So while they might be respected for the achievements that they once had, a lot of these guys won't have kept up to date with the current kind of study in the field, and they may dismiss things that go against their biases and then use their kind of authority in the field to then just kind of justify that dismissal, even when they could be completely wrong, right? Because their knowledge is 30 years old. And so what we seem to have is this problem of authority being based on nothing but its own authority, right?
Exactly. Well, that's how we talk about some of these theories being dogmatic in a way, right? Because you got this new data coming in, doesn't support the old theory at all. I mean, I would have thought that a lot of the astrophysical, astronomical, cosmological data that's new now would have already took these guys back to the drawing board quite a long time ago, had it not been for what you're talking about, right? Because once we realized that, okay, plasma in a laboratory redshifts, light redshifts off of it. It's not moving away from us or close to us or anything, but it's telling us that it's moving away from us by the shifting of the light. So what's up with that? Why does that do that? And then now that we know that, and we just literally learned that just a couple of years ago for some reason, right? How come the space is still expanding? How come that's still, for sure space is still expanding when they're literally looking through plasmas and at plasmas redshifting to tell you that? It's kind of weird. It's not even scratching at their drawing board. Like, there should be an eraser in somebody's hand ready to erase some of the shit on that drawing board, but they're hiding the eraser. They're like, no, new data, we're gonna fucking ad hoc it in. We're gonna make it work. Fuck it.
So Left-Lane's just posted this thing, the peer review process, right? What do you think about the two critiques that I've made so far with regards to this image?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't ever been involved in any of the peer review or scientific processes or anything. I just mainly learned about it, what we know in here. But it makes sense that where you've got scientists in the same field and there could be a competitive nature and one scientist wants to be the one, that may be ultra critical of what's being presented, but I mean, I understand y'all's position that it could be just a bunch of good old boys scratching each other on the back,
Well, it doesn't even matter what I think about it. What's really interesting about this is that, like most things, it can be tested. And so you just test it, don't you? You don't tell them you're doing that. You just go and do it. And some people have done this. They've sent in like a bunch of different. There was one guy who did like a. So people often think this is a meta study, but it isn't. A study of studies, right? So a meta study is like collating data from a bunch of different studies, whereas a study of studies is say giving 16 different studies or papers or whatever into these journals and just seeing basically what gets accepted and what doesn't. And there was one guy who did, I think, 8 with positive reviews with regards to the political leanings of the journals, and then basically he did the opposite with journals putting in papers that leaned against their political views. And he found that the ones that agreed with the political views were more readily accepted, even though the political views had nothing to do with the subject matter. There was another one who, I'm sure you guys have heard about this. They 3 people entered a bunch of. I think what they did is they took like Mein Kampf or something like this. But instead of like talking about the Jews, they were talking about like they basically just flipped it into like modern SJW language, and that got published in a bunch of papers. There's another instance of a guy who interviewed some peer reviewers on the basis of objective things like spelling mistakes, and what he found is that when the peer reviewers had conclusions that were more similar to the paper's conclusions, then they were easier marking things like grammar mistakes and spelling mistakes. Right, so he threw the grammar mistakes and spelling mistakes in there to try and test them, and they marked it like more favourably when they agreed with their political leanings and stuff. So it's like all of this stuff has been tested, and it's like it's got to the point now where I'm thoroughly convinced that the peer review process is a complete waste of time. I mean, I can go into it more if you want. I mean, it's a passion subject area for me.
I just hear it. It just reminds me of I see evidence of what you're talking about all of the time when I'm reading, let's say, studies, particularly like the polio vaccination, oral polio vaccination, causing, non-acute or non-polio acute flaccid paralysis, right? But you'll in the data you'll see that the the non-polio acute flaccid paralysis is right in line with the scheduling of the polio vaccination, the ramping up of the polio vaccination, the cutting off of the polio vaccination, and then again the ramping up again of the vaccination schedule. It followed it acutely, like right to the, right down the line. But that was a very damaging study to the vaccine industry. But in the beginning of it, it said, congratulations to the vaccine for eradicating polio, and it did this big old. Nothing in the study was about that. Like there was literally no data in the study about eradicating polio throughout the blah 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 blah. But there was this political statement that was in the conclusions first about how great it was and how it did all this kind of stuff. But then it goes, and although that. It does show an incidence in relation to da 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 da. You know what I mean? Like, and then the dirty stuff came way down afterwards. But it's. I don't think that dirty stuff would have been published at all had they not come out with that political view that these things were so good and they've eradicated. And congratulations to the program, and you know what I mean? That kind of bullshit. Yep. They didn't study that. Sure. I was wondering, like, why is this in the conclusions when it's not even a part of the study? This is definitely a political statement.
Yeah, 100%. I remember reading a paper. I had an argument with a friend about the let's call it the Mexican beer germ, because I don't know if we can talk about it properly. And they were talking about so my friend was convinced that putting a piece of cloth over your face would help. And so I said, well, can you send me some information? Because I knew he didn't have any. So obviously after a quick Googling, he sends me this thing. And at the start, you can tell, like, it's the begging the question intro. They basically declared that they already knew that this would help, right? So that the study, which is designed to find out whether this is true, is already asserting in the intro that it is true. And then there's a big spiel about it. And then they give you some data. And what's really interesting is at the end, they admitted that all of the data was actually not real-world data at all, and it was just 5 models of what they think would happen in 5 separate scenarios. So...
That's how they convinced people that, global warming was going to kill them all before, 2007 or whatever. Remember, like, way back. Right. Yeah.
But it's like they expect you to read this shit. Like, so the guy sent it to me and he thinks I'm going to be intimidated because it's got 3 doctors at the top of the paper and it's like 5 pages long and it's got a bunch of sciencey language. Well, all of the stuff I didn't know, I just asked my doctor friends, what does that mean? What does that mean? Okay, cool. And then when I actually read down to it, I was just like, oh, so what they're actually saying is that they're already assuming the truth of their conclusion and all of the data isn't real-world data. This is a joke. At that point, it's a joke. But being presented as real-world data to justify a conclusion that they'd already come to.
Yeah, masks work because look at here. It says masks work. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah. But it's just like, what was mind-blowing to me is when I went back to him and I said, these are all mathematical models. They're not actually real-world data. It was like it didn't work in his brain. He didn't understand that, like, a dude made shit up is not the same as this happened in reality. I couldn't get it through to him.
Counting spit droplets. I mean, yeah, okay. So you stop. If I have, let's say, 1,000 spit droplets, and my mask can block 90% of them, therefore I'm protecting you. And it's like, wait a minute, but the aerosols, they go through the mask, and they're 3 meters or more of a cloud of them around your head from your breath. Yeah. Mask or no mask, I'm still breathing those same aerosols. It makes no sense. Oh yeah, there were 70 trillion aerosols a minute ago, but now there are only 69 trillion aerosols. So therefore, it's helping. It's still not helping. I'm still.
It's like bollocks, and you know what? Maybe we've already gone too far in this direction, but it's like if you can't actually present honest data, then I don't know why you believe it. I'm not saying you, but like the person presenting it is presenting it to you And I'm wondering why they have even bought into this, because it's not enough for them to be convinced, but here they are trying to convince me. It's so weird.
It's got to do with fear. You know, a lot of these people, they're very afraid. This has worked on them, the fear tactic part of it. So through their fear, they're not thinking clearly. They're looking for confirmation bias to protect their psyche. Even them, the ones that pointed out about the other people, they are doing it too, because it's a thing about human nature. Everybody ends up falling in love or something at one point or another somehow, unless there's some damage. You know what I mean? I'm trying to say, like, it's a human nature thing to protect your psyche with those mechanisms, even sometimes if you're aware of them and you call it out on other people. You don't see it so much with yourself.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's actually the most difficult thing is to like tell yourself off for falling for the same shit that other people. You know, you're just like, oh, for fuck's sake, I did that thing that I hate everyone else doing, and then you have to have a word with yourself. You know.
All right, my wife is giving me the evil eye. I gotta get off. I'll see you guys.
All right, enjoy it. Speaking of love, yeah. Speaking of love.
Yeah, exactly. All right, bye, guys.
But I love you, dear. Just coming. To be honest, it's way too late. I better head off as well. Have a good night, guys.
All right, man. Boy.
Hey, Dem. Democ. Democ.
What's up?
Hey, how you going, mate? You made it.
Pretty good.
Welcome back to the party.
Thanks.
You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. Yep. All done. So, what's news? Anything exciting?
Just listening.
Oh, there's not much to listen to at the moment.
Right. I mean, lately.
Yeah. Yep. So, we'll get let's get the party started. Damn. Let's get the party started. I want to talk about this electric thing with you. All right. Let's get the word out there. Okay. So, we've got atoms and particles and ether and all this sort of stuff. Well, come on, let's put the alternative out there for the ladies and gentlemen at home. What do we got?
Well, I mean, it's pretty much it's like intelligence, really. It's like intelligence is electricity, which is like the differential. It's like the information and intelligence is electricity.
All right, now, okay, so you've been listening to the ether talk lately. I'm gathering, and you tend to well, the way it's going with the ether, obviously, it's the forerunner to the whole dark matter, dark energy thing. Okay, then, but so ether was the first boy on the block, and then it was superseded, and then dark matter and dark energy came in. Okay, but they kind of look at the ether as the building block, I suppose, like the background where everything is, I don't know, built upon passing through. So your tendency is electricity, yeah? Everything's electricity. So
yeah.
So being electricity, mate, but if everything is electricity, okay, absolutely everything. Everything's got an electrostatic charge and all that. I get it. There's nothing that doesn't have an electrostatic charge. What does that electricity flow through? Now, I know I get from high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative, or to neutral, positive to ground or whatever. I get all that, but what is it? Is there any conduit in your mind that it is passing through, like an ether, for argument's sake, or is it just itself?
Yes,
Just
itself.
itself. Yep.
Itself is the conduit. It's like intelligence. Like, okay, like when you load intelligence or information onto something, what really are you loading onto that thing?
Take off.
Okay. So when everything was first created, okay, let's just take, everything was first created, and we have our container of such that everything is first put in. The very first thing that's put in there is electricity. Okay, that's the very first thing. So everything that's in there is just an electrical charge. Because I'm trying to picture this in my head. Okay. So now that void is just one big electrical charge, or a billion electrical charges, or a zillion, or however million gazillion charges.
It's like a sea of electricity.
Okay, then. So
basically like a sea of intelligence, if that makes more sense. And how
yeah,
everything acts and reacts to everything.
Yep.
There's a form of intelligence there. And what we call it, the action and reaction of, we'll call it electricity, the high to low, the hot to cold, and all that, the positive to negative. That's the reaction of the intelligence, like doing what it has to do to create form and power and differential, like magnetism and everything else. Yeah.
Okay, then. So obviously the counter to that in the talk the last couple of weeks has been the ether, and it's the ether that the electricity and magnetism and all that sort of stuff is traveling on. Why couldn't it be the ether or dark matter or dark energy, for argument's sake? Why can't it be any of those things that it's traveling upon?
Because they all need intelligence to be produced. They all need a designer. And intelligence is the designer of everything. Intelligence is the differential. And then when we see intelligence react with itself, we'll call that electrical spark. And then from that electricity, we have condensation, or the conduit, the carrier, the differential to get water and everything else. It's not really like two gases. It's really electricity is the gas. Electricity is the liquid water just interacting with itself. It's like the intelligence. Like a rock can have intelligence just like a USB. Are they alive and animate with it? I don't know. But they can hold it. They can hold the ideal of whatever intelligence is. Like for whatever that is. I mean, I'm not really, that's really the question.
Yeah.
Intelligence is really the question.
So to say that water is just hold on 2 seconds. I'm getting a phone call. Just 2 seconds.
I would say water is positive, negative, and neutral all at the same time. It's all of it. And it holds information like intelligence. And like whatever water takes on, or the form or shape, has to be due to like the temp, whatever the surrounding thing tells it to do or gives it the reaction of. If you heat it up, it's going to react. If you freeze it, it's going to react so. If you, steam, if you try to compress it, it's going to react so. It's like an electric liquid magnet. And it can be either one. It can be positive, negative, and neutral. I mean, that's really, I don't know. And so can air. Air can be the same thing. It can be a conductor or a insulator. Like electrostatic equilibrium, like for whatever, electrostatic equilibrium of water. What does that really mean? Why would it be an electrostatic equilibrium of water and not like a gravity static or an ecostatic? But I mean, the idea that a field permeates and that it is there, some type of field, sure. Whether you want to call it ether or intelligence or ether, whatever ether, I mean, I don't, what's the definition of ether would be my question. Like if it's not electricity, it's not space, it's not like a medium, like what is it? It's the background of what? I mean, is it physical or metaphysical? Like, what is it? Both.
Isn't electromagnetic creating space and electricity giving direction to the information?
I would say the information would have to give the direction to the electricity or the magnetism. Without the information, how do you have magnetism in the first place without the form from the information to like for it to
Yeah,
be there? You know what I mean?
but do you have an idea about the difference between the dielectric and electricity?
Well, that's the funny thing right there. Now, if it all has the action or reaction of, then why do we separate it so hard? It's like saying I got a mud puddle, I got a drop, I got an ocean. They're all water. Why do we separate? You know, just because they're acting different in different amounts, why do we separate it? We shouldn't. I don't think we should separate it. I'd say these ones are magnetic in this way, and these ones are magnetic in this way. And I guess the way to do it, say diamagnetic or magnetic, right?
Yeah. I'm not really a technical guy, but anyways, when I came first into Walter Russell, I came onto the term of dielectric, and basically it's the as he depicts it, it's implosion and explosion, and he calls cold and heat two sides of the same coin. And it's very I don't really understand it, but in this idea I see the difference between electricity and dielectric.
Cold and heat. Oh,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and what I wanted to say is that somehow it makes sense to me that the dielectric creates the electromagnetic, which creates space, and in that space, and in the electromagnetic is also information, and the electric is giving direction to the information, making choices, bringing it together.
Resistance, differential, which is power or movement.
Well, yeah,
acceleration.
Things like that, volt and ohm, and you by differentiating ohm, you can give a certain electricity to something. Yeah.
Well, what I was going to say was it kind of makes sense what he's saying. I mean, I don't know the guy. I've never really seen his shit, but I'm sorry. Like the hot and cold thing, it's weird because it seems like you really just have cold, and hot is a differential from the cold in itself, right? And then all the hot always dissipates to what? It always becomes cold, usually, right? Usually it wears off. So in that aspect, now if they're both electricity and they're both a form of like electrical intelligence, and the intelligence is stored in it is coldness, and like that's a form of it, like that's the way we see it or perceive it, right?
Yeah, and it can be kind of cold is freezing, stop, and fire is go, and both we need, of course. Always going is like being how would you call it? Like, yeah, losing your head, so to say.
Of voltage or currency.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like a dissipation of one or the other. Like if one has a lot of, like currency, you would say that's hot. and then the dissipation of that currency, wherever that portion like irradiates or bleeds off, that would be the coldest portion, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah.
in electricity can be density also, as well as temperature.
Yeah. It at the same time it creates a moment of activity, of flow, and a moment of rest. And I think that's a principle that is needed in intelligence, because only going brings you somewhere, but where exactly? Where are you? And it sometimes feels being the two sides of the same coin. It feels if you really it doesn't make sense. But when you, for instance, see what extreme cold can do to your skin, it looks almost the same as burn wounds, right? Black toes and holding freezing your toes makes them totally black, but putting them in the fire makes them also black.
Yes, freezer burnt or sunburnt.
Yeah.
You can be burnt by both. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Like sticking your tongue to a pole will also make your tongue stick to the pole, right?
Yeah.
And then if you take anything and you put it in the frying pan, it'll burn it and stick it to it too, the same way.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny, right?
Yeah, sure.
They'll both take the skin off. They can.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, I gather you have heard about the male, what we call the male being inside of us, salt, and the female oil. Did you hear that?
The what?
That the male and the female forces are inside of us are conducted by salt and oil.
Oh, chemical electrolysis. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
Now you take an electrical spark between each thing too, right?
Yeah. So I have been looking for another expression of the qualities of oil and salt, and I found it in isotropic and anisotropic. You heard about that?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. And to me, it seems, as I try to understand it, that isotropic gathers information from all sides, and anisotropic is more like layers or filaments. So it's directional in its
like a conductor or a insulator.
Yeah, but maybe gathering information and directing information, something like that.
Right. Like a flow of a magnet.
Yeah.
Or the flow of currency, the right-hand rule or whatever, is that?
I don't know exactly what the right-hand rule is.
Well, I just hear it's the flow, like the right-hand rule for certain things, left-hand rule for others. Like the when you say your hand.
Yeah, maybe. I heard somebody say that in principle you indeed take with one hand and you give with the other, right? So that might express two opposing sides in us.
Well, like the idea of push and pull, and the idea of pull and pull, like which one is really doing which? That's really the question. Like when you have a magnet, somebody was describing it, which is a good way, like two fans. You know what I mean? Two fans towards each other, or two fans away from each other. Like two fans towards each other. The back can always suck something to it. You know what I mean? But the other part's like opposing. So you get that little field of air that'll circulate around it, kind of. And everything that touches it'll be sucked in by it. So it's two fans that are facing each other in a way. And it's the same kind of effect like with the idea of supposed gravity. If you take two magnets and you force them, two powerful magnets like the neodymium ones, and you force them together, pretty sure it's positive, positive. Either way, positive, positive, negative, negative. Either way, you force them together, and they're supposed to fall at a slower rate than another object that weighs exactly the same in the same material. So if you encase the magnet inside a shell and they weigh 10 pounds, and you get a rock and put it inside the shell, and together they weigh 10 pounds, and you drop them, and the magnet falls at a slower rate, supposedly.
Okay. And I also heard that it creates in a body or shell, it creates a Faraday cage around it when you connect magnets like that. That might be a part of this phenomenon.
Well, the Faraday cage is interesting. Does
Yeah.
it really stop? Does it really stop electrical activity or continuity?
Yeah. It does something. It does something.
Right. Now,
maybe from the inside out and not from the outside in.
well, your nerves in your body, right? I always think of those as like a human Faraday cage, like a nature's Faraday cage, right?
So
your nerves.
Yeah,
Your skin.
and your skin is like it could be like a Faraday cage.
Well, I was thinking maybe that's the way we don't get messed with as much as we could, you know.
If you people talking about muscle testing and things like that, they say that the most explanations that you hear that you can generate more muscle power if you're positive, if you say yes. And but I'm convinced that your skin opens when you want to open. And I do muscle testing, and when I say I have a special, I can do it with my fingers, but I also have an apparatus that is two tubes that slide over each other with a spring inside of it. And when I say yes, I can push it farther in than when I say no. And when it sounds a bit wooey, but for instance, when a child around the age of 3 says no, he declares by in that sense, looking at it like that, he declares, I want to discover my own managing of my energies. You can't always come in and tell me, I love you, daddy and mommy, but I want to discover the world myself. So in that way, saying no is saying yes to yourself. That's an interesting thought, right? So then it's not really only the muscle power you can generate, but it's the electricity that you bring out, that your skin allows to get out, which is a decision of your whole intelligent being. Anyways, in my thinking at the moment, the information, the most information is coming through the electromagnetic, and the electric is choosing on that information to manifest or produce or whatever you call it. Putting it in electricity.
It's also like electricity. Like if you grab a wire and it holds on to you. Like a charge, when you put a charge into like a metal or whatever, it'll turn the metal into a magnet or it'll hold the load. Like a lodestone, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It's holding a charge. Now that it's a Faraday cage, does it block gravity? The idea of gravity? And if gravity is not just electricity, then and the Faraday deals with blocking electrical charge and like magnet, current, certain things that are electric, then what really are they talking about? When they put certain things in the Faraday cage, like for the Cavendish, right?
Yeah, maybe in a Faraday cage situation, your own creating of electricity is more flowing and easy, which nullifies or lessens the amount of difficulty to create it, and that is the expression of gravity. That's it. Just came up in me when you said it like that, Demo.
What did?
That in a Faraday cage situation, the creating of the electricity in a body goes way more flowing and easy than in a situation where you don't have a Faraday cage.
The resistance amount, right?
Yeah.
Now,
because when you put two magnets together, the information flow is inside of you, inside of that body. Instead that it has to get something outside within one magnet situation, or you get my meaning?
Yeah. It's kind of like a capacitor, right? Or a conductor, like a vacuum chamber or seal. Actually, on the outside of it's an action or reaction, and on the inside of it, you're getting an action or reaction. So what they think they're doing is like separating everything from the outside, but in return, they're creating a shell of electrical continuity on the inside of it.
Wow. That's a beautiful thought, Demok. It's not a Faraday cage alone, but it's the some kind of creating a room where electricity creation is more flowing and easily. That together protects this information gathering inside of a body. Wonderful.
Now what? Okay, now when you have information in a computer, what can you stick to it to mess it up? A magnet.
Yeah.
Positive, negative, and neutral. That's what a magnet is. It's all three at the same time smashed together.
Yeah.
It's the same as water. Liquid acts the same way, but on a different format. It's like you have to remember it goes in amounts and gradients, right? like the bleeding effect, each amount per amount. Like everything can do what it can do if it can. I know it sounds stupid and vague, but like they say water can't be compressed, but it actually can. It just really, 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 really doesn't like to. But if you have the ability to, you get another action or reaction out of it. Like say you compress helium, not by squeezing it, by temperature. Okay? There's other ways to skin a cat. So if you can compress something with temperature, right? Or solidify it, or change change what it is, and you're
Yeah.
doing it by temperature. Yeah, it's kind of like electricity, also.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an induction or it's an in or an out.
Yeah.
A deduction or an induction or a reduction. Yeah.
And in the information field, you have what do you call it when it gets disturbed? They have a term for it: perturbation and induction. And where the perturbation is decides where the flow goes. So that can be also decisive inside the information.
The
right?
perturbator can be the walls of the cage, the Faraday cage.
The perturbator said, "Don't go there, go there." Right?
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
like the plastic or like the walls of the bank of a river.
Yeah. And of course that is inside this information, this intelligence that surrounds us, that is inside of us, and yeah, beautiful.
It's really the intelligence itself that is every little individual thing separated by itself.
Yeah.
Giving itself form and pattern, direction.
The total intelligence has divided itself in billions of little intelligences.
Basically, yeah, little processors. Everybody's a processor. Everything's a processor. Processing who, what, when, where, why, and how, if it can. And that's the whole job. Like that, to experience, to process. That's just my opinion. It's not. Well, it's like what's intelligence in a human mind or a brain compared to like a mosquito or a worm or a fish or a spider or a jaguar or anything, you know what I mean? What really is that idea of intelligence and like like an IQ or how much intelligence you have versus something else? Like what really does that really?
Yeah. What kind of electricity, what kind of field do they generate? And yeah.
It's the same as blood. Like everything breathes different. Everything has a different, like things that are in a cold area can have like an alkaline, alcoholic, blood with a lot of alcoholic content and alcohol per se. Like the same stuff we use in our radiator, basically, or antifreeze.
Yeah, and the blood works with an acid and an alkaline, which are both used in battery systems. So
and that salt too. The alkaline is
yeah.
The very fine salt too. That's another thing too. It's amounts. So if your body does stuff and like does it weird and creates certain things, it's because it's a certain amount. Like a bee will take a certain amount. Like if you want to call it a microdose, nature's little microdose, right? A bee will take a certain amount out of a flower. It's only the bee can only take so much, right? Because it's so small. Or an ant, right? Now, us as a human, we can take a handful and eat like a whole bunch, a stomach full. You see what I'm saying? So different amounts are going to react different ways for different chemical electrolysis purposes. Like I said, like to convert things from one way to the other, I think you have to do it the same way to get it one way that you have to do to get it back. If that kind of makes sense. So like if you electrocute something a weird way, like you have to use electricity to like form it back. Like, so if you use temperature to bring it one way, you need to use temperature to bring it back. It's like the best way, I think. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And Demok, in the acid alkaline, in substances that they represent breakdown and building or growing. So that's included as well, right? That and that.
Well, the crystal, crystal formation through liquid. Yeah. You get liquid, then you get crystal, then you get the material, which is our sand, and then pretty much whatever. I mean,
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
the mold, the sand, like the liquid and the crystalline structure, which is the salt or the silica or basilica, whatever, you know.
That's so fun. That's so funny, Demok, when you say that makes sense. Sense can be heard as sense in money, or sense in detecting feeling, and sense in what we find in on the ocean floor and in desert areas. Yeah. Does it make sense? Yeah.
Well, when they say like the thing of life, the container, I would say liquid. It would be the container of information too.
Yeah. That's why the superconductors make sense to me, because it must somehow it must come all together in one intelligence, and that intelligence must be encompassing to our little intelligences. Yeah.
Yep, superconduction. That's really just something forced.
Yeah.
And it's like, not, you know how I said the liquid doesn't want to be compressed. If you can compress it, it's superconducted. That's superconduction. Like if you take temperature and get something super cold or super hot, it's a superconductor now. So like think of the Earth, right? But not a shape. Just think of what the Earth is. And if you go to one point, it's mostly hot, and you go to another point, it's cold. You have that differential. That differential in itself of hot and cold within their self creates the power of everything, which is the movement and the torsion and everything else, which you would call magnetism or whatever else, or the control of the flow. Now, the cold is the conductor, superconduction. The main thing is cold. So when you get negative and you get below negative, like for what our idea is, you really don't. I mean, these numbers are all man-made. So really, I mean, I don't want to get into the number portion, but when you get super negative for what that is, you get a superconductor. And like noble gases and stuff like that, those are conductors those are superconductors also. So Antarctica and the North Pole should be superconductors. And what do you think could go on with a superconductor, a giant one, a giant superconducting plate right there in front of you? What do you think you could do with that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can you can put a lot on it. You can put a lot of creation on that plate, Demok. I think. Yeah.
Yeah. When they say space is 10 to the negative 17 torr, do they mean a certain degree of coldness?
Yeah.
Is that really what that means? Is just a differential temperature?
Yeah.
Or a differential of negative current? 10 to the negative 17 torr of current, meaning voltage, meaning dissipation of currency.
Mm-hmm.
Like the flow from currency, like pulling all currency from whatever source it is. So the same idea of pulling temperature or temperature irradiating from the source out, currency can irradiate out, right?
Yeah.
Electrical current, the current, right?
Yeah.
So when you lose the current, you lose the heat, right? and it's synonymous with voltage too. Like when the sunlight comes down and the light hits stuff, and it's got to be like voltage, right? The voltage can heat stuff up too. It's weird, man. But it reminds me of temperature.
Yeah. I think it might be possibly that the sun sends its information. Let me keep it on information, and only the temperature can exist because it touches the surface of the opposite part of where the sun is producing its energy from, its information from. And we can feel it because we are standing on that surface. Something like that.
Right. The energy is coming from the source and trying to go out, and then ground will try to receive it like a magnet. Right?
For instance, light, Demok. When you look at a cross section of the eye, you can ask yourself if light is what we see, because when what we call light enters our eye, it has to go through two processing layers with nerves and nodes in it, and two different layers before it comes to the rods and cones part. And the rods and cones are not directed forward but backward, and they project on what is called a kind of cells that create pigment cells. So is light then even light because we don't have objective windows for it? It seems when it's depicted like that it is created in us. If you understand what I mean.
Well, I know that you might have the ability for your eyeballs to push out something as well as take in. Just like the sun. The sun has to pull out and push something, a converter and transmitter.
Observation is receiving, and focusing is projecting out. Giving yourself to what you are doing, what you produce from it, right?
Right. Well, most of our things that we do when we look at stuff like the military, the Navy, or whatever, they send a signal out from the source, and then something comes back from the signal sent out. Like it reads from the source going outwards. Whatever hits that medium going out from the source gets picked up and deciphered, then, right? Whatever is in that path or in the way, the shape or like whatever, speed, texture, it's decided, So who's to say our eyes can't work like that in a way like a radar beam? Like everybody keeps thinking, it doesn't make any sense, but to me, it kind of does. Like if we always send something out to pick something up, like why wouldn't they send something out at the same way? Like
you can almost see it as a radio telescope demo. It's a receiving bowl, right? And it's a sending tower.
Right. Like at the county, like at the stores or whatever, like you get, you rub something on the thing, beep, beep, and it scans your little thing for you, right? It sees it for you, right? Yeah. It's a light shooting outwards. It's not really the paper or the receipt shooting inward, is it? I mean, so the way we think about things might be a little, different. Now, that's not to say that the sunlight is, from us, but it does have to have a medium to react. It does have to have a medium for your skin to get burned. It does have to have your skin as a lens to react to heat up, and, you get the voltage or the currency. After the voltage builds, you get so much currency. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's funny. When I said maybe we experience temperature because we are standing on the ground. So maybe the skin turns red because how it gets into our body projected outward. Instead of frying from the outside, it's frying from the inside.
It's the steam from the humidity around our skin reacting when the sunlight hits through the steam and reacts with our skin. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm loving that I have the ability to talk to you today. Thank you.
Well, where do you think they get the idea of photosynthesis, or like those little things that you put on your house, like, the solar panels?
Yeah.
Nature is a solar panel. Grass, leaves, it's a solar panel.
Yeah. The land of grace, man. Yeah. There's a lot of things happening.
But just without the idea of information, like the informing, thing,
Yeah.
I just, that's just what it has to be. Now, what do you think about this? The source, right? People believe in evolution. People believe in other different things. People believe in the Bible. People believe in like Avatar, whatever, just whatever they believe, right? Now think about this. The source. If Earth is still here, and as far as we know, Earth is like where we find people. Do you think the source of where people come from is Earth and it's still here and we can find that spot?
Oh. Well, yeah. It's the old chicken or the egg.
Have you ever wondered if people could like pass away? These are just weird thoughts. And like if you passed away like one in every million, like say because a spider will have like a million babies in a sack, but only so many survive, right?
Yeah.
So say out of a million people, just an idea, that one out of every million has like a seed in them, or they all have the seed, but one out of every million actually grows, right? Just because of the odds. So you actually have to pass away outside in the dirt a certain way, and then your seed will grow to
Yeah.
some kind of tree or fruit, plant, mold, whatever. Now, who's to say that a certain source of tree or plant doesn't exist within a human alone, and then when they kill it off on Earth, the only way for it to permeate back is through like that source, like a
Yeah.
human that passes, and
Yeah.
then the seed that comes from that can create life. It'd be pretty weird, but
that's exactly why I always look at when I came across the principle of medicine animals. I was skeptic, but nevertheless I took it somewhat in, and I at this moment it's like crystals. You can't really understand it. It's not that you can say it did this to me, but along the way, if you give your attention to it, it somehow influences you. And then you can call it woo-woo, because you now have medicine and they immediately seem to work. But what are they exactly doing? They are giving
blocking your receptors.
Yeah, they are giving you a certain kind of comfort of something being stopped in the process. And yeah.
Have you ever wondered what now if you and I had a mental problem, right? And we went to a person, right? Say I had the mental problem, I'll just use me. And I went to you and you're the psychiatrist. Do you think talking to me in a chair is really going to help my mental capacity? Like, say I'm a psych, just whatever crazy mental, what I could be, just they couldn't have a really bad mental problem at all. Maybe I just like to look at mail, You know, maybe it's just something, you know, small. Maybe it's something like there's a serial killer. Like, how could you talking to that person really stop their mental capacity from being what it is? If they were born that way and they were this way this long. You see what I'm saying? Like, how can a guy in a chair being like, well, let's talk about your problem, Ted? Like, it doesn't really, to me, that seems like woo itself.
Any one of these small intelligences can help you somewhat. If you're lucky, you find a guy in a chair that has attention for who you are. But most of the time they are, and most patients ask, please help me to be more connective in the matrix. So, and that sometimes can cause that you get away from yourself instead of that you really connect with who you are in all the intelligence and all the processors that we are, Demo. Right? And I have been in 3 situations and with the guys in chairs, and one was well, I tried it a second time, but then I ended it myself because it was too pushy, and one of them really helped me. So it depends on what you how they engage and how you engage with it. And
Yeah, like I said, in certain situations that aren't really that really, I don't know, that serious, it would seem that, yeah, a lot of things could probably help you. But like if you have a serious, you know, like say no matter what you say to that person and they walk out of the room and in their mind they just keeps repeating something, like there's no way, like, you know, maybe in that situation when you do give them like some kind of suppressant of their, you know, capacity, then yeah, they won't think about it. But maybe you can make it worse too. See, there's that. Yeah, there's always, I don't know, it just, to me it just seems weird. Like, who came up with the idea? I understand, like, you got a mom and dad and everybody telling you good advice. Wouldn't that similarly be the same thing in a way?
Yeah, who came up with that idea? I think there are a lot of people that make a breakthrough in what they engage in life, and then they want to help others. That's one part of the equation, how it came to being. People wanting to help others, and then it depends on what they have on their as their baggage. How much did they solve their own, and how much do they see that each individual is a different one, and not a robot that has to be adjusted to the march of life. Yeah. So if you think electricity works exactly the same on all of us, but you can't look at the real information anymore.
Well, I mean, where do you go with, where do you go with science these days? Spectroscopy, looking at like something you burn, like carbon dating, you burn stuff, you shock it, and then you see the gas or you see the color output. Like, so what's a rainbow then? On the scale of spectroscopy or the scale of matching gases or colors for like the idea of stars, planets, you know what I mean? To get these chemical makeups and say, well, this is this and this is that. Like, what's a rainbow then? How many planets is that?
Yeah.
What do you think about the denseness of color? Or the idea that a rainbow is always arranged in a certain pattern, a certain color formation, right? and the colors always match and they line up the same way from top to bottom. Now, I would always ask him, what's the denseness of the bottom color? Is it more dense than the other colors of the rainbow when the light is spread that certain way? It sounds funny, but there's a point, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. And why is it reflecting itself? Why are there almost always two rainbows? Yeah, yeah.
And each color is lined up accordingly. And I was wondering if that's not accordingly to current voltage, like the way the medium is, the way the medium lines itself up. You see what I'm saying?
No, I'm not getting that one really. Sorry.
The way the colors line up. Like, why do they line up the way they do? It sounds weird. Will they form the pattern, the arc? Why do they do that?
Yeah, you might think
saying, like the circle pattern or the arc, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes me think, Demok, what you call a rectangle crystal, a prisma. When you look inside of a prisma, one of these sides, when you look inside at a certain angle, it mirrors, it reflects, right?
Sure.
And when you have a mirror that has a slight an edge that also, you have these mirrors that have an edge that is slightly bending down in the glass part, and when you look at the side of that from the side of the mirror in a certain angle, you also see the rainbow colors. So the coloring might be somehow related to refracting on a reflection limit or border, or
You know the one place where the rainbow mixes the colors and doesn't align itself perfectly?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it seems that way. Oil on the ground or liquid on the ground.
Yeah.
Down and see. Yeah, those colors. Then you see teal, green, different. A little bit different. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder why that is.
And Demok, oil represents the female in us.
And oil is it's something to do with the electromagnetics. Like you can use it as something with like electrical stuff too.
My God.
I mean, you can use it like for electricity, like it said, like somebody told me back they used to do something with it for electricity. Like the people used to like put oil there just to make sure, like, oh, no spark, to make sure no spark came or nothing. They'd throw oil on it, on the electrical thing, to make sure they weren't going to get shocked. That's what it was.
Yeah.
To make sure it wasn't live. Yeah. Okay. I was thinking something different. I was thinking something a little different, but yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
But now what gives the rainbow its pattern, its shape?
Yeah.
What makes it follow that pattern?
That is when I said that it might be refracting on the reflection border. I don't really know what it means, but I kind of see it. So let that be. I put no claim on it, but that might be that the colors have a kind of a different rate of vibration, and on that border they angle different, they reflect different. That might be it.
And out of clear, okay, so we have clear air, then we have like liquid or humidity, right? The water, the vapor.
Yeah.
Okay, and then then the air, which is always there, and then the moisture, like, or the vapor, which builds up on like usually rainy days or close to that, or right before or after, or even on some sunny days, but in the distance, so I can't really tell. But you get the rainbow.
Yeah, and people have shown and suggested and claimed that you need a mirror inside a room to create it inside and not outside. So there must be some kind of mirror situation in our atmosphere, in our universe.
Oh, our air? It is a mirror. It's a lens. Light itself is a lens to light. You know the Blue Beam Project and all the other stuff?
Yeah.
Like a hologram that they'll put on stage, like Tupac on stage.
Yeah.
It's a light. It's a light shining down with another form of light shining at it, playing off of it. One light will be the like the screen and your like the screen, the white back, like the screen you pull down, and then the other one's the projector beam actually shining off of it.
Yeah. I guess you have heard of Vibes of Cosmos, right?
What is it?
The guy who talks about the moon being a mirror, a reflector. Vibes of Cosmos.
No.
Okay. Well, in one of in two of his videos, he did a kind of leveling, extreme leveling. He says that he sees that the lighter parts of the moon are ocean, water, and the darker parts are land. And the most light parts are the deepest parts of the Earth, and then he did balancing, leveling on it, so that only the deepest white was left, and the rest was black. And he came to a pattern that very much looked like the star pattern in the sky. And I think he might be something. He might be onto something. And I created an analogy of it, and I say, what is the same in a cinema or our universe? The stars are projected on a screen.
The screen of air, you have to have air or atmosphere, air for the stars to exist.
Or the superconducting screen.
Right. Well, I mean, the air is the screen also. Like the air itself, it is the magnifying glass that's why the sun gets bigger. Yeah. The sun gets bigger when it's further away, not smaller. It gets bigger at the horizon.
That's what I think creates the local, our personal dome around us. Perspective works in that way that you have compression.
Focuses it.
You have compression. You have compression in distance, and then when you at a certain distance, it becomes like glass. It becomes like one. It becomes
like a mirror. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, glass, because the light from outside and kind of projects on it, or something. Yeah.
And your eyeball too. It gets the focus. It focuses. So that's why everything's focused to your eyeball or to you or to any reflective source. That's why everybody's like, oh man, I see the water for me, the sun for me, this for me, only for me, and my spot, he sees it too. It's because every spot that can reflect will reflect that thing that you're seeing. Whatever's reflecting into that medium is going to, and you're going to see that, and it's going to look like it's close and local and reflected personally to you, because that's just the way it works.
Yeah, and try to calculate or mathematic that in an orthographical side view. You will never get that.
Right. It focuses both ways. It goes small and big, small and big. So if you have a really big source of energy or a source of a reflectant or a source of light that's reflected like a body of water or a lake, it's going to appear to be a small dot as its reflected source.
Mm-hmm.
And if a small dot shoots out like a projector, it's going to have a small dot as its source, but what's going to show is a wide screen. It's going to project outward. It's going to be wider from the source out.
Now,
so it works both ways.
Now you're touching on something that I have had in my thoughts. How is it possible that a camera obscura projects on an opposite wall? There's no lens. There's only a round hole. But strong light, directed light, like the sun or a laser beam or whatever, it projects outwards. It cones outwards.
All directions, yes, sir.
But somehow, in that process, from the outside onto the projection wall, it has to cone in again. So the only thought I can come up with, because of an acute angle on all the surfaces of the whole surface of the round hole, it gets bounced off and coned together. But it is only ambient light, but each point on that circle, and points must be seen very, very small. Light doesn't know size in that way, I think. And
the brightness is going to come out and illuminate whatever it can illuminate. Okay, so they have a focus glass, like that thick glass, that real thick one, and then the light comes out, it's going to be wide. Now the first portion of that's going to be like bent a certain way facing the inside, and then the other part, like a bubble, you see, but a flat bubble, a beveled portion of glass and a beveled like a concave. You see, like, you know what I mean, right? Like a bubble, like a bubble wrap. That's how your lens is going to work.
Yeah.
So the one portion of the lens is going to take it widely and then focus it. So the thing that's going to be focused is the main image. You're not going to be able to tell how focused it is. Like you and I sitting in the classroom, we're just going to see the light coming out, like you said, exactly how you explained. But then the image is going to hit the thing perfectly. They got that little knob right there on the side that'll focus the lens, take it further or closer to make it like go smaller or bigger.
Yeah,
right?
but
To magnify or demagnify the image. But the light is still going to be as bright as hell coming from the source.
Well, you make me a little bit confused if we're talking now about the same, because I was talking about the situation there was no glass and no lens, the camera obscura.
Then that's totally different.
Yeah.
Then that's totally different. I mean, I'm just saying, like, in the idea that you have like a medium in between you and something that can do that. It can direct, or it can like a binoculars, a pair of binoculars. You look through one end, it'll make everything look big. You know what I'm saying? Magnified. You turn it around and makes everything look small away and far away. Our atmosphere can do the same thing. That's what I was trying to explain.
And what I was trying to explain, the camera obscura, and that it focuses many points of the ambient light directions. You understand?
Because, yeah, the brighter light outshines the less light, and that's what a shadow is. A brighter source and a less source.
Say you have a light tower in that gets projected on the back wall in a camera obscura situation, and each point has ambient light, and you can see that. Make it this thought process when you look from the inside through the hole. you can go to all sides of that hole and see that point, right? But it comes from a slightly different angle, a very acute angle. Now, in that ambient light somehow reflects along the all of the circle. So it gets many points of that ambient light source bundled together and coned together, inward. So and where it's coming together in a point, there it's the strongest and can be projected in a dark room to overpower the darkness and show itself. So it is like a bundling of the ambient light.
Like a parabolic mirror?
Yeah, maybe.
Like
yeah.
a rounded bowl mirror, and they focus the light into it, and they can burn the hell out of stuff. And it's real bright.
But my point is that a strong light cones outward, and so the only way every light cones outwards, but the only way that this image can be produced is because of light rays reflecting off the wall of the hole. Do you understand it? The whole circle around projects each angle they receive from that each point of light, ambient light. So in that way it bundles it together. And it depends on how dark the room is if you can see it. So it's not really strong, but you really need a dark room to be able to project it. And that's probably the same. What creates the phenomenon of the sun. God damn it! I sometimes lose words. That's so normal. When the moon darkens the sun and a small
eclipse.
Yeah, a small sliver comes back again, and then through all these holes in a tree created by leaves, you get projections of
It's inverted.
Of image light or ambient light. It's not really source light because a round object that and that can be holographic as well. So that the light source is in the center. So that does
the little moons or the little sun-looking thing, little circles. You get the little mimic eclipse. Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that the light that is on the side is not stronger than anything that surrounds it. So and that you see it. So it still has a certain lumen to it, but not as strong as what comes from the source. Otherwise, you couldn't have round light sources that light up all the walls around it, right? So the main source must be coming from the source, from the center. So in a certain way, you can call it when you only see a slight sliver of the sun that it's more image light or more ambient light than source light.
It's like the sun is so bright, it's outshining the moon, and then the moon's going to look black or appear black, even though the moon can be bright itself. And it's the same way, like with the inversion. Yeah, that's to do with just the way the shadow's coming out. and the way the medium is too. It's like a shadow too. You have the more lights you have, the more shadows you have. So you can't it's like you can't have a shadow without a light.
No. I'm gonna make myself some coffee, Demo. Nice talking to you, man.
Yep. How many places can the eclipse be seen?
Hey. On this day in 1977, a mere 45 years ago, an extraordinary spacecraft left this planet on a journey like no other. Voyager 2 was going to show us for the first time what the outer solar system planets looked like close up. It was like sending a fly to New York City and asking it to report back. Voyager 1 was launched after Voyager 2 on September 5. Attached to the flank of each Voyager was a golden record carrying greeting sounds, images, and music from Earth. The spacecraft were more or less twins, but they had different trajectories and scientific instruments. While both flew by Jupiter and Saturn, Voyager 1 then sped onwards to interstellar space. Voyager 2 tarried to make the only visit ever to the ice giants, Uranus and Neptune. And funnily enough, it got stuck up Uranus, never to be seen again. Boom.
What kind of lens do you need to be able to see stars at 120,000 feet up? Well, I mean, I know I'm just asking, like, what lens, what lens or what kind of thing do I need to put on my camera or to put up there to where I can personally see stars with my eyes once the object goes up there to record them? Like, what special camera or lens do I need to be able to see stars at 120,000 feet? Which one's that one called?
Would there be a special lens? Why can't you just see them with a normal lens?
Because the light makes all the astronauts, the satellites, and everything disappear. Has anyone ever seen the way they show, like I don't know, the spot that you can see the moon at the biggest it can be, right? or whatever. When we go up from this planet with a high altitude balloon, there's no picture of Earth, really, basically, is what I'm really getting at. None of them have any debris. No debris. No nothing. And like when you see a meteor, okay, you see a big meteor next to the supposed satellite, and the meteor is way bigger, and it looks like a piece of moon, right? Where'd it come from? It's all blackness everywhere, all around it. Where's the video of it, like, coming from nowhere to somewhere?
There's none.
Right. And I tried to Google which lens. Like, which lens do you need?
Don't they say, Dem, it's all about exposure, right?
Right. So what exposure do I need to be able to see the stars for myself at 120,000 feet with my camera?
You know what? I honestly don't know. I got no idea, but they say here on Earth, right, on the ground, you have to have a long exposure rate to be able to take pictures of the stars, to be able to let the light into the lens, right, for some strange reason, which seems to be true, because I've tried to take photos of the stars and whatnot, and it comes up really funny. But then when you do change the exposure rate, you seem to get very clear and defined images. So it doesn't seem like rocket science to be able to send a camera up there and take some photos with a long exposure. You should be able to do that like on autopilot, if you know what I mean. It should be like set in the settings. Every time you take the photo, bang, it's long exposure.
So what about a video camera? Like, couldn't it be automatically on long exposure since it's always on? Like, what? I mean,
Yeah, that's what you would think, wouldn't you? Like, I can understand the long exposure with a normal photo because like it's like really quickly, so maybe it's not open long enough. But when you're taking a video, the lens is open all the time, like it's not closed.
exactly the longest
Yeah,
exposure you could ever get.
exactly. So you should be able to see stars all the time, and it's really funny, like when you see those images from the ISS, those live images, right? How many stars do you see above the Earth? Exactly, you see none. Well, they say it's all got to do with exposure rate or the light getting washed out by other light. One of those two reasons.
What about meteors, debris, satellites, high altitude balloons? What about actual objects that should be close?
Exactly. You know what? No, go, mate. Go.
I was going to say, well, I mean, it's not even, I mean, it's a little on the subject, but off the subject. It was what I first started to bring up. Like, why can we all see an eclipse? That, like, if we can all record an eclipse from South Pole, North Pole, Africa, America, Australia,
yeah,
it only happens at one peak second of the day. At one, like, there's not 10 of them a day. Then how does a globe explain that?
Yeah, exactly right. Like you should have 162 million different eclipses from wherever you stand from, shouldn't you?
Well, I mean, my point is how can like on a globe, one side's supposed to be nighttime, one side's supposed to be daytime. So during half this globe, only half of it should be able to see a solar eclipse because the sun's only on one portion that half of the time. But it just so happens supposedly you can see a solar eclipse and a lunar eclipse at the same time. How does that work on a ball? Or you know what I mean? Like if I can see it in one portion and it's daytime for me and it's nighttime for you and you can see a solar eclipse, something's wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
And
do.
yeah.
Yeah.
But even on a flat Earth, depending on like which portion and how you see it come in and go out of view, yeah, it should be closer or further or whatever. Yeah, you're always going to get like a different, depending on your orientation away from the object, you should get a slightly different view. Not too much though. If one's 238,000 miles away and one's 93 million, why don't we see in between them also?
Mm-hmm. You should be able to.
Yeah, no one can ever see in between them. And if we all can see it, that means everybody on this flat Earth can see the eclipse.
Yep.
On a globe, that's impossible.
On a slightly different topic, I want to get back to this electricity thing because I had to tap out before, because I had some commitments. But I've been thinking about this, Dem, right? You know, with the whole ether, dark matter, dark energy, and now the electricity kind of everywhere, and this whole speed of light thing. And I was thinking with your electricity, like everything is electricity, like it's absolutely everywhere, and which it's been talking about the speed of light. There's no speed of light itself because light is always there, right? It's just energized, and it's the rate of illumination, propagation type of thing. Now, with this, to me, logically, actually, this electricity thing is a little bit more logical because if electricity is everywhere, right, and it's not the ether, but it's actually electricity. And we have a laser pointer, a laser light for argument's sake, and we turn it on. Now, all it's doing is charging that electricity in front of it and just exciting it, just changing its frequency. Okay. And it moves almost instantaneously. It's still going to have a rate of travel from point A to point B, type of thing. But with it being electricity and that electricity being excited, I'm kind of seeing that more logically than I am perhaps the ether itself.
Well, when they say like induction and and like the speed of light, it's weird because it's like it's a reaction or an action, and the reaction happens as fast as it can happen, no matter what it is. You release something, you smack something, like whatever, the thing happens. So, so like light to me is basically instantaneous as soon as it can. Like as soon as the charge or whatever excitement hits whatever medium, that's when the light hits the medium. You know, and that's when when it's going to be instantaneous.
Yep.
Yeah. It's like the old thing, like I was telling you, like if you shine a flashlight through 20 different kind of mazes of mirrors, it might react certain ways coming, going through or whatever, but coming out, it's still going to come out instantaneous. It's still going to go in instantaneous. But the amount of time it takes to go through each maze, it's still going to be an instant rate, but it has to go through this medium, like a maze. Yep.
Yeah. Ping ponging off every single mirror all the way through. Exactly.
For example. But yeah.
Yep.
But it has to go. Then it's out. Yes.
Yeah. So when we're looking at something on the horizon, say we're looking at a ship, oil rig, whatever the case may be, an island with a palm tree on it, and we see it, higher or lower, distorted, warped, twisted, and contorted, and all these kind of other bits and bobs. They say the theory is that the light hits that object and bounces off that object and now is traveling through the medium towards us, right? And this is where it gets refracted. And it gets refracted to 7/6R very, very conveniently. And because the light is getting refracted through the medium, it gets lifted higher and lower, it gets fatter, it gets skinnier, and all this kind of bits and bobs. So that image that we see is getting sent in little packets of information, packets of light traveling through the medium before it hits our eye. I don't see that we see like that. I think we see the object exactly where it is. It's not traveling through the medium as far as light is concerned. We see it where it is, and what is around it, those water particles, those gas particles, whatever particles around it, that image is getting reflected onto those particles kind of in place. So we see that image as it is in place, whether that's higher or lower, warped, contorted, twisted, and bent, and doing whatever backflips it's doing. But we actually see it in place. And that image isn't actually traveling through the medium to our eyes. What do you think? Like, we see through the medium. We definitely see through the medium. What do you think about that? Or do you think that the medium that we are looking through, every piece of that medium that we actually look through, we still see where the image is, but that little marble of water molecule, that little marble, right? Because it's a sphere that we're looking through, or kind of a sphere, whatever shape it is. It's warped and contorted like just there at that point. if you know what I mean, and every single, like lots of layers of glass in front of us. Okay, so that layer of glass there is warped and contorted, like just there, and then the next one, so forth and so on. What do you think about that? Any thoughts on that?
Well, it's like a hologram on stage too. I'll bring this back up. Okay, you can have the source of whatever image is shooting that image, right?
Yep.
So that's the source, but then we'll see it on stage, which makes another source, which is another reflecting image. So it can work both ways in a way. So like we can drive down the road, like the image that Apocryphon shows, when the people are driving down the road and they get this real big image of like this little building or like this island in the water, and then when they keep driving around the bend, they see the image, the little island is really, really small. But when they were down the road driving up, it looked like it was, bigger than the sun or the moon, like huge, like took up the whole sky, So like the image is there where it's at, but it's also being projected through the medium, either focused or widened. You know what I mean? Either one, just like a pair of binoculars. So in a way, it kind of does both, doesn't it seem?
Yeah.
I mean, you have a medium, right, which is there, which acts like a lens. It acts like a reflectant.
Yep.
It'll carry the temperature, so it'll carry the differential of however it's going to excite the light or permeate, whatever colors you see and mix them together and shit. Yeah, because the light itself widens. Every portion of light widens.
Yep.
But then the medium can reflect it back or like focus it back.
Yeah, but when you look through a window, Democ, right now, the windows of today, the glass is almost perfect, right? But you look at the glass from 30, 40, 50 years ago, even longer, the float glass from back there, where there's lots of imperfections in the glass. Okay, then, and you can see the imperfections, and when you kind of get when you get close up to the window, they kind of really
like a little bit of liquid dripping, but it's just the
yes.
glass.
Yeah, and it'll have it'll have imperfections like lumps, bumps, and pimples on it. Sometimes you can even see fragments of dirt and dust in the glass itself. But it's imperfect. Now, when you stand far enough away from that window, everything kind of looks okay. But when you kind of get close up and you're looking at something, okay, just say a tree or a lamppost or something, all of a sudden where that bump is, right, you'll see the lamppost will be straight and then all of a sudden it'll bow right where that bump is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now this is how I see the atmosphere, like how we're looking through it. Okay, then. So the image isn't traveling towards us, like in the form of light, like bouncing off that image and coming towards us. It's what we are actually looking through. So the atmosphere is exactly like that imperfect glass that we look through, that lens. And because it's whatever shape it is at that particular moment, that's exactly the shape that it gives you. And then the next one behind that gives you a different shape, so forth and kind of so on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, allowing the light to get closer or further from you itself from the medium's thickness or not. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the reason you don't see the stuff further away is because the light outshines itself, and then you see clearly. And then when you get close, you can see the darkness and making the stuff show itself or appear to you, like the little imperfections. Yeah, that's the discoloration in light that you would see. That's how you see the imperfections.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, but I don't buy. Yeah, I don't buy that the light is actually bouncing off that lamppost into my eye. I don't buy that at all.
No, because think about this. I was always asking about the source too. Like if I got the flashlight behind me or in front of me or on the right of me or on the left of me, I'm pretty sure it's going to do different things. Like, so if you have the laser they say bends in the sugar water. if I point the laser away from me forward, it's going to bend that way going away from me. If I point it to the right, it's going to bend in front of me. You see what I'm saying? Like it's going to bend accordingly from the source.
Yeah.
So when they say, so it always depends on where the sun's at when they say refraction too. Like especially if they want to say something's bending or doing some other shit, like and it has something to affect what you're seeing. It has to. It depends on where the source is coming from. The light's actually coming from.
Yeah, for sure.
That's fills out your point because if the sun's behind that boat, is the light really hitting off that boat and hitting your eye? No, the sun's actually being blocked by the boat in the horizon.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's a load of nonsense. It's a load of nonsense. All they've got is bloody well diagrams and boom, this is what it is. That's all they've got.
That's why I don't like refraction as much as I do direct measurement, because no matter what the refraction does, at the end of the day, a side view will determine no matter what. A side view will show you. And a side view should, I mean, they're drawing versus side view. Okay.
Yeah.
If I draw the idea of what they show you in their images, a mountain or a boat or something disappearing bottom up, I'm literally drawing like a mountain going down in an elevator. It's not moving. It's not going around a curve. It's just dropping at a vertical drop perfectly where it's at. That's impossible on a ball. That's not possible.
No. Yeah, nah, it's just ludicrous. It's absolutely ludicrous, all of it.
Yeah, the object has to tilt. And when I say 33 degrees, I know it's funny and they think it's funny, but and I know they can't, most of them can't comprehend. Some people don't understand what I'm saying. Maybe I'll put it like that. It's not anybody's fault or anything. I might explain things wrong, but there has to be a tilt in the object, the boat itself, not the Earth's radius in the actual. So if I got an 8-inch block, a rubber block that floats, it's an 8-inch cube, and all it is 8 inches, 8 inches wide, all the way around 6 sides, and I push it down the water. From a side view, that thing should be tilted on the right portion, 8 inches down. This is really simple. I mean, this is so simple. And there you go. I mean, there's the curve or not. I mean,
Yep. And the further it moves away from you, the more tilt it gets. You know?
Right, exponentially.
Right from your feet, every time it moves 1 centimeter further away from your feet, it's tilting all the time. Just keeps on tilting more and more and more. It has to. It can't not.
Right. That's why I said tilt, drop, hump, curve.
Exactly.
They're all the same thing.
Exactly. And that notion, you know, you've got in regards to you know, putting a box on there and not being able to see the top of it is spot on. It's spot on.
And it's so simple. I mean, you can do it at half a mile and it'll be 4 inches. You can do it at a fourth of a mile, it'll be 2 inches.
Yep.
So you can have an 8-inch cube, and as long as the left side is up and the right side is down 2 inches, we're on a globe, man. If that doesn't happen, we're on a flat Earth. And back to the eclipse. If you can see an eclipse, think about this though. If the eclipse happens at 5 o'clock, where I'm at, 5 o'clock, say, and you see it, I see it, everybody can see it and film it. How can that be on a globe?
No, can't be. It can't be.
And have you seen what it looks like a lunar or solar eclipse from like Antarctica or the North Pole and South Pole? Have you seen like the
one?
the weird image they show you? They show you the moon that's so huge. It looks like it's gonna smack in. I mean, why they do it? I don't know if it's a fake image or what, but I mean, it's crazy. It's huge.
So what? A lunar eclipse from the South Pole, yeah? I'll Google it now.
Yeah. It's so they show you so huge of a moon. If you couldn't see rockets land on the moon with your naked eye, I would kiss your ass from that view.
Hold on, I'll Google some images and see what I see. It'll be interesting. Let's have a look. Damn. Okay then.
See how huge that is? Is that just like a joke or something? What is that?
Well, I've just typed in lunar.
No, solar eclipse from the
Solar
North Pole.
eclipse.
Yes,
Solar,
from the
not lunar. Okay, hold on.
No, solar. Sorry.
Yeah. Solar eclipse from the North Pole. Okay, I'll try this from the North Pole.
Yeah.
Yep. Hold on. See what we get here. Okay. We got here. There's actually not that many photos of it. Solar eclipse from the North Pole. No. Okay, you've sent me something. Let's have a look. Okay, hold on. Let me check this out. Copy. Boom.
That thing is huge.
Yep, hold on. I'm just checking out that link you sent me. Let's have a look. What?
Do you see what I'm seeing?
Look how
there?
huge! Look how huge it is!
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No way! No way!